everyone.
Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos al Concilio de las Ciudades. En la Cámara estamos casi listos para una junta del Concilio de la Ciudad. Son las 10:10 de la mañana y tenemos a 6 miembros presentes. Gracias.
Good morning, everyone.
Buenos días a todos.
Welcome to City Hall,
Buenos
welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Friday, September 12, 2003. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public, and we do invite you to join us. For members of the public unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone.
Por el teléfono del concilio, por favor, llámese la lista.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Grohl, Han, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weiss, Sine, Padilla, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session, and for both members of the council and members of the public, let me welcome you back. This is our first council meeting in a week. The council stood in recess earlier this week to allow members to participate in the League of California Cities Conference. So we do have quite a lengthy agenda as well as a number of special presentations and introductions. So unless there's an objection from the council, what I'd like to do is proceed as follows. Allow for Ms. Perry to begin with her first presentation, and at the conclusion of Ms. Perry's presentation, we can go through the agenda and approve items on consent. Matters called special will be held on the desk until the conclusion of presentations. And if there's any special requests or objections, I'll hear from you during Ms. Perry's presentation. At this time, let me recognize Councilmember Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Gracias,
President. I would like to
Presidente. Me gustaría
introduce a
presentar
man
a un
who is
hombre
doing
que está
wonderful
haciendo
things in our
cosas
community.
maravillosas en nuestra
For
comunidad.
5
Por
years,
5
Kathy
años,
Powell
Kathy
has worked
Powell
to increase
trabajado por
awareness
aumentar
about prostate
acerca del
cancer
cáncer
and
de
its
próstata-
devastating
próstata
effects
y
on
sus efectos
our
en
loved ones, our
en
fathers, our
nuestros
brothers, our
abuelos,
uncles, our
hermanos,
cousins.
nuestros primos.
The Real Men Cook Foundation was established 5 years
Hace
ago
5 años.
by Mr. Powell,
Por el señor Powell.
and he has worked very hard to
trabajado muy
educate
duro para educar
and provide
y
early
proveer
detection
detección
screenings
temprana
for prostate
para el
cancer.
cáncer de la próstata.
September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month.
Es el mes de-
A man is diagnosed with prostate cancer every 3 minutes.
cada 3
A
minutos.
man dies
Un hombre
from this
muere de esta
disease every
enfermedad cada
13 minutes.
13 minutos.
15% of
15%
these people who
Esta
die
gente
will
que
be
mueren
men
van a
of
ser
color.
hombres de
Mr.
color.
Powell and
Señor
his
Powell y su
foundation
fundación
have done great
han
things
hecho gran
to help
cosas
educate
para educar
all residents in
a
the city of
todos
Los
los residentes de la
Angeles.
ciudad de Los Ángeles.
I asked Mr. Powell to
Le
come here
pido, señor,
today
que venga
to
hoy
highlight
para
the fact that this is
subrayar
Prostate Cancer
este
Awareness Month and to commend Mr. Powell and his efforts to improve the chances for long-term survival of prostate cancer through early detection and education. There will be free screening in
gratis.
the 9th Council District on Saturday, September the 20th at New Hope Baptist Church at 5200, that's 5200 South Central, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I want to thank Mr. Powell for the work that he has done and the work that he does every day to improve the lives of the people living in Los Angeles. And Mr. Powell, if you'd just like to say a few words.
I want to thank Mr. President and the council members and Councilwoman Jan Perry, who I've known for many years as well. The Real Men Cook Foundation is a nonprofit organization that promotes awareness and the importance of early detection of
Importancia de
prostate
detección
cancer.
temprana del cáncer de la próstata.
Just to give you a little brief stats, 5 years ago, prostate cancer, 180,000 men was diagnosed, 40,000 of those men died. The year 2000, 190,000 men was diagnosed and 31,000 men died. The death rate is coming down. Unfortunately, among African Americans, it's twofold to every other ethnic group in the world. One of the things that have brought the death rate down and we really are very much aware of is education, screening, not only screening for men, but education for women as well. We do this all over the city all the time. And I want to thank really Ms. Jan Perry, Councilwoman Jan Perry, for partnering with the Real Men Cook, the New Hope Baptist Church, St. Mark, that we will be there on September the 20th, and everything that we provide in the city for screening and education is totally free. And if any of the council members wish to have a screening, just give my office a call, and we will be more than willing to accommodate you in any way that we can. Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
Ms. Perry, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for this recognition because prostate cancer is the most preventable cancer of all tragic cancers. And this is the month, and you brought this gentleman in for real men can cook. I like that. So, but everybody should have a prostate exam, especially those of us who are over 50 or near 50 or coming up to it. But I just want to thank you, and public awareness for public health is so important. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. And colleagues, before proceeding to our next presentation, as I mentioned, let's go through the agenda, dispense with consent items, call items special, and then return to presentations. Madam Clerk, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Perry moves, Mr. Labange seconds,
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Zion moves, and Mr. Cardenas seconds.
Before beginning the regular agenda, Mr. President, there are several items that have been requested to be continued. Item number 10, the city attorney has requested that that matter be continued to September 30th for a new ordinance.
Colleagues request to continue item number 10. Is there any objection? Seeing none, item 10 is continued.
And also a request on item number 47 on behalf of Councilmember Hahn to continue that matter to Tuesday, September 16th.
Colleagues request to continue item number 47. Mr. Labange, do you object?
Nomás quería.
Well, 2 and so is
47,
12 to be
y 12
continued.
para
As
continuar.
requested, Martin Ludlow.
Okay, 47 and 12 as well?
12
Is
también.
there any objection on 47? Seeing none, 47 is continued.
Continuar.
We have now
Tenemos
requests
a
on item
petición
number
por el asunto
12
12.
for a continuance. Mr. Labange, to the next council meeting or for how long? To the next council meeting, also Tuesday, September 16th. Seeing no objection, item 12 is continued.
Asuntos continuado.
Next item.
And also request item number 121 from Councilmember Perry to receive and file that matter.
Colleagues request to receive and file item 121. Also without objection, item 121 is received and filed.
There is a commissioner on today's agenda. Item number 11 is confirmation of the reappointment of Annie Cho to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Do you wish to take that matter up first?
We'll take the matter first after items are called special.
Okay. On the regular agenda, items noticed for public hearing, item number 1 is a street lighting district in council districts 2 and 6, and the Street Lighting Division has submitted an amending motion that would lower the estimated assessments on all the properties. There are no cards.
Okay, we do not have cards on item number 1, a request from members of the public to address the council. Therefore, satisfying the public hearing, members who should be heard on item number 1. On item number 1, seeing no request to speak, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That being an ordinance carries over for a second reading. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, items 2 through 7 are items, also public hearing items, and council should open the hearings and continue the hearings and ordinances to October 3rd.
On items 2 through 7, I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council. We shall therefore deem the public hearings open and without objection continue to October 3rd, 3 weeks from today. Next item.
Item number 8 is the next item. It's a 2,000 brush clearance appeal in Council District 3, and the recommendation of the fire department is to waive the assessment.
Okay. Colleagues, item number 8 is now before us, and I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council. Are the members wishing to call this item special? Item number 8. Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 9 is also a public hearing item. It's communication from the city attorney and ordinance regarding East Valley Animal Shelter.
Okay, colleagues, item number 9 now before us, and without request from members of the public to address the council, we move to council discussion. Anybody wishing to call this item special? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That being an ordinance, carries over for a second reading. Item 11 is the appointment of a commissioner. We're holding that on the desk. Next item, please.
The next item, Mr. President, would be items for which public hearings have been held, items 12 through 24.
Items 12 through 24 now before us. Item 12 has been continued. Item 13 through 24 now before us. Members wishing to call any specials? Items 13 through 24, any specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved unanimously. Next item, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, 25 through 125, and 10 votes are required for consideration of those items.
Without objection, items 25 and 125 shall be considered by the City Council today. We do have cards on item 116. Let's call that item special to hear from members of the public. On the balance of the items, we do not have requests from members of the public to address the council. We shall deem the public hearings open and closed. Members wishing to call any specials, items 25 through 125. Mr. Zine.
42, 43, 44.
42, 43, and 44, call special by Mr. Zine. I imagine those are related in subject matter. We can consider those concurrently. Any other specials? Items 25 through 125. Seeing none, on the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Item 45, call special by Mr. Labange. Roll is still open.
Vamos a ver, está abierta la
Please
lista.
close the
Ábrese
roll
la
and
lista.
tabulate the vote.
Se
11
votó,
ayes.
sí, sí.
Those are approved.
Están aprobados.
And the orders will go over for 1 week to
Items
September
25 through
19th.
30 are ordinances and do
Son
carry over
órdenes
for
de
a
sesión
second
para una
reading.
segunda lectura.
Item 47 has previously been continued. Item 21 was received and filed. And let's please send
Luego,
item
por favor, vamos a
46
ver
forthwith.
47 para adelante.
Next item.
Próximo asunto.
Items, notice for public hearings, item 126 and 127. Those are both determinations of public convenience or necessity, and both items are recommended for granting the application. A motion is required on those two.
Colleagues, items 126 and 127 are now before us. A public hearing is required, and I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on these items, so the public hearings are therefore satisfied. We do need motions on 126, 127. Item 126, a matter in Mr. Zein's district. He calls that matter special. Do I have a motion on item 127?
And that's in Council District 11.
Let's call that matter special.
And that
Y
concludes
eso
the agenda
concluye la
except for the
agenda,
items
excepto por
called
los
special.
temas especiales.
Returning now to the
Regresando a
presentation
las
segment of our
presentaciones
agenda.
de nuestra agenda.
For our next
Para nuestra
presentation,
presentación,
let me recognize Mr. Smith.
Smith.
And while he comes to the podium,
Mientras viene
Mr.
el
Garcetti,
presidente
for a brief
Garcetti para
introduction.
una presentación.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I
Señor
just wanted
Presidente, más
to
que
welcome to our council chambers today a class of students from
clase de
UCLA's
estudiantes de UCLA,
sociology department, led by
Departamento de
Professor
Sociología,
Russell. And
Profesor
if you guys
Russell,
would like to stand up for a second and be recognized by the City of Los Angeles, welcome to the City Council chambers, and thank you for coming in. I think they already took off.
I believe Mr.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Padilla, you wish to join us on this, I
Ella
believe.
puede estar aquí con nosotros.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm very pleased to present to us Jennifer Barber today. Jennifer Barber is a 20-year-old who became the first
Fue la
woman
primera mujer
from Los Angeles ever
Los
to win a
Ángeles que haya
Golden
ganado
Gloves Award
Golden
national
Globe,
championship.
Campeonato nacional.
During the process,
Durante el proceso, Jennifer
upset two top-seeded
ganó
fighters
dos
to win the
peleadores
most
para
outstanding
ganar.
boxer of the tournament award. What makes this really most amazing is she had 10 victories and only 2 losses in just 1 year of boxing, her first year. She hopes to join the women's first Olympic exhibition boxing tournament in the 2004 Olympic Games in Athens, Greece, which we hope will happen. If not, we'll certainly try and get her in the next Olympics. But she's going to try and join the first exhibition of women's boxing in the Olympics. And she is crowned a favorite. She, wherever she goes in boxes, people cheer her. They love her as a fighter. She has a large following around the country. Her coach, Benny the Jet Urquidez, calls her the people's choice. And audiences, wherever she goes, really love her. She's won a national championship, a very unique opportunity for Los Angeles to have a woman win this great award, and we're very proud of her. And I know Mr. Padilla wishes to join me in the comments also.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Even though Jennifer may live in your district, I think we share our pride and excitement about Jennifer and her new career. And as many boxing fans around Los Angeles and around the country are preparing for a fight tomorrow between Oscar De La Hoya and Shane Mosley, let us not forget the pioneers in boxing, especially in women's boxing. As Councilmember Smith mentioned, she's a 2003 National Golden Glove World Champion, first from Los Angeles County, a recent a prize she brought back from Chicago, but she's much more than just a boxer. And this is why I'm so excited about her recognition in council this morning. She is a Los Angeles native. She is a Deaf Studies major at Cal State University Northridge in the San Fernando Valley. She works as a counselor at Camp Charisma at Fernangeles Park in Sun Valley in Mr. Cardenas' district. And at 5'7" and weighing, if I can say, well, you get introduced all the time, a strong 125. You pack a powerful punch. So to all the guys out there, you better be careful. Really, we want to congratulate Jennifer not only on all her success in the ring at such a young age, but for my heart, all her success outside of the ring and the work that she's done with the community. She's an inspiration to the community. She's an inspiration to her family. And one of the things that I know she's proud of and speaks regularly is it's no coincidence that she's taken on deaf studies as a major. Both her parents are hard of hearing, but nonetheless, that hasn't kept them from motivating Jennifer, from attending her bouts and cheering her on, and being there by her side at each and every step of the way. You're an inspiration to young women. You're an inspiration to this council, and sometimes we rumble in here, but you're, I think, a lot better at it, and certainly demonstrated it with significant pride and style. We're very proud of you, Jennifer. Congratulations, and I don't know if you want to introduce your folks and maybe say a few words.
Thank you. Right here is my mom. Her name's Victoria. I brought my coach, Stan Ward, right here. My boyfriend, Danielle. My sister, Lene, she plays basketball at COC. My best friend, Lucky. My niece and my nephew, Marshane and Mark. I just want to say thank you to everybody. And I do fight next month in Lincoln Park. So if you guys want to come check me out, you guys can check me out. It's local. Yeah. So come check me out.
Thank you very much, council members Smith and Padilla. This time, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Labange for presentation.
Right. Good morning, members.
Buenos días, miembros.
Mr. Garcetti, how are
Señor
you?
Garcetti, buenos días.
May I proceed?
Very well, Mr. Labange, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to proceed at this
Voy a
moment here.
proceder en este
and
momento.
talk about, I'm sure that
Hablar de esto,
young
seguro
lady
de
there
una
made her way through the Los Angeles Park
pasó
System,
el
and one of the great parts of the Los Angeles Park System is our ranger program, and they've just truly increased their focus and awareness on the program to have an interpretive educational unit within the Rangers, and they've had a very successful program to contribute for a articulated focus on making people understand what chaparral is, what native plants are, trails, hiking, safety. All that is so important because we live in a great basin, and this great Los Angeles basin, bounded by the Great Angeles National Forest, swoops right through our 300-plus parks, all the way out to the coast in San Pedro and out on the west side. But our Rangers cover so much area, they thought it was very important to have this interpretive program. And our Chief Ranger, Ranger David Aguirre, is going to speak. And Jim, I want to call on you. And Mark just came flying through the door as well. So please welcome for some remarks, Ranger Chief David Aguirre.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the interpretation unit. It just shows how a small group of dedicated individuals can make a positive difference to the children of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
David, that's good. So members, as we look to our parks and the interpretive program, this is so important that our Los Angeles Park Rangers are developing that. And I also want to especially introduce Warren Deasy. Warren is the operator and owner of the world-famous historic Griffith merry-go-round. For it was there at that merry-go-round in the late 1940s that Walt Disney used to take his two daughters and have them ride on that park merry-go-round, and Walt would stand there, kind of like this, as explained to me by Diane Disney, and visualize a place for young and old, or visualize a place for fun and entertainment, visualize what ultimately was Disneyland. Warren Deasy, the great operator of the merry-go-round, participated in this program. Warren, say a few words.
I'd just like to say we've had a lot of cooperation from the Rangers in Griffith Park, and they're really important to us. Give them all the strength you can, please.
Oh, Warren, thank you very much. Now I'm going to have a little quick roll call here for Mark Mariscal, our superintendent. Congratulations, Mark, for your dedication and commitment to this program. Thank you, City Attorney. For Ernesto Ybarra, who's right here, a great park ranger. Desiree Rideau, always good to see you. Congratulations. Thank you. Marie Claire Salaberry. How are you, Marie? Good to see you. Jim Combs. Let's give them all a big hand there, folks, in this great chambers here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask Mrs. Mary Jones Dark to come up. As you know, in many of our communities, we have people that are involved in about everything in the community, and often, as they say, if you want something done, you get a busy person. And today we wanted to honor a young lady that, in addition to raising a family and employment and all the other things that most of our residents do, she's also a very active member of a variety of community organizations. She's a chairperson of our Community Impact Advisory Team. She's also a member and co-chair of the 8th District Empowerment Congress, and she's the president of the Baldwin Village Community in Action, and she's a member of the Jim Gilliam Advisory Board, one of our local parks. And so I just wanted to have her and her family here today to honor her for her participation and really to thank her for what she's done in the past, but really to thank her what she's going to do in the future as she continues to be a mainstay of community activism in the 8th District. We also have a special surprise for her because we also want in the City Council chambers to wish her a happy birthday. And so you get a tooth. I'd like Mary to come up and make some comments.
Oh, I didn't know about the birthday part. I'm 39 today. You can all laugh if you want to. But I'd like to thank City Council and, of course, Mr. Parks. And I'd like to introduce my family. This is my beautiful daughter, Mia. This is Ariel. She's 10 years old. She attends Crescent Heights Elementary School. This is Amanda. She's a senior at Hamilton High School. This is Erin. She's a 10th grader at Hamilton High School. These are my Talbot family. And I just want to thank the council today, and of course Mr. Parks, for this wonderful honor today. And it's always a pleasure to get an award for doing something that you love and something that you really can't do without. Because I believe if you live in a community that you have a responsibility to do something in that community to enhance the quality of life. And I'd also just like to say that inasmuch as Mr. Parks is relatively new to City Council, he is not new to the community of Baldwin Village. Mr. Parks has been working with us for a number of years, coming into Baldwin Village, giving us ideas, coming to talk to our community about things that we could do to help ourselves, because we rely on city agencies, but we feel that it's our community. If something needs to be done, we get it done. I didn't realize I was doing so many things. I'm retired a lot, but I just didn't realize I was a member of so many things. But it's just that I like being on the front line along with my community. And I'd like to say hello to Baldwin Village, of course. And without the community behind me, actually, I can do nothing. I can do nothing without the community. And I do appreciate Marcia, Powell, and O.C. Nelson, and Lou, and all of the other people that's there in the community assisting and helping and doing everything that we can do. And we do have a meeting coming up on Wednesday, so come out and join us at Hillcrest Elementary School, 6 p.m. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. For our final presentation, Chair recognizes Mr. Villaraigosa.
Mr. President, members, I have the honor today of presenting some proclamations. One of them is to a lifelong friend. She hates me to mention this. We've known each other about 35 years. That means she was 9 months when I met her. She's an award-winning actor and writer, born and raised on the East Side in East LA. Ms. Fernandez was nominated for a Desi Award and received the prestigious Nosotros Golden Eagle Award for her portrayal of Julie in American Me. Most recently, she was the recipient of the GLAAD Award for Outstanding Theater Production in Los Angeles for her stage play Dementia. And I'm very pleased to acknowledge Evelina Fernandez for her dedication to the arts and to our community.
Yes. I just want to thank Antonio for all your hard work for our community all these years, Antonio. And since I'm in front of the City Council, I just feel like I have to say something real important. And I just want to encourage you not to underestimate the power of art. And in these hard times here in this city, art can take a juvenile and turn him into a great artist. Art can take a high school dropout like myself and turn them into a writer or a screenwriter. So please support the arts. I encourage you to do that. And also, I need to acknowledge my colleagues from the Latino Theater Company, our artistic director, Jose Luis Valenzuela, Richard Coca, Sal Lopez, and Jeffrey Rivas, and my mom, Esperanza, and my brother, Hank Fernandez. Thank you very much.
Another very talented artist, Yolanda Gonzalez, the daughter of immigrant parents. Give her a big hand. The daughter of immigrant parents and the youngest of 6 children, a Chicana who's exhibited worldwide in Japan, Russia, Scotland, Africa, and France. She takes the heart and soul of her culture with her around the world, and it's an honor to recognize Miss Gonzalez today as well.
I'd like to thank you for having me here today. For Council Member Antonio Villaraigosa, I would like to thank my parents, Leopoldo Gonzalez and Yolanda Gonzalez, for all the support that they've given me, and my family that is here today, and my husband. I'd like for you to please keep an eye out to a project with Inner City Arts, where I've been working for 11 years, and Greyhound on 7th Street. We're going to be doing some beautification here in Los Angeles. The mural will be unveiled in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda and Evelina. Now we have the honor, if we can bring our 3 young students here, the honor of acknowledging and recognizing 3 young people, 3 young students who are here today because we're recognizing their talent and creativity. They helped to create the magazine Just
for Kids to help raise money for college. They do all the research and the interviews for the magazine, so members, I hope when they ask you for an interview, you'll grant them one. On behalf of the 14th Council District and the City of Los Angeles, I want to recognize your outstanding work. And with us today are Samantha Renee Ramos. She's a third-grade student at Our Lady of Guadalupe School in El Sereno. Right. Say hello to everybody. Hi. We're so glad of you.
I would like to thank our sponsors, Delacoud, David Lazarica, Tenant Health, our mentors, and our family.
She's running for office. Mr. Cardenas, I just want you to know she may, Mr. Padilla, watch out for this young lady. She's running for office. She's the co-founder and co-editor and chief of Just for Kids. You are one articulate, bright, beautiful young child. Congratulations. And also with us, a sixth-grade student, Jacob Daniel Diaz at Las Palmas Middle School, who lives in Highland Park in the 14th Councilman District. Congratulations, Jacob. Would you like to say something, Jacob?
Can I make a proposal if it's okay? Chambers.
Make a proposal. You need a second. I know about seconds.
Is it okay with every kid in every school district for every Friday of school to get that day off?
I'd like to know if every kid in every school district can get the day off on Friday. Thank you very much. That's a great proposal. Every Friday. Obviously to work on the magazine, right? Yeah. See? There we go. And finally, last but not least, a seventh-grade student at St. Marianne de Padres Catholic School who lives in Pico Rivera. Again, one of the young people who helped co-found and co-edit Just for Kids magazine, Megan Aguilar.
I'd like to thank Councilman Rosa for presenting us with this award. And we're looking for sponsors for our TV show. Would you be interested, buddy? And that's it.
Thank you. You heard her. We're looking for sponsors, everybody. And so we're just proud of these young children. Let's give them a big hand. Just for Kids. An example of the, as we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, an example of the talent, the energy, the vitality in this great community. Thank you so much. We're really proud of you. It's now my honor to provide three other proclamations. Teresa Rosas Jaramillo. Teresa is a local artist. She's a painter and a designer of sculptures. She was born in 1938 in the small town. I'm never supposed to give your age. In the small town of Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. She immigrated to Los Angeles in 1960. She's married and has 6 children. She exhibits her work throughout the community, including the El Sereno Library and the Plaza de la Raza. Congratulations, felicitaciones, señora. Aquí estamos. That's great. Felicidades. Quédate aquí por un... And now I have an opportunity to present another fourth-generation Angelino. Beats me by one. My tocayo, Tony Dominguez. Tocayo means we have the same name. Mr. Dominguez is a fourth-generation Angelino. In 1994, he started producing piñatas for retail businesses and expanded his services to paper mache. He's a role model local artist. I'm proud to be working with Mr. Dominguez and Mr. Caridad in this year's Dia de los Muertos celebration, everybody. It's going to be the most phenomenal event on the east side in a long time, and these two folks are helping to make it a reality. Congratulations. Finally, Armando Figueroa. Armando is a loving husband and proud father of 3 boys, and always reminds you of that. He tirelessly gives his time and energy to the El Sereno community. He's an important part of El Sereno's Unity Fair, and he's a member of Sol de Alegría, a prominent band in the region, and we honor you today, too. Thank you all so much for your indulgences. This is a great opportunity to celebrate the wealth and, as I said, the energy and the great people that live in the 14th Councilmanic District.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villaraigosa. At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Padilla on an item that he would like to discuss on today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to reconsider the, I believe it's item 21, the Immigrant Worker Freedom Right Resolution. We can do the consent agenda. Nobody called it special, but I know several members want to be heard on it. So I'd ask for reconsideration of item 21.
Is there any objection for reconsideration on item 21? Seeing none, open the roll on the motion for reconsideration. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. We will now take up item number 21, and let me recognize Mr. Padilla.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues. This is item number 21, the resolution that I have co-presented along with Councilmember Villaraigosa and signed on to by as many council members as the city attorney would allow us. As a reminder, the Immigrant Worker Freedom Right, as you know, is the effort being organized by organized labor, community groups, religious groups, immigrant rights activists throughout Los Angeles and throughout the country. And September 20th, next Saturday, we will see a delegation of workers leaving Los Angeles en route to Washington, D.C. and to New York, modeled after and in the same spirit as the freedom rights, the original freedom rights that this country saw in the 1960s that brought back to national attention the very important issues and efforts to improve civil rights in this country, to end the inequalities and injustices that racism and segregation contaminated this country's history with. And before I speak any further, I do want to introduce two of the original freedom riders who are here with us today and who have spoken earlier at a press conference, Bob Farrell and Dr. Robert Singleton. If you would please stand up and take a bow. We, as a council, we as a city, want to thank you not only for being here, but for the wonderful courage that you demonstrated in the 60s and since then, and the wonderful model that you have allowed these immigrant workers to follow as we, through this immigrant worker freedom right, try to use the same model to bring back to the national spotlight.
Otra vez, enfocándote en las cuestiones que son impactadas a trabajos inmigrantes específicamente, las cuestiones que he hecho diferentes pueden promover, número uno, claro,
fair path to citizenship for workers who are working in this country, paying taxes in this country, obeying law in this country, and contributing to our society. Second, through these efforts, we hope to strengthen the reunification of families. So many immigrant workers are unable to visit their families either on the other side of the border, or their families not able to visit workers on this side of the border because of the laws that are currently on the books. In addition to that, we're utilizing this immigrant worker freedom right as a way to promote, defend, and protect worker rights. So many immigrant workers working in the United States, paying taxes in the United States. On a daily basis, are subject to poverty, subject to discrimination, subject to abuse of the laws that exist in this country. Colleagues, yesterday was September 11th. And we all know the emotions that September 11th invokes. We know the memories of the incidents from 2 years ago. Let me remind us that prior to September 11th, 2001, we had a president who was talking about better treatment for the Latino community, who was talking about immigrant workers and immigrant Americans. Since September 11th, we haven't heard a peep. We've seen a White House go silent as it pertains to immigrant workers' rights. Not only that, I believe that the federal government has taken steps backwards as it pertains to the advocacy of the rights of immigrant workers in this country. Abuse, discrimination under the guise of Homeland Security. Colleagues, enough is enough. And we wanted to
Queríamos subrayar los esfuerzos que está poniendo por comunidades por todo el país, especialmente aquí en Los Ángeles, la más diversa ciudad en el país, una ciudad con más de 40% de población inmigrantes por todo el mundo, no solo México, América Latina, de todo el mundo, contribuyendo a nuestra ciudad, contribuyendo a nuestra economía, contribuyendo a nuestra sociedad. Eso es lo que los trabajos inmigrantes de los derechos hacen. Y espero que este Concilio tenga visión progresiva y liderazgo de parar en soporte dentro de los derechos inmigrantes con nuestras acciones, con nuestras palabras, con nuestro dinero y prende de hombro con la delegación maravillosa que está puesta para el paro de Los Ángeles de septiembre 20 de Washington para el Capitolio en la casa y de ahí ir a sombra de la Estatua de la Ley, símbolo de migrantes en los Estados Unidos, para llevar esta mensaje. Muchas gracias por el tiempo y aprecio su consideración.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. President, for that good, great, and moving speech. I think you hit the nail on the head, and I want to thank the writers who are here today for putting yourselves out there on the line in the name of freedom. And I want to thank both Mr. Padilla and Mr. Villaraigosa for their motions. I know many of us, our staffs, have been working on this issue, going to meetings. We're proud signers of that motion, and today we stand shoulder to shoulder alongside not only the new generation of freedom riders, but also the trailblazers who are here with us today, who are able to set forth that great path for all of us to follow. Colleagues, Mr. Padilla mentioned 9/11, and I think one of the most moving tributes and one of the most moving memories about the tragedy that happened on 9/11 was looking at the workers who were in the World Trade Center. We know the workers who responded to the scene. We also know the workers who, the white-collar workers who were there, but we also know that up at top of Windows of the World, we had workers who were represented by HRE, who lost their life that day simply because they went to work like so many other people in the World Trade Center towers. Wherever we go, every restaurant we go to, every hotel that we go to, every stockbrokers that we go to, every police station that we go to, everywhere that we go, we see immigrants who are making this country what it is today. They come from Africa, they come from Asia, they come from Latin America, they come from around the world. And that face of Los Angeles is indeed the face of the world. And today we stand shoulder to shoulder with the world in saying that dignity and human rights are something that everybody deserves here. This council and this city has shown that, whether it's in giving dignity to people with a matricular consular, whether it's making sure that people can have a voice and are never moved into the shadows where they can push down people's wages, the shadows where people are scared of ever going to the police and reporting crime in their neighborhood, in the shadows where we keep money under mattresses instead of bank accounts, which help our economy. Let that sunlight in. That's what this ride is about. I'm proud to support you all today to make sure that we can put this back on the agenda. And let me say something along the lines of what Mr. Padilla said for our national leaders. Be the brave national leaders that we have elected you to be. President Bush took the courageous step with Vicente Fox of putting immigration on the agenda, and he needs to keep it there as well. This will make a safer country. Once we move people out of the shadows, we can be a more secure country. We're looking at terrorism, but we can also be that America that we have always stood for, that lady with her torch in the New York Harbor has always been a beacon for, saying that each one of us deserves it, whether we are tired and poor and hungry, or whether we come here on the most high-tech visa. This country needs immigrants. It is about immigrants. It will continue to be about immigrants. And let's do that in a way that brings people in instead of shutting them out. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Now let me recognize Mr. Villaraigosa, the author of this motion.
Miembros,
I rise today
levanto hoy soporte del derecho
I do as the son of an immigrant on my
de
father's
convertirme
side.
padre inmigrante al lado de mi papá. Es un hombre que se entendió desde el principio lo que hace Los Ángeles diferente.
Think for a moment,
Piensa
every
por un
one of you,
momento,
look
todos
around
nosotros
the
vean
hall of
alrededor
these
del hall de estas
chambers.
camas.
All of us
Todos
came from
nosotros
somewhere.
venimos de alguna parte.
Very few of
Ninguno
us
de
were born
nosotros
here.
nacimos aquí.
Most of us are the
Estos
sons of
nosotros somos los
immigrants or
hijos de
slaves who
inmigrantes,
came to this country.
esclavos que vienen a este
And we
país.
know what a great
Hacemos
country
un
this
gran
is.
país es este.
It's a great country
Es un gran
because the
país porque
immigrants
los
have
inmigrantes
created the
han
wealth of
creado
this country. The
la riqueza
immigrants
de
have
este país.
built
Los
the
inmigrantes
tall
han
buildings
hizo
from
los
the
pisos
twin
altos de
towers to the Capitol
capital.
to City Hall. They've been a part of the fabric of this great nation. And yet, much like the
Y como nosotros
1960s,
desde
when many
1960,
of
cuando
us
muchos de
were
nosotros
concerned
fueron
about the lack of
preocupados
freedom,
acerca de
the lack of
la
opportunity and civil rights for African
derechos civiles
Americans,
de los afroamericanos,
and Latinos
de
and
los
other
latinos y otros,
people of color, just
gente de
like those
color como estas
times when we
gentes.
didn't have a Civil
No
Rights
teníamos
Act. Many of us came
muchos de
together
nosotros
back
venimos
then
juntos
in the freedom
en
rides throughout the
derecho
South
por el
to
sur
bring
para traer
attention to
atención
the plight of blacks
de
in the
los
deep
negros
South,
en
the
el
plight of
sur,
minorities
de las
across the
minorías
nation.
por toda la nación.
Well, just as
Bueno,
we
como
did
nosotros
some
hicimos
40 years
hace
ago,
40 años,
today we come
hoy
together.
venimos juntos.
Today, my colleague, the
Mis
president of
colegas,
the
el
council,
presidente
Alex
del
Padilla, and
Consejo,
all
Alex
of the
Padilla,
colleagues
todos
here
los
today,
colegas hoy aquí,
say to this
dicen a
city,
esta ciudad,
this state, and
el
this
Estado
country
y este país,
that we're here to
estamos
proudly
aquí para
support
soportar
this immigrant freedom ride,
este
to bring the
derecho
attention
civil,
of
para traer la
America
atención de
to the plight
América,
of the immigrant,
para
to bring the attention of this great
para esta
nation to
gran
the
nación, la
contributions
contribución
of the immigrants to
de los
this nation.
inmigrantes de esta nación.
When we,
Cuando
as we did
nosotros, como lo
yesterday,
hicimos ayer,
memorialize September
memorializamos
11th,
septiembre
as we
11,
think
cuando
about that tragedy,
pensamos en esa
we think
tragedia,
about all of the
pensamos
names
todos
of
los
the people
nombres de la gente
who died
que
on that
murieron
day
ese
of
día
infamy.
de enfermedad.
Many of them
Muchos de ellos
represented the
representaron
kaleidoscope
el
of cultures and
kaleidoscope
ethnicities
de
that make
etnicidades
America
que hacen
strong
América.
and great. And so today as a
Entonces,
council, we
Consejo,
stand together,
estamos aquí.
we say that we stand with
Decimos
the
que estamos
immigrants.
ahí con los
I have
inmigrantes.
agreed
Yo he estado de
to
acuerdo
join this
en
freedom
estar
ride, to
junto de
begin
derecho
the
para
freedom ride
empezar
from Los
desde
Angeles,
Los Ángeles
to end up
para terminar
in Washington,
en
to
Washington,
go to the
para
Congress
ir
and the
al
halls
Congreso y a los
of the power of
pasillos
this
del
country
poder
and
de este
say
país
that
y
it's
decir
time
que
to
es tiempo
acknowledge
de
that we've
reconocer
not
que no
opened our arms
abramos
up in the
nuestras
way that
armas
Mother
en
Liberty
homenaje a la Madre
intended
Libertad lo intentó
to the immigrants of
para
this
los
country.
inmigrantes de este
We
país.
ask for
Pedimos
family reunification.
reunificación
We
de
ask for
familia,
family
pedimos
preservation.
salvación de
We
la
ask
familia,
to
pedimos
support
que
the idea
soportemos
that
la idea de
immigrants
que los
in the
inmigrantes
workplace have the
el
same
lugar tenemos
rights
los
and
derechos
should have
y
the same
deben de tener
working
las mismas
conditions that the
condiciones
rest
de
of
trabajo
us.
que el
And
resto de
most
nosotros, y que
importantly,
más
we
importante,
ask
que
to
pedimos
celebrate
que
what made this
celebremos lo que
country
hizo este
great
país
and why
maravilloso y
we as
porque
Americans are
como
proud
americanos
that we
estamos
come from
orgullosos que
every corner
venimos
of
de
the
todas las
earth.
esquinas
I'm
del mundo.
proud
Estoy
to
orgulloso
be here
estar aquí
with my sister,
con mi hermana.
who I've known for
He conocido
3
por
decades,
3
María Elena
décadas,
Durazo,
María Elena
who would like
Durazo,
to
que
say
me
a
gustaría
few
decir
words.
algunas palabras.
Members of the City
Miembros del
Council,
Consejo
we
de Elección,
absolutely
nosotros
thank you
absolutamente le
for
damos
your
las
courage
gracias por su
because,
coraje porque
unfortunately,
desafortunadamente
that ugly head of
cabeza
racism
de
and
racismo y
anti-immigrant is
anti-inmigrantes
starting to come
empezando
back
a
again.
regresar otra
And
vez.
it is more
Y es
important
más
now than
importante
ever
ahora que nunca
that the City
que el
Council, the
Consejo de
leaders of
Elección, los
Los
líderes de
Angeles
Los
and other
Ángeles y
cities
otras
say,
ciudades
we
digan,
will not
nosotros vamos a
tolerate that
tolerar
any
eso
longer.
más.
And we thank you
Le
for
damos
being
las
with
gracias
us.
por estar
I
con
just want to
nosotros,
acknowledge
más quería
some of
reconocer a
the people
people who are going on the ride, and one of them is a student to deliver a very important message to Congress.
How you guys doing? My name is Jorge Valles. I come from Mission College. I myself is an immigrant. I came from Mexico City in 1989, and I've struggled every moment of my life to keep that
para dar ese
freedom that I fought for and I keep fighting for. And I'm really grateful to be around with you guys and
libertad.
that you
Estoy
guys
muy
are
orgulloso que sean
backing us up in this freedom
están
reign.
soportando en este derecho
Kind
a
of
la
speechless. I'm in front of you
libertad.
guys, very nervous.
Estoy muy nervioso.
And I gotta tell
Y
you guys,
tengo
I'm
que
very,
decirles,
very
estoy muy,
grateful for
muy
your
agradecido.
donations
Las
and your moral
donaciones y el
support.
soporte moral.
And all those speeches that you guys give is like what I feel
oratorios
from
que
my
ustedes
heart. I have no speech in front of me, but I'm talking to you guys from
estoy
my
hablando
heart.
del corazón.
And thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
So there will be, we want to encourage and make sure that you all are there and that you help to get others there from your districts. Saturday, September 20th, when 140 Freedom Riders from Los Angeles will be leaving, and there will be a rally to send them off and to say Los Angeles backs you up. And when you travel across this country, whether it be Shelbyville, Kentucky, or Wilson, North Carolina, or Washington, D.C., this nation, Los Angeles supports you. So please be there, Los Angeles City Hall, 10 o'clock Saturday morning. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge that there are members of other cities, the city of Compton, the city of Commerce, and the city of West Hollywood, who passed resolutions. Barbara, you want to just bring that up? Or can you just bring that up real quick? The city of San
La ciudad de San
Fernando.
Fernando.
I just asked for a
Nomás
couple
que
of minutes
pedir
of
un
your
par de minutos
indulgence.
de su
I'd like
indulgencia. Me
to just say
gustaría
that this is
decir que
very
esto
near and
es
dear to
muy...
my heart. I come from
Porque nací
grandparents that
vengo
were
de
brought
abuelos
to
que
the state
fueron
of
traídos
Arizona
del estado
prior
de
to it being
Arizona
a
antes de
state.
ser
From
estado.
Mexico, they
De
were
México
Indians.
ellos
Well,
eran
they needed
indígenas,
bodies to
necesitaban
become a
cuerpos
state.
para ser
And my
estado.
family,
Mi
my father
familia,
was
mi
never
padre
allowed
nunca
to,
se le
never lived
dejó,
in a home, was
nunca vio en casa.
moved from mine to mine to work,
Vivía de mina a
and
mina a trabajar.
bought his first
Y
piece
su
of
primer
property in the city
propiedad
of
en la
Commerce
ciudad
where
de
I grew
Commerce
up.
donde yo
So this is very near and
crecí.
dear.
Eso es
My father
eso
lived and
mi
died
padre vivió y
fighting for
murió
civil rights and
peleando
human
derechos de
rights, and I'm
civiles y
very
humanos.
proud to be
Estoy muy
part of
orgulloso de
this
ser parte de
movement.
este
And I thank
movimiento y
you and
les doy
support
gracias
you. The
por
city
todo
of
esto.
Commerce gives you all the support. Thank you.
And I want to tell you that your resolution, the resolution of Compton, San Fernando, West Hollywood, Commerce, and when you approve the resolution from Los Angeles, we're going to hand-deliver these and show them across the country that Los Angeles County stands on the side of immigrants and to treat all people fairly. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Let me recognize Councilmember Perry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to say thank you to Maria Elena and all the people here assembled today, and to say that I was pleased to be supportive of this, not only in word but in deed, and to make sure that the logistics were put together and that the ride commences peacefully and in an organized manner, and that you all know how much we support you, because you're out there fighting for all our families. So thank you, and Godspeed.
Mr. Cardenas.
Señor Cárdenas,
I support this resolution, and I'd like to say a few words of what it means to me and many people throughout this great country. Immigrants. My father, first here in this country as a migrant farm worker, who picked the food so that we could eat it. Then he became a laborer to build the roads and bridges and buildings that we now work and live in. Then a gardener, beautifying the landscape of this beautiful community. My mother raised 11 children. Andres and Maria Cardenas has 11 children, and she still found the time to change the diapers and care for the children of our neighbors. Please consider Miguel, Maria Elena, the leaders of this march. Please consider dedicating this immigrant workers' freedom ride to the millions of men and women who have given so much to this country that haven't been able to live and who are now gone, like my parents. They weren't able to live to see the dreams that this immigrant workers' freedom ride is going to press on. They endured injustice,
injusticias,
they endured inequities,
igualdades,
and they endured a lack of dignity and respect toward them, but they never
pero
complained.
nunca se quejaron.
Don't let
No
another
dejen que otro
week,
semana,
month,
mes,
year,
año,
decade, or lifetime pass
vida
before
pase
this country
antes de que este
proves
país
that it is
vea que
great
es
and it is willing
maravilloso y
to
está dispuesto
treat every
a
single
tratar
person
todas
in this
las personas
country equally, as we all
igualmente como
dream
todos
that this
soñamos
country
que este
will become. This immigrant workers' freedom ride is about as American as anything
americano como
this
cualquier
country
este
could
país
ever endure.
podría
And I hope and pray that
y
you are
espero que
welcome
esta
across this
venida de este
country
país
and on your final destination, and that we see true
veamos
laws passed in Washington,
leyes que
D.C.
pasen en Washington DC
for the dignity and
por la
respect
dignidad y
of everyone
respeto de
who
todos
contributes
que
so much
contribuyen tanto
to this wonderful, great, prosperous
maravilloso
country of ours.
país
Thank you for this,
nosotros gracias
for
por
enduring this, thank you for
endurar esto,
embarking on
gracias
this,
por
and
poner
thank you
esto.
so much
Muchas
for
gracias
your
por
leadership,
su liderazgo,
to the workers
por los
and the people
trabajadores
who
y
have
la
organized
gente que
this.
ha
Thank you.
organizado. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Reyes.
Señor Reyes.
I stand shoulder to shoulder
Estoy
with my
de hombro a hombro
colleagues.
con mis colegas.
For me, it's
Para mí es
great to hear colleagues,
maravilloso oír
council
colegas, miembros
members,
del concilio,
who are beginning to show, beginning to articulate
articular
what has happened to our
lo que ha
parents,
pasado a nuestros
what has
padres,
happened to our
lo que
neighbors,
pasó a los
what has
vecinos,
happened to
lo
our
que pasó en
communities.
nuestras comunidades.
That voice has been
Esa
silent
voz
too
se ha
long.
silenciado mucho tiempo.
And listening
Y
to the echoes
de los
of our
ecos
leaders
de
of the
nuestros líderes
60s,
de los 60s.
there were very real
Muchos
human
real
issues at that
humanos,
time.
cuestiones
And those human
humanas,
issues still
esas
exist
cuestiones
today.
humanas todavía existen hoy.
And to be in this
Y para estar
position,
en
to
esta
have this
posición, tener esta
opportunity to
oportunidad,
stand at this
de hablar
microphone,
en este micrófono,
it is because of the
es por el
sacrifices that were made
sacrificio que se
by
hicieron
many
por
people
mucha
in the
gente,
civil rights
el
movement, immigrant
movimiento
workers
civil,
movement.
derechos mujeres.
It's for that
Y
reason
por
that
esa
I feel
razón que yo
proud to be
siento
here.
orgulloso de estar aquí.
But just as important
Pero esto
is the fact that
es
we
el
as
hecho de
immigrants,
como
we reflect
inmigrantes
the world
reflejamos
economy.
la economía del mundo.
If this
Y
country
si este
is
país
ever going to reach
va a
that
llegar
level where
a
we're
este
going to be able
nivel,
to
pero
pull
vamos a
up
poder
the
llegar
rest of the
el
countries,
resto del país.
the city of LA
En la ciudad de Los
has the primary role because we reflect the world. We reflect the world economy. We reflect our international relationships, our ability to build up the countries in South America, Indonesia, Africa, India, Asia.
Asia,
It's here.
está aquí.
And we've said this
Y
time and
hemos
time
dicho
again.
una y otra vez,
Every city,
cada ciudad,
every big city in
cada
this world
ciudad
has
en
the
este
second
país
greatest
tiene segundo
population of Los
población en
Angeles.
Los Ángeles.
So I want to thank
Entonces quiero dar
the labor
las
leaders for their effort. I want to thank you, those of you who are traveling that
que están
bus,
viajando en ese
to
camión
give this
para darle esta
demonstration,
demostración
the symbolic gesture,
de gesto
how
simbólico que
important the
también
contribution of
la
immigrants
contribución de
is.
inmigrantes.
It's painful to
Es
see
doloroso ver
our young people
nuestra gente joven
getting A's,
agarrar
studying hard, carrying two jobs,
llevan
and coming to
trabajo
a
al
ceiling because they're an
servicio
immigrant.
techo por ser
They can't go to
inmigrantes, no
college, they
pueden ir
can't go to
al
junior
colegio, no pueden ir
college.
al
So
junior
what
college.
are their options?
Entonces, ¿cuáles son sus
We need to
opciones?
send a message. We
Estamos
need to change those
mandando
policies.
mensajes con
And
estas
thank God we have state
policías.
officials
Gracias
that
a
are
Dios
doing
que
just that.
oficiales que están haciendo eso.
So,
Entonces,
in summary, I just want
de
to say
alguna
thank
manera
you.
quiero dar las gracias.
Hopefully, the
Esperemos
symbolism,
el simbolismo,
the effort you are
el esfuerzo que están
demonstrating
demostrando
will be a role
va a
model
ser
for
un
those to
modelo
come behind
para
us.
venir atrás de
The struggle
nosotros.
doesn't end
Eso
here.
no termina aquí.
It begins now, and we will
Empieza
continue
ahora,
it.
vamos a
Thank you.
continuar. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Gracias, señor Reyes.
We recognize Mr.
Reconocemos al
Parks.
señor Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias,
I also
señor
rise
presidente. Yo también
in support
levanto
of
en
this
soportar esta
motion,
resolución,
and particularly with
particularmente
Mr.
con el señor
Farrell,
Farrell,
prior councilman for the 8th
concejal
District
por
and
el
one of the
octavo
original
distrito de los
Freedom Riders
originales
who's here today, and Mr. Singleton,
y el señor
who
Singleton,
also
que también
was part of
fue
that
parte de
historic
ese
event.
evento histórico.
But I think it is so
Yo creo
important,
que es tan
and as
importante
we worked
y
on some
comenzamos
things
a
in our
trabajar en las
office,
cosas en
that
nuestra
we
oficina
recently honored the 40th
recientemente
year
honoramos
of
el
Martin
40
Luther King's
años
speech.
de Martin Luther
If
King.
you read his speech
Si
today,
leen su
and you took out the word
oratorio
Negro and
y
put
quitan negro y
immigrant,
ponen
you would have
inmigrante
almost
antes
the
de acá
identical
set of
idénticos
circumstances.
de
And I think it is
circunstancias.
so
Yo creo
important
que es
that
tan
as we as a
importante como
city and
nosotros como ciudad de
individuals
individuos
look to the future,
veamos al futuro,
that we cannot
que
think
nosotros
and
podamos
believe
pensar
that
y
human
creer
rights
que los derechos
is
humanos
available or
está disponible
that we cherish them
y
unless
que
everyone has
los
access
apreciamos
to
a
them.
todos en acceso
As I
a eso.
mentioned in the news conference
En la
earlier,
conferencia de la
we've seen
hemos visto
this process
este
and this progress
proceso y
made,
este progreso
and as we
hecho y
thought
como
that we
pensamos que
were able
nosotros
recently to
podemos
get SB
recientemente
60 passed, and everyone would understand the rationale. We see immediately that those who have found a way to want to roll back that progress because of what they believe is a perceived danger to the country. We also see with the consular cards that, again, a perceived danger to the country. But what's unfortunate about what we're living through is that so many people only think about immigration when they look to the south. They do not think about the immigration of others in this country. If this is something in which we think about immigration rights, it's rights for everyone. And I believe that as these our community
son
gets on those
comunidades en
buses
sus
and go to
camiones
the east
y van al
and
este
sends that
y
message from
mandan
the
ese
second
mensaje
largest
para
city
el de
in the
toda la
United
ciudad de los
States that
Estados
hopefully the president and the
Esperemos el
federal
presidente y
government
el
is
gobierno
listening,
federal que está
that this is
oyendo
something
que esto
that
es
has
algo
gone
que
well
pasó
beyond
más
time
allá
to
del
change.
tiempo para cambiar.
I would just like to
Me
pick
gustaría
out a couple of
hacer un par
phrases
de
from Martin Luther
frases
King's speech
de
just
Orlando
to
de
show you
para
that
enseñar
it is as relevant
que es tan
40 years
relevante
ago
hace
as it is
40 años como
today.
es hoy.
When he says
Cuando se
that
dice que
now is the time to raise
tiempo
above
para
the dark and
levantarnos arriba
desolate
de desolados
valleys
valles
of
oscuros de
segregation to the
segregación,
sunlit path of
el
racial
camino de
justice.
luz de
Another
justicia y
comment,
otro
there will be
comentario,
neither
no va a
rest
haber
nor
ni tranquilidad
tranquility in
ni
America
descanso
until
en
the Negro
América
is
hasta el
granted
negro se le dé
citizenship rights.
derechos
We
ciudadanos,
cannot
no
walk
podemos
alone.
caminar solos.
Let us not
Que
wallow in
no,
the valley of
wallow de
despair. And as we all
desesperación. Y como
remember this
todos
speech, the
recordamos esta
last
historia,
phrase,
la última frase,
when we let
cuando
freedom reign,
dejamos la
we will let
libertad,
it
dejamos la
reign for every village, for
para
every
todo
hamlet,
para
for
todo
every
hamlet,
state,
para
and
todo
every
estado
city.
y todas
We'll
las
be able to
ciudades que
speed up
podamos
that day
aumentar
when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and
protestantes y
Catholics, we will
católicos
join
podamos
hands
estar
and sing in the
agarrando mano y
words of the
cantar
old
las
Negro
palabras
spiritual,
de espiritual
free at
Gabriel,
last. And I think this is something
yo creo que es
that
esto
also
que todo bien
reflects where we are
refleja donde
today,
estamos hoy,
that we will have an
que vamos a
entire
tener toda
population
una
of
población de
immigrants free at
inmigrantes
last.
libres al final.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Gracias,
Let me
señor
recognize
Parks.
Councilmember Grewal.
Concejal.
Thank you, Madam President,
Gracias,
and I
Presidente. Yo
don't need to
quiero
repeat all of the,
repetir todo
I
lo
think,
que yo creo
eloquent
que
remarks from my
remarcas
colleagues
a
about
mis
how
colegas
important this
acerca
immigrant
importantes.
ride is, and I apologize I was not able to be there this morning for your press conference, but was there in spirit, and believe that this is such an important issue and one in which, as we recognized, we all are either immigrants ourselves or sons and daughters of immigrants, and that this ride is going to, I think, highlight how important immigrants are to the future of this city and the future of this nation. So I look forward to hopefully being there next Saturday to encourage that ride and that 140 people who have committed themselves. And thank Maria Elena for all of your leadership on this issue and the many people who are going to participate in that ride. Congratulations. We'll see you next Saturday. And a big highlight for immigrant rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grewal. Let me recognize to close the debate, Councilmember Padilla, and then we will vote on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Señor Presidente, yo creo que todo lo que trata de decirse se ha dicho. Pero yo estoy inspirado en este momento por este debate y discusiones que he visto y he oído tomar lugar en la Cámara en Sacramento, cuando los legisladores a veces no pueden ayudar. Y siempre hay muchos lenguajes que parecen números, pero yo también estoy para como hijo de inmigrantes. Hablamos de trabajadores inmigrantes, no es un concepto extranjero que muchos aquí en el concilio. No tenemos aquí, no fuera por inmigrantes, trabajadores inmigrantes, yo no soy excepción. Yo mi historia anterior, mis padres inmigrantes de este país, de México. Mi padre, cocinero, miembro de los empleados del hotel y restaurante de la Unión de Empleados. Mi madre limpiaba casas, trabajadores duros, siguiendo el sueño maravilloso.
For that reason and in their spirit that I want to say the following. Este es un gran día para la ciudad de Los Ángeles, tomando la posición por el obra de un voto y la obra de una inversión en esta causa. la peregrinación nacional
investment of this
apoyando a los trabajadores
supporting the
inmigrantes.
workers, immigrants.
Reconocemos que hay
We
más de
recognize that
36
there's more
millones de
than 30
inmigrantes en este
million
país.
immigrants in this
Actualmente
country.
la ciudad de Los
Right
Ángeles
now, the city of Los
tiene
Angeles
una población
has a
de más de
population
40%
40%
inmigrante
of
de
immigrants
Latinoamérica, de
Latin
México, pero
America,
de
of Mexico,
todas áreas del
from all
mundo.
areas of the world.
Los asuntos que
The
afectan
businesses
a
that
los
affect
trabajadores
the
inmigrantes,
workers, immigrant
asuntos de
workers, is
pobreza, asuntos de
things about
discriminación y
discrimination,
abuso,
poverty, abuse,
discriminación
discrimination
en el lugar de
in
empleo.
the place of work.
También las dificultades
Also, there are
en obtener la
difficulties in
ciudadanía.
obtaining the citizenship.
Estos asuntos nos
This
afectan a
business
todos,
affect us all
porque todos
because
somos
all of
miembros
us were
de una
members of a
comunidad.
community.
Y apoyar esta
And support
causa
this cause,
es apoyar
it
el
support
esfuerzo de obtener, proteger y
effort in
defender
protect
los
and
derechos
defend
de
the
los
rights of the
inmigrantes,
immigrants.
de reconocer y
Recognize
respetar
and to
las
respect the
contribuciones de los
contributions
inmigrantes
of
que
the
han
immigrants
construido
that have constructed
esta ciudad
this
y este
city
país.
and this country.
Y bien sabemos que
And
van
we
a
all know that they
mantener
are
y
going to
mantener
maintain
fuertes
and
a
maintain
nuestra
strongly
ciudad y a
our
este
city and
país,
this country.
de lo que contribuyen
The ones that contribute
económicamente,
economically,
de lo que contribuyen
what
a
they
nuestra
contribute
sociedad, de
to
lo
our
que
society, what
contribuyen
they
con su
contribute
inversión de tener a
with the
sus hijos aquí en
investment
este
in the
país,
city, in this country,
buscando el sueño
looking for the
americano.
American
Y
dream.
es nuestro deber,
And it's our
como gobierno y como sociedad, mantener el sueño americano como un sueño que se
Obligation como
puede
la dream
realizar
that can be.
gracias
Thank you.
a la fuerza
To the
de los inmigrantes, gracias a su
Thanks
trabajo,
to their work,
a su fe
to their faith,
y a su lucha
and to their fight
para poder
to be able
renovar el enfoque a nivel nacional
focus
estos asuntos.
national
Porque
level these
también
businesses because
que tratemos a los
we will-
inmigrantes es respetándonos a nosotros
how
mismos.
well we treat
Me da
our
mucho gusto
immigrants is
recibirlos
respecting ourselves is very
en este ayuntamiento y me da mucho gusto
and I'm very happy
votar
to
en favor
vote
de
in
esta
favor of
resolución.
this resolution.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Mr.
That now
Padilla.
closes our discussion on the matter. Members, we have item 21 before us, which is the motion to have the city put itself in position of support of the federal legislative program for immigrant workers' freedom ride and the goals that it is pursuing. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Ahora la lista.
Close the roll.
Ciérrese la lista.
Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Entonces,
That matter is
el asunto
unanimously
está
approved. We will
unánimemente
send it
aprobado. Vamos a
forthwith.
mandarlo para adelante.
Thank you for those who are here.
It can be done. It can be done.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Members, I think we are
Miembros, creo
going
que
to
vamos
have a
a tener
special
una especial
presentation now
atención
on behalf of the
como
mayor.
parte del alcalde.
If the mayor is coming forward. Where's Tracy? Let me recognize Mayor Jim Hahn.
Good morning to our city attorney, Rocky Del Cadillo, Council President Alex Padilla, members of the City Council, Mayor of San Salvador, Carlos Zamora, everyone who was out here to celebrate this joyous occasion. Buenos dias. It's my honor to officially declare September 12th through October 15, 2003 as Latino Heritage Month in the city of Los Angeles. And complying with the resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles passed in 1850 that communications of the City Council be in English and in Spanish. We have the resolution in both. I might read part of it in English. We know that 38 million Americans are Latinos of Hispanic heritage, representing 13% of our nation's population, representing, according to the latest estimates, 49.99% of the City of Los Angeles population, but I don't think they checked the maternity wards this morning. So I think we're right at 50%, and whereas El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles was founded in 1781 by our pioneering and entrepreneur Hispanic settlers, and whereas in the year 2000, we know that 12% of Latino population in America resides in the greater Los Angeles area, making it the #1 ranked Latino county in the nation, the #2 ranked Latino county in the world. And as I said before, 49.99% of our population is comprised by Latinos. We know that the city is one that has always honored its Latino heritage and always will. Ahora, por lo tanto, yo, James K. Hahn, or Jaime Hahn, today, alcalde de la ciudad de Los Ángeles, en nombre de sus residentes, a través de la presente, declaro el mes del 12 de septiembre al 15 de octubre 2003 como el mes de la herencia hispana. I certainly want to thank our great City Department of Cultural Affairs, Margie Reese, and everybody there, of course, all the people from our office, the mayor's office, and the council office who are producing this wonderful calendar of events for Latino Heritage Month festivities. And I want to encourage everyone who watches this on Channel 35 to visit our website, www.latinoslacity.org, for more information about all the great events that we're going to have. Obviously, we're looking forward to El Grito on Monday night. We hope the public will come down and join us for that. And on the closing day of ceremonies, we hope everybody comes out to great Hollywood, Councilman Garcetti and Councilman LaBange for a special event there, our closing ceremonies with Juan Gabriel. Now I'd like to turn it over to our great city attorney, Rocky Delgadillo.
Gracias, Jaime, for that introduction. It's like get to call him, yeah, another. Certainly, it's a pleasure to be here. It's an exciting day to proclaim Latino Heritage Month. You know, this city, as the mayor pointed out in terms of numbers, is the greatest Latino city in America, and from my perspective, the greatest Latino city in the world. So it's exciting for me to be here, growing and vital Latino culture that is the city of Los Angeles. We're growing in numbers, up to 50%, I guess, is the official number. But also, even on our own elected body here, we've never had as many Latino electeds as we do today in the city of Los Angeles. Our culture is beautiful, our culture is complex, and our culture is strong. I'm excited to be here to participate in the proclamation of Latino Heritage Month, and I look forward to sharing with the rest of the city what is a vital culture here in Los Angeles. But I hope we celebrate this culture not only during this month, but we celebrate it every day of the year, because it is a beautiful culture and it is part of what Los Angeles is. So I thank you all for kicking off the month and being a part of this great celebration. I'd just like to give a few comments en español. Es para mí un gran honor estar aquí en este evento tan significativo. Esta proclamación es una ocasión en la que celebramos nuestra herencia latina y eso me llena de orgullo. Los Ángeles es una ciudad en donde nuestra cultura se hace presente en una forma muy especial. Nuestra herencia es fuerte, vasta y muy bella. Celebremos el mes de la herencia latina con espíritu de diversidad y entusiasmo. todos son bienvenidos a esta celebración. Gracias.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney, colleagues and members of the public. It's really a joyous occasion to be here as we launch and kick off Latino Heritage Month in the city of Los Angeles. Y como nos dijo Rocky Delgadillo, es un gran orgullo estar aquí en el comienzo de esta gran celebración conocida como el Mes de la Herencia Latina en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Quisiera comenzar con invitándolos a todos a compartir la ceremonia del grito que se lleva a cabo cada año aquí en el centro de Los Ángeles. Este año tenemos el gran placer de dar la bienvenida a Pepe Aguilar. Esto es nuestro talento ofrecido al público para gozar sin cobrar. Todos están bienvenidos este lunes, el 15 de septiembre. Colleagues, want to invite everybody to one of the biggest events during Latino Heritage Month, and that is the annual celebration of El Grito, the celebration of Mexican independence in the city of Los Angeles. It's going to take place this Monday, September 15th, on the Central City Hall, and this year the event gets bigger and bigger and better every year. We're pleased to announce, as a special guest, we'll have performing Pepe Aguilar, not only an internationally but world-renowned singer from Mexico. Every year we talk about celebrating Latino Heritage Month and recognizing, paying respect, and really appreciating the contributions of Latinos to the city of Los Angeles, to our culture, to our history, and to that of the United States as a whole. But I think as the debate that preceded this presentation shows us that it's not just about recognizing the past, it's not just about remembering our history, but it's capturing that spirit and applying that same respect, that same appreciation, that same acknowledgement to struggles that exist today in the city of Los Angeles. Latinos in various circles, in the public sector, the private sector, through community groups, through religious organizations, and even through organized labor, or especially through organized labor, continue to advocate for the best interest of the Latino community and America as a whole, but to continue to play leadership roles in these civic discussions that affect the entire city of Los Angeles and the entire United States. Cada año nos reunimos para celebrar el mes de la herencia latina. Y cada año escuchamos lo que es reconocer y apreciar la historia, las contribuciones históricas de la comunidad latina a nuestra ciudad, a nuestro país, contribuciones a nuestra economía, contribuciones culturales, económicos. Pero como escuchamos en el discurso de un asunto antes de esta presentación, no solo es cuestión de reconocer el pasado, sino preguntarnos qué estamos contribuyendo hoy, actualmente, cómo estamos contribuyendo a esta ciudad y a este país. Vemos cada día más y más liderazgo, más y más representación en el sector público, en el sector privado, con organizaciones comunitarias y especialmente con los sindicatos laborales. Es ese espíritu que debemos mantener y celebrar este mes y durante todo el año. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very, very much. And let me introduce my council colleagues who also share a few words. Councilmember Ed Reyes, Eric Garcetti, Antonio Villaraigosa, and Tony Cárdenas.
Thank you, sir. I want to take my time to make a very special presentation. Members, this is Latino Heritage Month, and as such, we have an array of events going on throughout the course of the next few weeks. This Sunday, September 14th, we'll be celebrating the 19th Annual Central American Independence Parade here in Los Angeles. This parade has been a historical celebration that started 19 years ago as a committee cry for peace at a time when Central America was torn by wars and foreign interventions. Today, the parade is a manifestation of the cultural pride and human values of the brave Central American people and is organized by COFECA. Comité de Festejos de Centroamérica. This morning,
Esta mañana
it is indeed my honor
es mi honor
and privilege to introduce this year's Grand Marshal of the Central American Independence Parade. I'm certain many of you will recognize him, particularly you boxing fans, three-time WBC champion, Alexis Arguello. Mr. Arguello hails from the land of lakes and volcanoes, from the land of poet Rubén Dario and Augusto César Sandino. Of course, I'm speaking of the beloved country of Nicaragua. Mr. Arguello won his first crown from the World Boxing Association November 23, 1974, here in Los Angeles. His second championship from the World Boxing Council on January 28, 1978 in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and his third championship also with the Boxing Council on January 20th, 1981 in London, England. Mr. Arguello will be the Grand Marshal of the Central American Independence Parade in Los Angeles this Sunday, September 14th. Welcome, Mr. Arguello. Thank you for being with us today, and welcome. Bienvenido to City Los Angeles. Más brevemente español. Gracias a todos. Y nomás quiero tomar este tiempo para darles gracias a mis padres, que son inmigrantes, que han sacrificado tanto. Estamos aquí juntos, como familia, celebrando una cultura tan bella y tan preciosa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Gracias Eduardo y Piedra y Alejandro y Jaime. Es un gran honor estar aquí con ustedes, especialmente los bomberos aquí, que representan a todos los empleados latinos en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. I was saying it's a great honor to be here with everybody, and especially with the firefighters behind us who represent all of the Latino employees of the city of Los Angeles who make this city work. Let's give them a hand as we celebrate Latino Heritage Month as well this year. También es un gran honor celebrar este mes con un gran amigo de Los Ángeles, el alcalde de San Salvador, alcalde Zamora. Gracias a venir a nuestra ciudad. We also have the mayor of San Salvador here with us, who's a great friend, and as we move towards increasing friendship between our cities, I know Council Members Villaraigosa and I went down to San Salvador and were able to celebrate and lay some of the groundwork for the good work of Mayor Han for a sister city relationship with San Salvador, and we're very much looking forward to that. I'll be very brief. As I always say this time each year, the story of Los Angeles is a Latino story, but it includes all the faces in this room. Los pobladores were white and black and brown and Asian, just like the city of Los Angeles today. They all just happen to speak Spanish. And the Latino celebration that we are embarking on this month is a celebration of world culture. It's a celebration of every race, celebration of men and women, young and old. It's a celebration of this entire city and the contributions that have been made by folks who just happen to speak Spanish. It means a lot to me too, because I share that same story with so many Latino residents of Los Angeles. When my grandparents came here from Mexico, came straight to Los Angeles and settled here in Boyle Heights. And they had that, what our Lieutenant Governor calls radical Latino agenda of just safe streets, secure neighborhoods, good schools, and good jobs. And that's what we celebrate here today, is the progress that we've all made together as one single city. We invite everybody in this city to celebrate with us. Thank you to the mayor for their good, great hard work on this as well. And adelante. Gracias.
Let me just say how proud I am to stand here with our council president, Alex Padilla, Rocky Delgadillo, our city attorney with Eric Garcetti, Ed Reyes, and Tony Cardenas. In many ways, as all of the speakers have said, today is not just a Latino launch, if you will, of Latino Heritage Month. It really is an opportunity for all of us to celebrate the diversity that's made the city great. As Eric said so well, that those 44 pobladores were African, almost half of them. Half of them African. European, Indian, mestizo, a mix. And in many ways, over those 222 years,
A lot has
Yo
changed,
creo
but a
mucho ha
lot
cambiado,
hasn't.
pero mucho
We're
no.
still
Todavía estamos
African and
africanos,
Asian and
asiáticos,
Indian and
indios y
European.
europeos.
And what we have in
Y lo que
common
no nos
is
en
that we
común es
came
que
here
nosotros venimos
to
aquí,
this great city,
a esta gran
the
ciudad,
city of the
en la
angels.
ciudad de Los
And so
Ángeles.
every one
Y
of you, as you
todos
think
nosotros, como ustedes
about
piensan acerca de
Latino Heritage Month,
herencia latina,
feel included.
piensen
Feel a
incluidos,
part of this
sienten
great
parte
month,
de este gran
just as we
mes.
feel
Todos
a part of the
consentimos
African
aparte de
American
los
community, a part of
como
all of the
parte de todas las
communities that make
comunidades
up
que
the
hacen
city.
esta ciudad.
At a time in LA and
En Los
throughout the
Ángeles,
state
el estado,
when we still have to
cuando
bring
todavía tenemos que
attention
traer
to the
atención
plight of the immigrants, to the contributions of the immigrants.
los
Let's celebrate what we have in
energía de
common.
los
Let's celebrate what we all contribute. Let's judge
Vamos a
one another
juzgar
by
a
the
uno a otro
content
por
of
el
our
contento de
character,
nuestro
not the
carácter,
color of
no
our
el color de
skin,
nuestra
not
piel, no
the
el
accent, not how
acento, no
recently
como
we got
recientemente
here.
llegamos
And
aquí.
if we can do
Y
that,
si podemos
this
hacer
Latino
esto,
Heritage
herencia
Month
latina,
can be
mes
that
puede ser esa
opportunity
oportunidad
for all of us
para todos
to
nosotros
celebrate what
para
we have in
celebrar lo que
common.
tenemos en
Thank you so
común.
much,
Gracias,
Mr.
señor
Mayor,
alcalde,
Mr. Council
señor
President, to all of you
consejero, todos ustedes
for
por
helping to launch this
ayudarnos a
wonderful
mandar
month.
este gran mes.
Take a brief moment to thank all the staff and all the good people who make this Latino Heritage Month so successful every single year. It's an opportunity for us to highlight how wonderful this great city is, and in this case we're doing it in two languages, but more importantly, we're actually showing how competent this city is and how tolerant this city is and how progressive this city is, and saying welcome all, we treat everybody equally and with pride and with respect. That's what Latino Heritage Month means to me. I don't need to wait for Latino Heritage Month to hear Spanish music or eat enchiladas and things of that nature. I grew up all my life doing that, and I hope I never stop. But one of the things that this means to me, it reminds me of the days when we didn't exactly celebrate diversity the way we're doing here today. And when you look at Latino Heritage Month in Los Angeles, with the lack of negative incidents, when you look at the Latino Heritage Month, bringing such talent to the city of Los Angeles and taking the opportunity to do wonderful things with it. My mother and father are not here anymore, but our family put together a scholarship fund. They gave out $80,000 in scholarships, and we made it our purpose to make sure that one of our fundraisers is in Latino Heritage Month in the San Fernando Valley, celebrating the music of El Mariachi and making sure that we highlight children every single time. It's a fundraiser, yet at the same time, it's a fundraiser. It's an opportunity to enjoy ourselves and to relish the culture and the heritage of El Mexicano, of El Latino, and it's a wonderful opportunity to see Los Angeles do this every single day for an entire month, and then to remind people that it's wonderful to see somebody next to you that doesn't have the same color of your skin, to be in a restaurant and hear somebody speak a different language, to speak a different language, and to admire it and to appreciate it, not to be offended or bothered by it. So that's what Latino Heritage Month means to me. So thank you to all of you who make this possible, Mayor, Council President, and all the wonderful people who put a lot of hard work into making it successful. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Senor Alcalde Jaime actually had to leave for another event, and it's unfortunate to attend a funeral. So he's asked me to take over for the rest of the ceremony. Just want to make some, recognize some people and make some, give out some proclamations. First, I am pleased that the mayor of San Salvador, Carlos Zamora, is here today. He has played a vital role in working to create a sister city program between Los Angeles and San Salvador. I would like to come up and just say a few words about our relationship. It's an honor for us to have him here today, and I'm thankful that he has come to the council chambers to say a few words. Mayor Zamora, gracias.
Señor presidente del concilio,
Mr. President of the Council,
miembros y miembros del consejo,
members of the Council,
para mí en mi calidad de alcalde de la ciudad de San Salvador, El Salvador,
for me, being as mayor of the El Salvador, San Salvador,
es un verdadero honor
it's a true honor
poder estar ante ustedes precisamente en este momento en que hay dos declaraciones importantes.
To be in front of you, especially at this moment, there are two special presentations.
Una de ellas es precisamente el apoyo a los inmigrantes en este gran país.
One of them is the great support to the immigrants in this great country.
La segunda de ellas es el comenzar el primer día de la celebración de la historia latinoamericana en esta ciudad.
The second one is commencing the first day of the history of the Latin history in the American country.
Y una tercera es la intención importante de nuestras ciudades de poder suscribir en el futuro un convenio de hermanamiento.
And the third one is a convenient support of the sisterhood of the two cities.
Lo que recibo con mucho aprecio, porque déjenme contarles
What I receive with a great appreciation, because let me tell you
que en esta ciudad
that in this city,
ustedes han recibido con mucho aprecio y cariño a más o menos 900,000 salvadoreños.
because you have received with great appreciation 90,000 Salvadorians.
Y nuestra capital apenas tiene 600,000 habitantes.
And our capital only has 60,000 citizens.
Si habláramos por población,
900,000.
600,000.
600,000.
Si estuviésemos hablando de poblaciones, esta sería nuestra primer capital.
If we were talking about population, this would be our capital.
Por lo tanto, apreciamos mucho la oportunidad que nos dan de poder hermanarnos, porque de esa manera verdaderamente podremos tener una relación íntima entre ustedes y nosotros, haciendo esa transferencia cultural que nos hace comunes.
This way we could become sisterhoods and two countries that could be two sisters.
Por lo tanto, agradezco y aprecio la oportunidad que se me ha dado. Muchas
So I
gracias.
appreciate the opportunity that is given to me. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Presidente.
Gracias, señor alcalde Zamora. Today would not have been possible but for the great sponsors who provided us funds to celebrate our culture, the great support of Daimler Chrysler, the Mayor's Circle title sponsor of Latino Heritage Month 2003. I would like to present some awards here today. First to Chris Chandler, Sil Gonzalez,
y Patricia Romero.
As a token of our gratitude, if you guys
Nuestra gratitud.
come in front.
While the pictures are being taken, let me
Mientras están
thank
tomando retos,
Mayor
también las
Hahn,
gracias
City
al alcalde
Attorney Mr.
Hahn y
Delgadillo,
al
Mr.
alcalde
Padilla,
Padilla,
Mr. Reyes, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Cardenas, and Mr. Villaraigosa for making this presentation, and all of you who are here with them, not only today, but will be here throughout the month in recognition of Latino heritage. And congratulate those and thank those who are
todos
part
que
of it.
fueron parte de eso.
I believe we have one more
Tenemos
presentation.
otra presentación. Perdón. Me gustaría tener a Dana Cross viniera a hacer unas palabras.
Thank you, and thank you to the
Gracias
City
mucho
of Los
a la
Angeles
ciudad de
for
Los
having us
Ángeles
here
por
today.
tener.
Bienvenidos y saludos a todos los latinos de la gran ciudad de California, digo, de Los Ángeles. I'm very pleased to be here to
Entonces, de
proclaim
estar aquí
Daimler
porque
Chrysler's support of Latino Heritage Month.
Latino
As a Latina,
Heritage,
I'm
como
especially
latino
thrilled
especialmente,
that the rich and diverse
la diversidad
Latin
y riqueza de
culture
la
is being
cultura latina está siendo
accepted,
aceptada.
honored,
honorada y apreciada, y también imitada por todos los gran países en el área de música, arte. Latinos también haciendo gran en educación, gobierno y la militar. Las oportunidades no siempre son eminentes, y por eso yo ofrendaba por eso usted la grupo, y negocios y seminarios por toda la comunidad latina y la ciudad de Nueva California. Nuestra meta con este programa es para dar a los latinos las herramientas para hacer sus... Como parte de Young Black Crisis, estoy honorado a presentar este cheque por $250,000 como oficial patrocinadores del mes Herencia Latina este mes.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. También me gusta reconocer los otros patrocinadores del mes contribuyeron al mes y contribuyeron a la expresión de nuestra cultura en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Wells Fargo. Representante. Delta Airlines.
Southern California Gas Company, Sempra Energy Utility, Michael Delgado. Our great Spanish language newspaper here in Los Angeles, La Opinión, Calzano. Hispanic Broadcasting Corporation. KABC.
Teresa. Univision también.
Standard Arts. Healthcare. The Garza Group. And Perfect Exposure Gallery. I also wanted to point out that our honorary chairperson for the month, Juan Gabriel, could not make it here today, but one of our other honorary chairs, my good friend Tony Plana, is here today, and I'd like to invite him just to say a couple of words. Tony?
Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much. I am here representing Latinos in the entertainment industry. I've been in the industry for 25 years, and we have, some of us have been lucky enough to make a living in this industry where 95% of our unit is unemployed. I've been fortunate to perform many dignified roles, but I've also struggled like many, and I've played every stereotype except for the pregnant teenager. I haven't played that yet, but I'm looking forward to it. But I am here to remember all those Latino artists who have struggled for generations to get fair and equal representation in our business. I still look forward to the day when that will happen. I think it's important to remember the contribution of all those artists, theatrical artists, and film artists who have not achieved that representation, but have contributed tremendously to our community. I'm also here representing our Young Voices program in East Los Angeles, sponsored by the East LA Classic Theater, which uses actors from Hollywood of all colors to improve literacy skills in disadvantaged children in 4 school districts in this county, using theater arts and actors employed to do what they do best, to improve the future lives of our children. So thank you very much for this opportunity. En español, muchas gracias por este honor. Estoy aquí representando a los artistas de Hollywood que no han sido reconocidos en muchos años aquí
y como artistas representantes de nuestra comunidad, espero ver el día donde logren oportunidades y representación igual y justa. Y también estoy representando el programa de alfabetismo que representamos en Los Ángeles, que usamos actores de todos colores para mejorar el alfabetismo y las posibilidades educativas para nuestros niños. Gracias por el honor hoy.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today,
Bienvenidos a
Tuesday,
todos,
September
bienvenidos a todos al
16th,
Consejo
2003.
Municipal. Hoy es el 16 de septiembre de 2013. El Consejo Municipal se reúne todos los martes, miércoles y viernes a las 10 de la mañana. Todo el mundo es bienvenido a visitarnos. Los miembros del público que no pueden venir al Consejo Municipal pueden vernos a través del canal 35, también vía internet, de la página internet o vía telefonía. Son las 10:15 de la mañana. Tenemos 8 miembros presentes, aún nos faltan 2 para completar un quórum, pero ya que es martes, hemos fijado un saludo a la bandera bajo el pie. Todos pónganse de pie para saludar a la bandera y el concejal Reyes hará el saludo a la bandera.
Thank you, Council President.
Gracias.
Let's all rise, put our right hand over our heart for this great flag. Pledge of allegiance to the flag,
pledge allegiance
the
to the flag
United
of the
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes and
Gracias, señor
colleagues.
Reyes,
As we're
colegas.
awaiting a quorum,
Esperamos
we do
completar
have a
el quórum.
couple of special
Tengo
presentations
varias
scheduled for today. Let's
prestaciones
begin by
especiales
recognizing
fijadas el día de hoy por
Councilmember
conocer y
Reyes.
reconocer al concejal Reyes.
Good morning, buenos días a
Buenos días a
todos.
todos.
Today is
Hoy
Mexican
es
Independence
el Día de
Day.
Independencia de México
And last
y
night, the
anoche
city got
la
together and
ciudad se
celebrated
unió y celebró
a great event.
un gran
We had el
evento
grito
con el grito de la
that was
independencia.
sponsored and
Fue
led by
patrocinado y
our
fue
Council
con
President
el
Alex
líder,
Padilla.
el
And
concejal
all of
Alex
the
Padilla y
council members
todos
that
los
participated,
concejales que
contributed, I want to thank
participaron
you.
y contribuyeron. Quiero dar las
class
gracias. Fue un evento
We had
clásico.
a tremendous support.
Tuvimos gran apoyo.
And we wonder why is it such a great event and so important for the city of Los
Queremos darnos
Angeles.
cuenta por qué fue un gran
And when you
evento y
look
tan
at the
importante en Los
coordination with the
Ángeles.
President of Mexico, President
Si
Fox,
uno
the coordination
mira
of the
la
city of
coordinación con el
LA,
presidente
we are
de
talking about a direct
México,
umbilical
Fox,
cord
es como
that
una
nourishes and connects
cuerda
two
umbilical
great
que
countries.
directamente conecta
And
a
being
todos los
that this is
países
an
grandísimos,
international
siendo que
city,
esta es una ciudad
an international
internacional,
economy,
una economía
we should
internacional.
continue to build
Debemos
up these
continuar
bridges and
construyendo
reinforce
estos
all the
puentes y
positive
así
elements
reforzar
of
todos
our
los elementos
diversity and our
positivos de nuestra
cultures.
diversidad y nuestra cultura.
And it's great to see
Y es
families
muy
there.
lindo ver
It's great
a
to
familias, es
reinforce
muy
our sense of
ver
identity, our
reforzar
sense
nuestro
of
sentido de
self-esteem,
identidad,
as we continue
de
to show our
sistema
children
propio, mientras continuamos
the pride in
mostrando a
their history and
nuestros
their culture.
hijos el orgullo en su historia y en su cultura.
And the reason that the city of LA
La
is
razón
able
por la
to
cual
pull
la ciudad de
off
Los
such
Ángeles
a grand
pudo
event
organizar eventos porque tenemos amigos los que nos ayudan para organizar esto. Y hoy me gustaría tomar un momento para públicamente dar gracias a estos amigos esta mañana. Con nosotros el día de hoy tenemos a Matt Miles,
Savon President of
Savon,
Operations
presidente de
of Southern
operaciones
California of
de
the Northern area.
área norte del sur de California, pero antes de presentarle me gustaría compartir con ustedes que
Has a great
Savon
store in Highland Park.
tiene una tienda en Highland Park, están construyendo una en Lincoln Heights y en toda nuestra ciudad han involucrado a nuestras comunidades y se han hecho socios de sociedades económicas muy grandes y son gran vecinos. Podemos mostrar las gracias por su inversión, su participación para mejorar nuestra calidad de vida. Y sin más, me gustaría presentarles al señor Matt Miles. Señor Miles.
Thank you.
Gracias, muchas
Good
gracias.
morning.
Buenos días.
With me today
Conmigo
also
el día
is
de
Ed
hoy
Little, who's Vice
es
President
Ed
of
Little,
Operations
vicepresidente
for
de
Albertsons
operaciones
Food,
para
and also
Albertsons Food
Louis
y también
Escarcega.
Luis Escarza.
Thanks for being here.
Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
On behalf of
De
Albertsons and
parte de
Save on Drugs,
Albertsons y
I'd like to
Save on
thank the
Drugs,
City
muchas
of Los
gracias a la ciudad de
Angeles
Los Ángeles
and the organizing
y
committee
al
of El
comité
Grito
organizante de El
for inviting us to
Grito
participate in this special event.
por invitarnos a
Our
participar en este
heritage
evento
of
tan
leadership
especial. Nuestra
has always
herencia de
included a
liderazgo siempre ha
strong
incluido un
focus on
fuerte
community
enfoque
involvement.
en involucración de la
It's an
comunidad.
honor and pleasure
Es
to
un honor y un gran
share the
placer
celebration
compartir la
of
celebración
the independence of Mexico
de la
with our
independencia de
Latino
México con
communities
nuestras comunidades
throughout Los
latinas en
Angeles.
todos Los Ángeles.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
you, Mr. Reyes.
Muchas gracias, señor
And,
Reyes.
thank you to
Muchas
Save on
gracias a
Albertsons.
Sevan y a Albertson.
I think they were first-time
Creo
sponsors
que
this year,
esos
and
fueron
they've
patrocinados por primera vez
asked
este
to be signed
año
up
y
for
han
next year, so we look
pedido
forward to that.
patrocinar
For our next
el evento
presentation,
del
let me
año
recognize
entrante.
Councilmember Ludlow.
Concejal Ludlow.
Good morning, colleagues.
Buenos
Thank
días,
you,
colegas.
Mr.
Muchas
President.
gracias, señor presidente.
It's an honor for me to be
Es un
here
gran honor
today
para mí estar aquí el día de
with
hoy
a great Angelino, a young man. I'm
un
going to ask you to
gran
step up here with me.
miembro de la comunidad de Los Ángeles, un
Marlon
joven.
Tolentino. Marlon Tolentino was
Marlon
born in the
Tolentino
Philippines
nació en las
and
Filipinas
is the youngest child
y
of
es
Martin
el hijo más
Tolentino
joven de
and
Martin
Dolly
Tolentino y Dolly
Welsky.
Tolentino
When
Welsky.
Marlon was a young
Cuando
man, a
Marlon
young child, his
era
family
joven,
immigrated
su
to the United
familia emigró a los
States, where
Estados
he attended
Unidos,
Los Angeles
fue
High School
a la
and
preparatoria de Los
competed
Ángeles y
in the academic
compitió
decathlon.
en el decathlon
In
de
response to the September 11th terrorist
Ángeles.
attacks on the United States,
Como respuesta al terrorista del septiembre 11, él sintió comprometerse más a su comunidad y así hacer una diferencia. Y él escogió ingresar a la Army de los Estados Unidos. Él fue enviado al desierto de Kuwait en enero de 2003 como parte de misiones de América, operaciones y de libertad.
His division led
Su
their tanks all the way from the borders of Kuwait to the
líder
capital
en los
of Iraq,
tanques desde
where they
Kuwait
captured the
a la capital
Baghdad
de Irak, donde
airport.
capturaron al
After the war
aeropuerto de
ended,
Bagdad.
Private
Después del
First Class
fin de la
Tolentino
guerra,
patrolled the streets
el
of
cabo
Baghdad, keeping
caminó
order and befriending
y
many curious
seguridad en
children
las
until his
calles
tour
de
of duty
Bagdad
ended.
y mantuvo seguridad
A resident of
sus
the 10th County
miembros
District of the City of Los
países hasta
Angeles,
que terminó la
a
guerra.
great Angelino and an example
Él es un gran
of
ejemplo, residente
how
de Distrito
immigrants have
10,
come to this
un ejemplo
country,
de la manera que los inmigrantes vienen a
great
este país,
citizens,
han
and in
llegado a
fact
ser
to put their life on the
ciudadanos
line to protect the
extraordinarios y
great United States of America. It's an honor
puesto
for me
su
to
vida
present
en
this
peligro
resolution
para
on behalf
proteger
of
a
all
los Estados
15
Unidos.
members of the
Es un
Los Angeles City
placer
Council, and I'd like
presentar
you to
a
say a couple words.
este
Marlon
joven, a los
Tolentino, thank you
miembros
so much.
del Consejo Municipal. Marlon Tolentino, es un placer tenerte aquí con nosotros.
Thank you, Councilman.
Muchas gracias,
I'm just honored to
concejal.
be
Es un
part of a great
honor
history that we were in.
haber tomado
And
parte de una gran historia.
you're welcome to be back home.
Y
Actually,
me
it's nice to
es
be
muy
home,
lindo estar de
away from the
nuevo
heat from the desert. And
en
I'd just like
casa,
to say
fuera
to
del
everybody,
desierto
please
y
continue to
del
support
calor, que
and
sobre
pray for all
todos
the
que
soldiers
continúen
overseas.
apoyando
Thank
y
you.
sus oraciones para todos los soldados en el desierto. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr.
Muchas
Ludlow.
gracias, señor
And
Ludlow.
for a brief
Y
introduction,
para
let
una
me recognize
presentación
Councilmember
breve,
Misikowski.
concejala Misikowski.
On the introduction. Okay, we'll take a pause on that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Secretario Municipal, tome lista.
Cardenas, Garcetti,
Padilla,
Grohan,
Cardenas, Hall,
Labange,
Labange,
Ludlow,
Ludlow,
Miskowski, Parks,
Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa,
Whiteside,
Whiteside,
Padilla, 13 members
13 miembros
present and a quorum, Mr.
presentes, quórum
President.
completo, señor
Thank you very much.
presidente.
The
Muchas
council is
gracias, el
officially in
Consejo. La sesión del
First order of
Consejo Municipal
business.
oficialmente
Approval of the minutes.
se abre.
Ms. Perry moves and Ms. Hahn seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Resoluciones conductores para aprobación.
Before beginning the
Antes
regular
de
agenda,
iniciar la
Mr.
gente
President, there's a
regulación
request to
presenta una
continue one of the
petición para
items,
aplazar
item
uno de
number
los asuntos,
18.
asunto número
The city
18.
engineer has
El ingeniero de
requested
la
that
ciudad
that
ha
matter be
pedido que ese
continued
asunto
for
sea
3 weeks,
aplazado por
which would
3
be
semanas, el
October the
cual
7th.
será el 7 de octubre.
Request to continue item number
Petición
18.
aplazar asunto número
Without objection,
18 sin
item 18 is
protesta, asunto
continued.
18 será aplazado.
Next item.
There are 3
Hay
commissioners on
3
today's agenda. Do you wish to take
comisionados en la
those
agenda de hoy.
first before
¿Desea
beginning the other matters?
hablar sobre los asuntos antes de iniciar los
Item
asuntos?
number
Sí, asunto
9 is
número 9
confirmation
es
of Ruth
confirmación
Schwartz
de
to
Ruth
the LA
Schwartz
Homeless Service Authority,
a la
and
Autoridad de
that's a
Servicios para
Housing
Personas
Community and
Indigentes.
Economic Development Committee report. Public hearing has been held in
La audiencia
committee.
pública se lleva a cabo dentro del
Okay, colleagues,
comité.
item
Bien,
number
colegas,
9 is
asunto
down
número
before
9
us.
está
We do have a
pendiente.
committee
Tenemos un
report
reporte del comité
approval.
recomendando
Are
aprobación.
there any questions?
¿Hay alguna pregunta?
If not,
Si
then
no,
let's open the
entonces
roll,
abra ese voto,
close the
cierre ese
roll,
voto
and tabulate
y
the
tabule
vote.
ese conteo.
13 ayes.
13 sí.
Schwartz is approved.
La señora Schwartz ha sido aprobado, será enviado.
Next
Acá le pasamos al número 10, es confirmación de la señora Jan Bidenbach a la Comisión para Viviendas para Personas de Bajos Recursos. La audiencia se lleva a cabo dentro del comité. Tenemos un reporte del comité recomendando aprobación. Pregunta sobre el asunto número 10. ¿No? Abra ese voto, cierre ese voto y tabule ese conteo.
13 ayes.
13 sí.
Also confirmed.
También ha sido confirmado, será enviado.
Next item.
Procedamos.
Item number 11
Asunto número
is
11.
ITGS Committee
Es
Report
un
recommending
reporte del
approval of
ITGS
confirmation of
recomendando
Melanie
aprobación de
Lomax to the
corrupción
Board
de
of
Melanie
Information
Lomax
Technology
a la
Commissioners.
Junta de los Comisionados de la Agencia de Tecnología e Información. Tengo un reporte recomendando esta aprobación. Sin preguntas, abre ese voto, cierre ese voto. Y tabule ese conteo. 13 sí. Señor Lomax también será aprobada, que se ha enviado para que vamos a las actas. Esos 3 nombramientos sí estaban sentados aquí, pero estamos repasando esto rápidamente. Esta medida que se procede aquí es por su servicio. Procedamos.
Items for which public
Asuntos
hearing,
que
excuse me, items noticed for public
aviso,
hearings, items 1 through
aviso
6
para
are
audiencia
confirmation
pública
of
1
building
a
and
3,
safety
confirmación de
assessments, and I believe there are cards
tasaciones
on
para
3 and 5. Do you
construcción
wish
y
to call those
seguridad.
to special?
We do have cards on item
Tenemos
3
tarjeta del
and
público sobre
5.
asunto
We'll
3 y
call those
asunto
matters
5, por lo
special.
tanto, esos asuntos serán cruzados como especial.
That leaves items 1, 2,
Esto deja
4,
asunto
and
2,
6.
4,
And I do not have requests from members of the public to address
3 y 6,
the
sin embargo,
council
no
on
hay,
these
tengo
items, so we shall leave the public
tarjetas
hearings
de
open
comentario
and
público para
closed.
hablar con el
There's
Consejo
resolution
Municipal,
to
con todo
call
ese
any
público
of
que se
these
abre y se
items
cierra.
special.
¿Alguien desea actualizar este asunto como especial?
Seeing none,
Ni
Madam
no.
Clerk, please open the
Secretario
roll.
Municipal, abra ese voto,
Please close the roll
cierre ese voto
and
y
tabulate the
tabule ese
vote.
conteo.
13 ayes.
13 sí, esos han sido aprobados.
Items 7 and 8 are
Asuntos
also
7 y 8
public hearing
también
items,
son
and I believe
audiencia
there are
que
cards
hayan
on
tenido
those
audiencia
too.
pública
Okay, we
y
do
hay
have cards on
tarjetas
items 7 and 8. We'll call those items special.
del público.
Next item.
Por lo
Items
tanto,
for which
seleccionados
public
como
hearings have been
asuntos
held,
que han
items
tenido audiencia
12
pública,
through
asunto
21.
12 a 21.
Colleagues, items 12 through
El
21 now
asunto
before us. Public
12 a
hearings have
21
been
están
held on
pendientes
these
de audiencia
items.
públicas,
A
han
motion from the
tenido
floor required to
audiencia
reopen the
pública, por
public
tanto, se requiere una
hearings.
moción del
Members
piso
wishing
para
to call
reabrirse
any
esta audiencia
specials.
pública.
Mr.
¿Alguien se
Labange.
cruzará algún esto como especial? Señor Labange. 21.
21 call special by
Catorce
Mr.
especial por el señor
Labange.
Labange.
Ms. Han.
Señora Han.
Yes, I'd like to call for
Moción que
Ms.
autoriza
Rule 14. I'd like to hold over
14
until Friday.
especial.
And 17, I'd like to
17 me
hold for
gustaría.
2 weeks.
Okay. Colleagues request to continue
Vamos.
item number 14
Asunto 14 que se ha
to this
aplazado
Friday.
este
That would
viernes
be September 19th.
al 19 de
Is there
septiembre.
any objection?
Sin protesta.
Seeing none,
Ni
item
no.
14 is
Asunto
continued.
14 será
And
aplazado
item
y
17
asunto 17
to be continued as
será
well,
aplazado también.
also without objection.
Sin protesta.
Item 15
Asunto
special.
15 especial.
Ms. Misikowski calls
Señora
item 15
Misikowski,
special.
número 15 como especial.
Mr. Ludlow?
Señor Ludlow.
At the request of our colleague
Por
from the
petición de nuestro
13th
colega
Council
del
District
Distrito
requesting that item
13
19
pide que
be
asunto
continued for
19 sea
2 weeks.
aplazado por 2 semanas.
Colleagues request for item 19 to be continued.
Aplazar
Also
número
without objection.
19
Ms. Perry?
sin protesta. Señora Perry.
Please. Item 20.
Asunto
Item 20,
20.
call special by Ms.
14
Perry.
especial por la señora Perry.
Any other specials? Any other specials? Seeing none on the balance of the
El
items,
resto de
Madam
los
Clerk, please
asuntos,
open the
secretario
roll.
municipal abre ese voto.
Please close the
Cierre ese
roll
voto
and tabulate
y
the
tabule
vote.
ese conteo.
13
13
ayes.
sí
Those are
han sido
approved.
aprobados.
Next item, please.
Procedamos.
Items for which public hearings have not
que
been
no
held,
tiene
items
audiencia
22
pública, asunto
through
22 a
35, 10 votes are
35,
required for
60
consideration.
votos para que sean considerados.
22 through
22
35
a
now before
35
us.
están
And I
pendientes.
do not have requests from members of the public to address the
Público
council
para
on
hablar
these
con la
items.
Comisión Municipal sobre estos
Public hearings shall
asuntos.
be
La
open
pública
and
se
closed, and
cierra.
colleagues will consider these
Con
matters today
estos
without
serán
objection.
considerados el día de hoy sin
Specials,
protesta.
items
Un
22 through
especial asunto
35. Ms. Han.
I'd like to request that item 34 be held over 1 day.
sea
Okay, request for a one-day continuance on item 34.
aplazado mañana.
Without objection,
Para
so
mañana,
ordered.
sin protesta, se
Any
llevará a
other
cabo algún
specials?
otro como especial.
Any specials? Seeing
Especial,
none,
ni
Madam
no.
Clerk, please
Secretario
open the
municipal
roll on
abre
the
ese
balance
voto
of
en
the
el resto de
items.
los asuntos.
Please close the
Cierre ese
roll
voto
and
y
tabulate
tabule
the
ese
vote.
conteo.
13 ayes.
13 sí
Those are
han sido aprobados.
Next item, please.
Procedamos.
Items on the supplemental
Asunto en la
agenda,
agenda
items
suplementaria
36 and
36 y
37 are items
37
for
son
which public
asuntos
hearings have
que
been
han
held.
tenido audiencia pública.
Items 36 and
36 y
37
37 ahora están pendientes, colegas.
Ms. Miskowski calls item
Señora
37
Miskowski,
special.
categorizará asunto 37 como especial.
Anybody wishing to call item
¿Alguien más
36
desea
special?
categorizar asunto 36 como especial?
Seeing none,
Ni
let's
no.
open the roll on
Ahora
item
se vota sobre
36.
136.
Please close the
Cierre ese
roll and
voto y
tabulate the
tabúlese
vote.
conteo.
13
13 ayes.
36. Asunto 36 ha sido aprobado. Procedamos.
Item 38 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes required
10
for
votos se
consideration.
necesita para ser
Okay, item
considerado.
38. I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on this
Del
item.
público para
Satisfying the public
consejos de
hearing.
asunto satisfaciendo
Members
la
wish to
audiencia
call item
pública.
38
Algún
special.
miembro del sector sea asunto 38 como
President, I'd like to
especial.
call item 38
Sí, asunto
special.
38 que está especial por la concejala Hahn.
Call
La
item 39 is a closed
39
session
es un
item.
asunto que se tiene que llevar a cabo bajo puerta cerrada, por lo tanto, asunto 39 se mantendrá pendiente. Secretario
Going back
municipal,
to the items called
procedamos
special,
ahora
item number 3
asunto
was called
3 porque
special
es especial,
for cards from the public.
porque hay tarjeta del
Before we
público.
begin
Antes de
with,
empezar
items called special,
los asuntos
I
categorizados como
understand we had a
especial,
couple of
entiendo que
requests
hay
to take
varias
items out of
peticiones
order.
para
Ms.
hablar sobre
Miskowski,
asuntos
Ms.
fuera
Perry.
de orden. Señora Miskowski, señora
I'd
Perry,
like to take item
gustaría
15
hablar sobre el
and
asunto 15 y
37 out of order.
37 fuera de
15 and 37 order.
la lista,
Perry.
fuera de lugar.
Yes.
Señora
I'd like
Perry.
to take item 20
Sí,
out of order,
asunto
please.
20
Okay,
también.
how about this? Let's take
Lo que
item
haremos,
20.
vamos a hablar sobre asunto
First, and then we'll
20
proceed to
primero, y
items
luego
15
continuaremos
and
con el asunto
37,
15 y
and then
37,
proceed with the
y
balance
luego
of the
continuaremos con el
agenda.
resto de la agenda.
Is there any objection to that?
¿Están de
Okay,
acuerdo?
let's
Bien,
proceed in that
entonces
fashion. Madam Clerk, item 20,
procederemos de
please.
esta manera. Asunto 20.
Item number 20 is a
Asunto
continued
20 es
transportation committee
un
report,
reporte del Comité
Malcolm
de
X Square.
Transportación, Malcolm X
Okay,
Square.
public hearing has been
Audiencia
held on this
pública se
item.
llevó a
Motion
cabo
from
sobre
the
este
floor
asunto
will
por
be
decisión de
required
moción del
to
piso
reopen the
para
public
reabrir
hearing.
la audiencia.
Ms. Perry, you called
Señora
item
Perry,
20
usted
special.
categorizó asunto 20 como especial.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Gracias,
Chair
señor
and Mr. President.
presidente.
And I'd like to
Me
just
gustaría
open my remarks by recognizing the
empezar
presence of Ms.
reconociendo la
Shabazz,
presencia del
the
señor
eldest
Shabazzi,
daughter
la
of
hija
Malcolm
mayor
X,
de Malcolm
here
X.
with us today.
Está aquí con nosotros
And,
el día de hoy y
would, ask her to say a few
quiero
words
pedirle a ella
before
que
we
diga unas cuantas
close.
palabras antes de
This is an effort
cerrar. Este es un
to
esfuerzo para
remember the
recordar las
contributions of Malcolm X,
contribuciones de
an
Malcolm X,
internationally known activist
un
who
activista
fought
conocido
for
internacionalmente
justice
quien luchó
for
por
those
justicia
who did
para
not have
los
it
que
in
no
America.
tenían
He was
justicia
a
en
gifted and
América. Él
visionary
era
leader
un
and
líder
promoted his
con
vision
mucha
of
visión
self-respect
y con mucho
and
talento.
personal empowerment
Fomentó esta visión
to
a través
African
del respeto
Americans during the
propio
turbulent
y fortalecimiento
1960s.
solo a
As a result
afroamericanos
of a
en
pilgrimage he took to Mecca
1960
in
como
April
resultado de
1964,
este camino.
his
Fue
views
a Meca en el
evolved and
64,
acknowledged
sus
his, and he
vistas
then acknowledged his
crecieron y
vision
reconoció su
of the
visión
possibility
de la
of world
posibilidad
brotherhood.
de
And it is this
hermandad
message, the possibility of
mundial, este
world
mensaje, la
brotherhood,
posibilidad
that we
de
honor here today.
hermandad
My
mundial es
motion before you
por el cual
proposes to
estamos aquí
ceremonially
haciendo este honor.
designate
Propongo
the
que
intersections of Central Avenue
la
and
boca
Martin
calle
Luther
Central
King
Avenue de Martin Luther
Boulevard as
King
Malcolm
Boulevard
X
como
Way. This
Malcolm X
proposed
Way.
intersection in the
Esta
9th
boca
Council
calle del
District
distrito
is in front of
9
the
está
Bilal
enfrente
Islamic
del
Center,
Centro
a
Islámico
religious
Palau,
institution
una
and
institución
school, and will
religiosa
serve as an
y
appropriate
educacional, y este
symbolic
va a ser un
tribute to a
tributo
leader who
educacional
lost his
adecuado a un líder
life serving
que perdió su
humanity.
vida dando
Two
servicio a
public
la
hearings
humanidad.
were
Dos
held
sesiones
on
públicas
this
se llevaron
issue,
a cabo sobre
one
este
in
asunto,
committee
uno dentro
and
del
the other
comité,
on
el
September
otro
9th.
el 9 de septiembre.
If we have cards, it would be
Si hay
appropriate to
tarjetas, sería
have people
adecuado
speak
de
now or
personas
ask Ms.
hablen
Shabazz
ahorita.
to the
O quiero
Senate
pedirle a la
podium.
señora
That's
Shabazz
okay.
que pase al micrófono. Señor Ladlo.
If I could hold my comments, I'd like
Quiero
Ms. Perry to allow Ms.
esperar mis
Shabazz to
comentarios. Me
speak
gustaría
first,
que
if
la señora
that's
Perry permita a la
okay
señora
with you.
Shabazz que hable
Okay, would you
primero.
like to come forward at this time?
Pase.
Good morning, and
Buenos
thank you
días,
very much,
muchas gracias,
Councilwoman Perry.
concejala Perry.
And to Los Angeles
Y
County,
al
this is
condado
a
de Los
really
Ángeles, esto es
significant morning.
una mañana
As I was told
sumamente
about this,
importante.
I
Muchos me
mulled
informaron
around
sobre
in a very
esto.
sensitive way. It's a public
Pensé de
figure to
esto
others. It's
acerca
a
de muy
personal one for
sensible,
me.
es un
That while
asunto
he lives and
público
thrives in
para otras
pictures
personas,
and
no
in
muy personal para mí,
namings
mientras él
of
vive
sort, for us as a
y
family,
continúa
there is a real
creciendo.
loss,
Para
and there's a
nosotros, nuestra
parent
familia
that's
es
missing,
una
and there's a
pérdida, y
softness and a
como
genuine
padre nos
father
falta, y
that
como
people
era
don't seem to
un
know.
padre
And while people
genuino
think
y
that my
sensible,
father's
muchas
life was pivotal
muchas personas
in
pensaban que la vida
64
de
as
sus padres era
as
solamente
it
porque en
relates to his
64
pilgrimage,
tocante a
what we
su
don't know as
camino.
a
Lo que no
general
sabemos nosotros como
is that we were
público
raised with
general es
that.
que
It's the
nosotros
first time
crecimos
you
con
learn
eso la
that
primera vez
publicly.
que
So my
se dan
hope
cuenta de esto en público.
to
Pronto espero
people here in Los
que a
Angeles
las personas aquí
County
en el condado de
is
Los
that
Ángeles es
as you name it
que muchos de
Malcolm
ustedes
X
lo
way, that you
llaman
understand
Malcolm
the
X
way, the
Way,
manner of the
Way,
human being.
que entienden la
My
manera
father was
de
first
este ser
generation
humano. Mi
American on
padre
his
es la
mother's
primera
side, so he too was
generación
an immigrant.
americana,
My
mi padre de
grandmother
su
spoke 4
madre y
languages.
es
I grew
migrante.
up
Mi
an
abuela
international child.
Hablo 4 idiomas. Yo crecí como niña internacional. El sentido de mi padre de paz y hermanidad mundial tiene que ver más que sus raíces. Eso sea lo que él ya conocía anteriormente. Espero que en esta comunidad que tiene aquí a todas personas, todo el mundo, que sea un lugar central, el latino, corazón, que no un tipo de cultura ni persona ni el origen, pero que el manerismo de Malcolm X y los niños, los chicos que viven, los que viven conmigo personalmente, que tenemos que somos una familia mundial. Por lo tanto, les quiero decir a ustedes muchas gracias. Buenos días. Saludos. Salam alaikum. Shalom alaikum.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Y creo que es adecuado que ese procedimiento se lleve a cabo en la mañana, que también representa el Día de Independencia para los mexicanos. Esto es algo muy orgulloso, mucho que por si mi padre estuviera aquí físicamente, él diría a ustedes, yo estoy sonriendo de parte de él. Mis padres, ambos los que ya han fallecido, mis abuelos previos y sus bisabuelos, mis bisabuelos, son 7 generaciones como servidores sociales, filantrópicos, el recurso de la naturaleza y la sangre del pueblo. Pronto espero que esta área no sea única exclusiva para nadie, pero que todos sean bienvenidos en Malcolm X Way. Quiero también encontrar el camino allá para ir a conocerlo como persona de Nueva York y así visitar Los Ángeles regularmente. Habiendo dicho esto y sin mirar las notas que iba a utilizar, quiero dar las gracias a ustedes, Condado de Los Ángeles.
Mr. Ludlow.
Señor Ludlow.
First of all, Ms. Shabazz, it's a real pleasure and an honor to have you here this morning. And your eloquent words are much appreciated. It's my understanding that this is still the only major city in the country única ciudad principal del país que no tiene un monumento o algún tipo de tributo al público para honrar a su padre. Creo que usted está en lo correcto. Es un momento adecuado, hora adecuada, cuando hablamos acerca de celebrar lo que significa ser americano, lo que significa ser un campeón de derechos humanos. Su padre es uno de los individuos que yo creo siempre será en la historia un gran americano, un gran patriota y siempre ha luchado por los derechos de los trabajadores, por un dignidad humana. El correo americano ha honrado a su padre con una estampilla. La capital de la nación, Washington DC, también ha honrado a su familia con una calle y muchos otros monumentos. Chicago, Nueva York, Atlanta. La lista no termina. Creo que sería un poco una señal pequeña de nuestra actitud y dar las gracias a su papá por dar su vida por nosotros. Esto es el primer paso en cuanto a Los Ángeles. No se cambiará un boulevard principal en Los Ángeles, sino es considerar un área muy grande que tiene problemas de domicilios sumamente significantes, donde las personas están excluidos económicamente. Esto es un paso bastante sencillo, pero mucho significado para pagar un poco de gratitud a alguien grandísimo. Solamente es esto, al mundo se trata un poco de pie para apoyar esta moción y pido que mis colegas hagan. Por lo tanto, gracias de nuevo. Señora Han.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of this motion. Councilwoman Perry, I think this is a good idea. Ms. Shabazz, you won't remember this, but you and I sat across from each other on a plane going to New York. I believe it was over 10 years ago. And I was very impressed with you, and we had an immediate bond because we talked about what it was like to grow up as daughters of men who really
de hombres, hombres que eran leyendas en su propio tiempo y cómo era continuar honrando su legado, lo que era ser las niñas en la familia y tratar de iniciar nuestra propia identidad, nuestras propias maneras de dejar una persona en ese mundo. Nunca me olvidé de usted y yo siempre estuve muy impresionada con su sentido clave de vida y
adoration as I have for my own father. And you're right, while they're gone today, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't miss my dad, and that I don't want his advice and want to talk to him about stuff. But I think we know, when we come to the point in our lives and we think, gee, what would our dads do? I think we know. We know what they would do, and we know what their spirit is, and we know what their direction would be. So it's very easy to continue to take their advice even though they're not here. So I think this is a great idea. I just hope when we as a city name ways, name squares, name streets, name buildings, that we go just a little step further and we make sure that in that area there is some inscription, there is some plaque, there is some way to tell the story, to tell the history, to tell the meaning of why it is that we have honored these people on our streets, on our roads, and in our buildings. Because so many people come to this international city, and many times I think they see how we have named things, but they wonder, I wonder who that was. I wonder what the story was. I wonder what the meaning is for me. So I hope we do something at that site to honor Malcolm X and to really tell his story in a way that people passing by generations from now will be able to connect with him. So it's really a pleasure to see you again, and really wonderful that you've come to our city this morning to address us. Thank you.
Hacer su presentación. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to rise and thank Ms. Perry for going forward and putting this honor to Malcolm X. It is something that, unfortunately, in many communities, people are not as appreciated until they're gone. But I think that as people have seen the evolution of the story about Malcolm X, they have seen just how inclusive he was, and that often he was a victim of what we have all suffered from in some of the media attacks and defining him. But once people got an opportunity to see him as an individual and see just how a human being he was, that there's a great deal of appreciation. I think that we also saw the movie in the last several years that also identified his life and again gave a different view than most of us grew up believing. And I think it's the most fitting place in the city to put this in front of the mosque that has been a part of this community for so many years. And Imam Hassan, who has been a part of this community, who is going through a major reconstruction and will have an open house soon to bring that mosque to a variety and a larger number of people in the teachings. And so I want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for your father, and thank you for keeping his dream alive through you. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Señor Cárdenas.
I'd just like to take a moment to put into perspective
para poner en perspectiva
how wonderful and how great and how flawed our nation is. And I've had the opportunity to go to other countries in Europe and see how many monuments they have and how many commemorations they have, as they tend to be older than we are in our modern history here in this country.
Naciones más de más años
Today
que
reminds me
nuestra
of
nación
how
me recuerda cómo
whatever morass we're going through of injustice or weight
muchas
that is on our
pasamos
shoulders
las
as a nation that we need to
pesos sobre
overcome.
nuestros hombros que
I
tenemos
thank
que
God that there's
sobrellevar, que
always
ahora
at
gracias a Dios
least
que al
one
menos hay
person, at least
siempre hay
one
una
person
persona
who rises
que
above all of that.
va más allá
And in
de
some
todo esto y en
cases usually
ciertos
puts
casos
his or her
normalmente
life on the
pone
line,
su vida en
puts their
peligro,
family
pone
at ultimate risk,
su
and looks
familia en
beyond all
riesgo
of that
y
and
mira
just
más
does
allá
the
y
right
hace
thing.
lo correcto.
I thank God that there
Y
is
gracias
always
a
at
Dios que
least one
siempre hay al
individual
menos un
amongst the
individuo
millions of
entre
us
los
who does
millones de
that.
nosotros que
I
hace
just
esto.
hope
Solo
that we move
espero
forward
que
and create this
procedamos y
monument, this memory
construimos
of
este
this man
monumento, esta memoria de
who
este
stood for
hombre
so
que
much, who stood for justice, and actually was a part
creía en
of setting
justicia y
this
creía
nation on a
muchísimas
better
cosas
course.
grandiosas y de
And I
fijar
think
esta
that it's
nación
only
en
right
camino
that this great
mejor.
city,
Creo
if
que
we're
es
going to be a
lo correcto
great
que esta
city,
gran
that we
ciudad,
continue to
si
acknowledge
seremos
our
una gran
flaws,
ciudad, que
we
continuemos
continue to
reconociendo nuestras
acknowledge our
fallas y así
past,
continuar
and
reconociendo el
continue to
pasado
acknowledge
y
that we
continuar
always have an
reconociendo que siempre
opportunity
tendremos una
to turn
oportunidad de
our cheek and do what is
voltear
right
la cara y
and
hacer lo
move a city
correcto y mover
or
a
a
una
nation
ciudad o
in the
una
right
nación en la
direction.
dirección
So with
correcta.
that, I'd just like to
Con
say I
eso
think this is
solo
a
quiero decir
wonderful
que
day
esto es
for
un día
Los Angeles
para
to move
Los
forward in
Ángeles
this
proceder
direction
en esta
and to do
dirección
what is
y
right
hacer
and to
lo
mature,
correcto y
to look in the
madurar,
mirror at ourselves
mirarse
and
en el
mature and
espejo,
recognize our
uno
history and
mismo
our past
madurar nuestra
and
conciencia,
recognize that
historia
we
del
will be
pasado y
better
reconocer que
today
seremos
and
mejor
tomorrow
hoy
for
y
the
mañana
actions of
por las
individuals.
acciones de
Thank you.
individuos. Gracias.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Señor Villaraigosa.
Members, you've often heard
Miembros,
me
muchas
say
veces
that
me
I'm
han
here
escuchado
today
decir que
because
estoy
we have
aquí
a
de
Civil
porque
Rights
tenemos
Act.
la
I'm here
ley de
today
derechos
because there
civiles. Estoy
was a
aquí de hoy
civil
porque
rights
hubo
movement
un
because
movimiento de
people
derechos civiles porque
died
personas
for my
murieron
right to be
por
here.
mi derecho
And
para
I
estar
remember
aquí y yo
as a
recuerdo
14-year-old
como
boy
cuando era niño de 14
reading
años
the
leí la
autobiography of
autobiografía
Malcolm X.
de
And I
Malcolm
remember
X y
the
recuerdo
strength of this
la
man
fuerza
at a
de este
time in
hombre en
America
un
when a
tiempo en América
strong
cuando
African-American man
un
was
hombre
vilified.
afroamericano
A man who stood
fuerte
for the idea that all of us should be measured by the
tenía la
content of
idea
our
que todos
character,
debemos ser
by
medidos por
what
el
we
contenido de nuestro
contribute.
carácter y
A
lo que
devout
contribuimos.
Muslim, a man who was
Musulmán,
believed in
devoto,
his
un hombre
faith
que creía en
first
su
and
fe
foremost,
primero y
a
principalmente,
man who in
un
many
hombre
ways
quien en muchas maneras
opened up the country
abrió
so that
el
we could
país
hear
para así poder
Martin Luther King.
escuchar a Martin Luther King.
Opened up the country in a
Abrió
way
el
so
país
that
de
we
una
could
manera para así
recognize
poder
that the civil rights
reconocer que el
movement
movimiento de
that
derechos
was a very
civiles que
difficult time in
era un momento
America
muy difícil
was
en
a movement
América, era un
that was
movimiento que
necessary
era
to make
necesario para
America all that
hacer
it held
América
itself out to be. So I
lo
thank
que es. Por
my
tanto,
colleague
quiero dar
Jan
gracias a mi
Perry
colega Jan Perry
for acknowledging
por reconocer
this great American,
este
this
gran americano,
great father.
este gran padre.
And I may say,
Y
Ms. Shabazz,
quiero
hearing you
decir, señora
speak for
Shabazz,
those few moments, and we've
hablar por
shared the
estos breves
dais
momentos,
a couple of times over the years. Hearing you speak with the grace and the dignity that you
con la
do
dignidad
says so much
que
about
usted lo
your
hace,
great
dice mucho
father.
acerca de su gran
Thank you so
padre.
much,
Muchas
Ms. Perry.
gracias, señora Perry.
Ms. Perry.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Señor
Just two quick
presidente,
recognitions.
dos
Number one, I wanted to thank
reconocimientos
Naji Ali,
rápidos. Quiero dar las gracias a Naji
who is a
Ali.
tireless community advocate
Es un activista de la
for
comunidad
bringing
incansable
this issue and the
por traer
importance of
este
it
asunto y su
to my attention
importancia
and
a
reminding
mi
me on an
atención y por
almost, I
recordarme
would say, hourly basis
casi de hora
that
por
I
hora
needed
que
to pursue this with
necesitaba
great vigor, and also
proceder
to
con
recognize
esto con gran
someone
vigor,
here
también
on behalf
reconocer
of
a
his
alguien aquí
neighborhood
de parte
council,
de su
Deacon
consejo
Alexander,
comunitario,
who
Deacon
says that
Alexander,
he is here today
dice que él
on
está aquí
behalf
el
of
día de
his
hoy de
neighborhood
parte de su
council,
consejo
which
comunitario,
overlays
el cual
this area that he's
cubre
here to speak
esta
in
área y él
support
está aquí
of this
para hablar
motion.
y para apoyar esta moción.
Mr. Ludlow.
Señor Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm sure that Jan Perry just mentioned what I was going to mention. I've spent many hours with Naji Ali in many interesting places. He has been an advocate and an activist extraordinaire in Los Angeles, and I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to acknowledge all your leadership on police accountability issues, on human rights issues, on trying to fight for the protection of young people, trying to end gang violence in Los Angeles, fighting for the homeless, fighting for people who need a livable wage.
Luchando por los indígenas, por las personas que necesitan ganar sueldo adecuado. Entonces, Najib, fue un gran honor sacarlo de la cárcel, un honor vez tras vez. Continúe. Adelante, hermano. Señor Labange. Señor presidente, solo quería ponerme de pie de nuevo para saludar a Jan Perry, saludarle por reconocer a Malcolm X en la avenida Central y a Martin Luther King. Y lo que todos hemos dicho, alguien nos ha tocado como representantes, pero nombrar esta boca calle tras alguien nos parece que alguien para en esa calle mire y lea Malcolm X. Yo he escuchado su nombre, de que se trataba y se dan cuenta resultado y esto llega a otro lugar y eso ayuda a ayudarles. Eso hace que ellos ayuden a otras personas. Esta es la belleza de nombrar boca calles y saber quiénes son las personas cuyo nombre está usado por esa boca calles. Felicitaciones a su familia y a su fortaleza que tiene para continuar en memoria de su padre. Que Dios te bendiga. ¿Alguien más desea presentación sobre este asunto?
Seeing none, we're
Nadie.
prepared for a vote. Madam Clerk,
Estamos preparados
please
para un
open the
voto.
roll.
Secretario, me hace palabras de voto.
Well, before we close
No,
the
antes
roll, let's keep the roll
de
open.
abra ese voto, no se cierre el voto,
Perry?
pero señora Perry,
Public
presentar
hearing has
el
been held previously on
al se
this item,
llevar
so
a
is that a
cabo,
motion to reopen the public hearing?
se llevar a cabo previamente.
We have about 6
Tenemos
cards.
6 tarjetas. 6 tarjetas.
Can you keep it to 45 seconds each?
45 segundos cada uno.
Can we ask them to rise and who's in rise and
Pónganse de
support
pie
and read
para
their names into the record?
apoyar.
Sure, let me read the
Que
names
que se pongan de
of
pie los
all
que van a
those who are
apoyar.
for the
Sí, pónganse de pie para los
proposal.
que
We have a
están
card
para
from
la
Najee
propuesta.
Ali,
Najee
David
Ali,
Akil,
David
Shaka
Akil,
Satori,
Shaka
Eddie
Satori,
Reyes,
Eddie Reyes.
and we do have one
Y tenemos
card
una
against the
tarjeta
proposal
en
by
contra de esta
Warren
propuesta
Williams.
por Warren Williams. Gracias.
Okay. So we're not reopening the public
No
hearing?
vamos a
Ms. Perry?
reabrir la audiencia
Okay.
pública,
So we'll
no.
read those names
Entonces,
into the
esos nombres están
record, and we'll
incluidos
add
en
the
las
cards as part of the record,
actas y
and proceed again
agregaremos
with the
esa
votes.
tarjeta como parte de
Madam Clerk, the roll is
el
open.
record.
Please
Señora
close the
secretaria,
roll
use palabras de
and
voto,
tabulate the
absolutamente
vote.
establece conteo.
13 ayes.
13
That is
sí,
approved
ha sido
unanimously.
aprobado unánimemente.
Next item.
Procedamos.
Item number 15 was
Asunto
called
15 fue
special by
declarado especial por
Councilmember
la
Miskowski.
concejala
Ms.
Miskowski, señora Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr.
Muchas gracias, señor
President.
presidente.
Members, this is an item that we
Este
have dealt
asunto
with
que
before.
hemos
This is the
considerado
Adult
previamente.
Entertainment
Esta es
Ordinance.
la ordenanza de
Last time it was
entretenimiento para
before the
adultos.
City Council.
La última vez que
There were
estuvo
some
aquí presente había
questions, and the
ciertas
council
preguntas
referred
y el
it back
consejo
to a joint
lo
hearing
reenvió
of the Planning and Land Use
a una
Management Committee
audiencia junta
and the Public
del
Safety
Comité
Committee.
de
We
Planificación
had that
y
joint
uso de
hearing in
territorio y también
August.
Comité
It was
de
well attended. We
Seguridad
had a
Pública se
public
llevó a cabo en
testimony
agosto. Muchísima gente se
on both sides
presentó
of the
y
issue,
tuvimos testimonio
expressing
público en
themselves very
ambas partes
clearly.
de
And we
pros y
also had
contras,
staff, and I would like the
expresándose
staff to come
claramente. También
forward
tenemos
to the center table, the city
personal
attorney.
pase a la mesa
I
central,
believe
el
we
fiscal
have the
municipal,
police department here,
tenemos el
Captain
policía aquí,
Proctor,
el
and
capitán
others.
Proctor y otros.
Members, we each have dealt with, and in
Hemos
fact, I
tratado
think
y
we
por hecho
distributed a letter to each
distribuimos una
office
carta
today
a cada
that the
oficina de
police
hoy,
department
que el
had put
departamento de
together, the police
policía
department through its
describió,
operations
el
and
departamento
vice
de
units,
sus unidades
showing the kind of problems that adult entertainment establishments
encargados
are
de mantener la
causing
orden.
in our neighborhoods. We had neighborhood testimony from all
Ilegales,
parts
tenemos
of this
testimonio
city
de la comunidad de todas
talking
partes de
about
esta
those
ciudad hablando
issues, and
acerca de estos asuntos
each of us have lived with
Uno de
those
nosotros ha
issues
vivido
on an
con estos
individual
asuntos
basis, on an individual case, where
caso
we've
por
tried to
caso,
deal
donde
with
hemos tratado de
planning and
tratar
land use
con
side of things, not allowing a site to be there,
asuntos de planificación, no
or trying
permitir
to control
ciertos
it. The city
lugares que
attorney,
estén
the
ahí,
neighborhood
trata de controlar, la
prosecutors,
fiscal
the police
municipal, los
department, and communities have come together and
fiscales de
proposed
la
the ordinance
comunidad
that's before you today.
se han unido
It
ya
deals
para proponer
with
esta ordenanza
the
de hoy,
issuance
trata
of
con
police permits
la
for these establishments. It deals with the annual renewal of these
prestación de
permits.
permisos
It deals with the
anuales y también
requirement
por
of
su lugar trata con el
providing
requisito de
security
proveer
at these
seguridad
locations,
en estos
and it deals
lugares y
with the
trata con
issues
el
of
asunto
what goes
de
on in these
lo que ocurre en
locations
esos
that can be
lugares que
controlled legally, that have
pueden
been
ser
controlled legally, and
controlados
has been
legalmente,
supported
que se han
elsewhere,
sido controlados
and
legalmente y
creating
se
civil
apoyado en otras
enforcement
partes.
remedies. I
Así
will
creando
ask
remedios
the
de
staff, both
cumplimientos
planning,
civiles que
the
pedirle
city
a
attorney staff and the police department
personal
to
de la Fiscalía
express
Municipal
their
y parte
view
de
and why they
policía que
so
mencionan
strongly
su
are recommending this
punto de
today.
vista y
It got the
porque ellos
unanimous
están
recommendation
recomendando
of the
este ley
Planning and Land
recibió
Use
la
Management
recomendación
Committee
unánime del
and the
Comité
Public
de
Safety Committee,
Planeación
and
y
I am
uso de
asking
terreno y
for the
también seguridad
adoption and
pública
approval of
y
the
por
ordinance
supuesto
today.
pidiendo la adopción y
There
la
are
aprobación
others
de
who
la ordenanza
said
del
we should do
otros
better
lo
on
que
the
dicen que
planning
debemos de
side. We should create
hacer
new laws
mejor
that don't
en la
allow
parte de
these
planeación debemos de
establishments in
presentar
certain
nuevas
areas
leyes que no para permitir
than we
estos
don't allow
lugares
them
en
today.
ciertas áreas
Expand the
más
areas where they're not allowed.
agrandar
Those are
las
all
áreas donde
great
no se permiten
ideas.
sus
There are
ideas
probably 5 or
grandiosas.
6
Quizás hay
motions in
5 o
the
6
planning
mociones en el
department
departamento de planificación
promoting that, saying that they
comentando
shouldn't
esto,
be
diciendo que
near
no deben
1,000
estar
feet of schools,
cerca
not just
de 1000
500
pies de escuelas, solamente
feet. They
de
shouldn't be
500 pies que
near
deben estar
where
cerca
children walk to
donde los
school.
niños caminan
They
a la
shouldn't
escuela, no
be
deben
near
estar cerca
residences motions or
de
residential
residencias o
uses.
usos
All of those are
residenciales,
good
todos ellos son buenas
motions.
mociones,
But to
pero
adopt those
para adoptar
motions, to
estas
enact those
mociones,
motions,
para
the courts have told us
cumplir
we
estas
must
mociones, los tribunales
first
han dicho que no debemos de
spend a large amount of
pasar
money in the hundreds of
gastar
thousands of
muchísimo
dollars to
dinero
show
para
that if we
mostrar
were to
que
adopt
si
those
adoptáramos
motions,
estas
if we were
mociones,
to
si
adopt those restrictions,
adoptáramos
there still
estas
is remaining
restricciones,
area
aún hay
where
áreas
those kind of
que
uses
quedan este
could
tipo
be
de uso
allowed, would be
pueden ser
tolerated in the
permitidos, pueden ser
city by
tolerados en la
right,
ciudad
by
por
zoning.
derecho, por
We don't
zona.
want to
No
spend
queremos
$100,000. We don't have the
gastar,
hundreds of
no
thousands of
tenemos
dollars
los
to do
cientos
that
de
land
millones de
use
dólares para
study
hacer
and
este
the time
estudio
to
de
do
uso de
it.
terreno y
Instead, what we
la
come
ordenación
up
en vez
with, let's
lo
regulate
que
the
se ha
uses.
planteado, hay
The
que
uses have not been
regular los el uso no ha sido regulado por varios años. La última vez que habíamos adoptado regulaciones para entretenimientos para adultos, ese tipo de negocios fue en fines de los 70. Claramente el tiempo ha cambiado, la Fiscalía lo ha considerado y siente que necesita para regulación más fuerte, para cumplimiento de la ley más fuerte. Claramente la APD cree que hay necesidad para regulación nacional y el cumplimiento de la ley. Escuchamos claramente y en voz alta de toda la ciudad en cuanto a los miembros de nuestra comunidad que necesitamos regulación más fuerte, cumplimiento de la ley más fuerte. Por lo tanto, ahorita me gustaría darle la voz a la fiscal municipal que explique lo que dice la ordenanza de la policía para que mencione por qué trabajo con la fiscal municipal y cómo le ayudará a ustedes de parte del cumplimiento de la ley. Y después se abriremos este tema para un diálogo. Buenos días, Michael Clark. Soy fiscal municipal, como se explica y como se ha dicho muchas veces en diferentes audiencias. Esta ordenanza no es una ordenanza para zona, es una ordenanza para actualizar, modernizar el proceso de permisos de parte de la policía, de parte de la comisión para actualizarlos para los requisitos actuales y entonces para prácticas administrativas actuales. Yo no sé qué más puedo decir que ya no he dicho, que ya no está en las actas. Quiero mencionar que la semana pasada envié a la Secretaría Municipal el reporte del Comité de Planificación y Uso de Terreno del 6 de agosto y también del 1-8 del Consejo Municipal y de junio 9 la reunión del Comité de Seguridad de la Comunidad considero esta ordenanza, la ordenanza que ahora está pendiente. No ha habido cambio en el contenido de esta ordenanza desde el comité de reunión del Comité de Seguridad Pública del 8 de junio. No existe sino considerar esta ordenanza. Sin embargo, sí hubo una revisión, ciertas decisiones en estas estampes porque queríamos que sostuvieran, que concordaran con el testimonio que se presentó en esas tres audiencias públicas. No sé qué más puedo regresar con la pregunta específica tocante de la ordenanza. Con mucho gusto trataré de contestarla. Capitán Proctor y su jefe McQuarrie están aquí para tratar con preguntas tocantes necesidades de requisitos del Departamento de Policía. Señor Cronberg está aquí también en la oficina y también podrá contestar preguntas que tengan. Capitán Proctor, jefe, nos gustaría dar cierta historial en cuanto a la información que usted presentó, no en detalle, pero los tipos de asuntos que han sido tratados en la ciudad y que tratan para tratar de proveer cumplimiento de la ley. Tal como está. Muchas gracias, Vance Proctor, capitán, división organizada de crimen.
I submitted a report to the council dated August the 12th,
con la fecha del 12 de agosto, describiendo actividades que ocurren
some of these new juice bars and clubs, the prostitution activity that is ongoing, and it is reoccurring. Since that time, another arrest has been made for prostitution in the Valley at another club. This ordinance is needed to eliminate that prostitution activity. Questioning other cities surrounding Los Angeles, this ordinance or
Los Ángeles, esta ordenanza es muy similar a las que ellos tienen en vigencia por muchos años y les ha servido bien a esas ciudades. No completamente reducir y eliminar la prostitución, pero casi hasta este punto dentro de estos clubes de entretenimiento. El reglamento de 6 les ha servido muy bien y sabemos que el reglamento de 6 pies es necesario y apoyamos la ordenanza. No creemos que si esta ordenanza entra en vigencia causará que todos los bailarines en estos clubes inmediatamente empiecen prostitución en las calles. Creemos, la experiencia de otras ciudades ha sido que esto no es el caso. Por tanto, estamos apoyando esto porque así podemos solamente eliminar mucho las actividades de cumplimiento de la ley y el gasto que incluido investigando estas actividades. Podemos utilizar esos oficiales en otras áreas donde son necesitados. Jefe.
This James McMurray, Chief of Detectives.
Jeff
Los
McMurray,
Angeles,
jefe
typically in
de
these
detectives en Los
areas,
Ángeles,
is a
típicamente en estas
leader.
áreas es un líder.
And in
Los
this
Ángeles es un
case,
líder. En
Los
este
Angeles
caso,
is a follower.
Los Ángeles es
Our surrounding
un
communities very
seguidor. Las
clearly
comunidades
have
cercanas
adopted
claramente han
ordinances
adoptado
similar to this
ordenanzas
for a period of time,
ya
lengthy
por
period
plazo
of
de
time,
tiempo, por mucho
to
tiempo,
avoid this
para
type of problem
prevenir
in
este
their
tipo de
communities.
problemas en sus
And
comunidades. Y,
unlike, for instance, the gun ordinances
por
where
ejemplo,
you can,
ordenanza
it's hard
de
to buy
armas de
a gun or
fuego es
bullets in
difícil
Los Angeles.
comprar pistolas
Los Angeles is the mecca for lap
o
dances.
balas.
And I
Los
think
Ángeles,
it's
Los
not a
Ángeles, sin
title we need
embargo, es un
to be
meca
proud of. I think it's a
que
title we need to
bailan
get rid of.
en clubs de entretenimiento. No
Thank you,
es un
Chief,
título de orgullo, pero es un título que debemos de
Members, you've heard our agencies who are
desaparecer.
out there
Gracias. Han
fighting
escuchado
crime,
las
fighting
agencias
with
que
issues.
están
We're going to
luchando en
have,
contra de
in
crimen,
the
luchando
very
en
next
contra de
couple of
asuntos. En
weeks,
las siguientes
the
semanas
police department
tendremos
coming in and talking about
reforma
deployment issues,
policial hablando
talking about
acerca
fighting
de
crime.
asuntos
We have to give them the best
envío de
tools
policías. Tenemos
that
que
they
dar y
can
luchar
use
contra
to
el
do the
crimen. Tenemos que dar la
job,
herramienta
not
adecuada para
drain
hacer
our
el trabajo y
resources.
no
This is what they're
cansar
saying is
nuestros
the
recursos. Lo
best
que
we
están
can
diciendo es
do.
la
It's
manera
been
mejor de hacerlo.
utilized in
Ya ha
other
sido
areas.
utilizado en
I
otras
think it's
áreas. Pero
interesting,
yo
the
creo que es
last point
interesante el último punto
that
que
the chief just
el
made
jefe
about
acabó de mencionar
our surrounding
sobre
communities
nuestras
don't
comunidades
allow this.
cercanas. No
We
permiten que
do, and
esto
that's why we are now the
continúe
Mecca.
así.
You
Es
may
porque
have
somos
felt
el
that we
Meca.
have more of
Quizás
these
sienten que
occurring in the
tenemos
city.
más
You're right. We see
asuntos
more
con
of
sus
them
redes
advertised in the
sociales,
city.
más
You're right.
muchos
It's
de
because
estos
we are now, as we've just heard the police department say, we are the Mecca
Hay
for
una
these
publicidad
kinds
por
of
esta, si
uses,
se le
this kind of
conoce una
entertainment
usted
going
produce
on.
ese tipo de
We should
entretenimiento
raise
que
the
ocurra.
bar.
Debemos
We
de
should follow what
alzar la
others have
limitación
done, what has
y
been
seguir lo que
legally
otros han
supportable,
hecho, lo
what
que
has been
se
legally
ha
defined,
hecho
and eliminating the
legalmente,
kinds
lo
of
que
problems
se ha
that
hecho
occur
para
in
eliminar
a
el tipo de problemas
corollary
que
manner
ocurren
with these kinds of uses
con ese
without
tipo
these
de usos sin
regulations.
estos
So I
reglamentos.
ask
Por
that
lo
the
tanto,
council to
pido que el
adopt this
Consejo
today.
Municipal adopte esto el día de hoy.
It's strongly recommended. It
Ha
is
sido
the best
recomendado
course to take.
como
It's
muy
not the
fuerte, es
last
el mejor
course. We can
curso
still
que
look at the
tomar. No es el
land
último
use
curso, aún
side. We can
podemos
do what
utilizar
we
ese lugar
can
de uso
as
de tierra,
best as
podemos hacer
Mr.
lo que
Reyes is able
podemos
with the planning
de
department
mejor manera
to eke out
para que lo que el
more
señor Reyes
studies,
pueda
more
hacer con el
work, more
departamento de
clarity. But
previsión
right
para
now today
llevar
we
a cabo
can do
más
this.
estudios
This
de
will
mercado.
affect
Pero ahorita
every
podemos
one
hacer
of the
esto,
uses
afectará
in
a cada
every
uno de
one of our
nuestros de cada uno de
districts
nuestros
and
distritos y
give the tools
dará las herramientas
effectively
efectivamente
to
para
control the job
controlar
and
el
eliminate the
trabajo y
issues that we
eliminar el
heard
asunto
about
que
in
ya
our
se ha mencionado
communities
en
from
nuestras
every
comunidades, de
community in
cada
the city,
comunidad
and
de
that we
nuestra
hear
ciudad
time and
y que
again in every
escuchamos vez tras
individual
vez
case
en
in our
cada
city.
caso individual en nuestra
So I
ciudad. Por lo
ask that we
tanto,
adopt
pido
this ordinance.
adoptar esta ordenanza.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Gracias, señor presidente, colegas,
members of the
miembros de la
LAPD.
LAPD.
Over the years,
A través de los años,
the strip clubs didn't
los
have lap
clubs de
dancing.
entretenimiento de
When did
adultos
they
no tenían
turn to lap dancing?
bailes
How many years ago?
en las piernas. ¿Cuándo empezó esto?
That would have to be an approximate answer. I've been in Command of Organized Crime Advice for 3 years. It's been very ongoing and growing.
Esto ha
I know
sido
for
algo
that
continuo
period
y
of
está
time, and
creciendo. Yo sé que
probably
por
for another 3
varios,
or 4
ya
years
bastante tiempo,
before
ya
that.
quizás 3 o
And
4
is
años
this the
antes.
point
Este
where
es el
ABC Alcohol Beverage
punto
Control
donde el
instituted
control de licor
measures
y
and
ABC
then went to
presentó
juice
medidas, luego
bars,
fue
and
a
that
barras de
created
jugos y esto
more problems associated
creó
with
más
the
problemas
entertainment, the adult
asociados con
entertainment?
entretenimiento
ABC
para
licensed
adultos.
establishments always have had the 6-foot
Establecimientos
rule.
de
That's
licorería
been
a
in
veces
effect
siempre
for
tienen un
decades.
reglamento de 6
To
pies. Siempre
circumvent
esto se lleva a
that,
cabo.
these
Hay
clubs
otro
went to
señor
juice
para
bars and stopped serving alcohol. And so a cover fee and then, certain amount of fees for whatever juice they're serving inside the clubs.
I know we have a location in the valley where there's a juice
no
bar
tener que cumplir esa
and an
ley,
alcohol
fue
dispensing
cambiado a
location
barra
adjacent to each
de
other,
jugos para donde
where
se
someone
venden
will go
jugos.
to the
En vez
alcohol
de vender
and
alcohol,
then they'll go
alguien va
next door to the
a
juice
comprar
bar
alcohol y luego van a
where
la
there's
barra
the
de jugo
food
donde hay
and the lap dancing. Do we have a number of those locations throughout the city, or are they isolated?
Personas completamente nuevas y también bailarines que bailan en pleno de personas. Esto ocurre, creo que es algo aislado, no puedo darle una respuesta completa, pero la revisión de la información que tengo, creo que esto es algo aislado y con la aprobación de esto, un oficial que inspecta un lugar, ya sea un oficial con uniforme, narcótico secreto, con el reglamento del 6 pies, no habrá ningún malentendimiento en cuanto a la cercanía que la persona que está llevando el entretenimiento y la persona que está patrocinando este servicio.
When there's a lap dancing
No
activity,
debe
there's
haber
no question
confusión.
that a
Cuando hay
violation
una
is taking place.
actividad de
And that assists
los que bailan en las
law
piernas, eso
enforcement in
no
doing their job. And I would
ayuda
assume the
de
city attorney in
que
doing
esto está
prosecution.
quebrantado de ley, eso le ayudará a los oficiales a hacer su trabajo y también para el procesamiento, sí, muchísimo.
Looking at the document
Mirando
that
el
you
documento
provided,
que usted nos entregó,
noting
donde se menciona
prostitution activity, and I
actividades de
know you did
prostitución,
an
y sé que
18-month
usted
survey around the
hizo una
city,
encuesta por 18
including
meses en toda la ciudad,
locations
incluyendo
in my
lugares
district
en mi
as well as my
distrito,
colleagues'
tanto
districts.
como los distritos de mis
That
colegas,
prostitution was
donde
noted,
prostitución fue
violent conduct,
considerada
stabbings,
conducta violenta,
and fights with knives,
luchas
baseball
con
bats, lewd activity, lewd conduct, and narcotics. And one thing
navajas,
that also
actividad
struck me is
ilícita,
security guards that
narcóticos.
are
Lo que
positioned in some of
me
these
sorprende es que
locations
los
were being
seguridades
threatened by
los
the
seguridades
patrons
estaban
when
siendo
they
avisados por los
did what they were paid to do
patrocinadores cuando hacen lo que
eject
tienen
someone
que
who was
hacer para echar a
misbehaving in a
alguien que se está
location.
mal comportando en
So I
este
know
lugar.
that
Por
the
lo tanto, yo
industry
sé
says
que la
they
industria
put a
dice
security guard
que
at
ellos
the
incluyen
location, but
un
doesn't seem
oficial de
that
seguridad en ese lugar, pero
eliminates
esto
the problem.
no
It just seems
elimina
that
el problema.
another
Parece
victim
que
of a
otro
potential crime or
puede ser
another
otro
potential
víctima de
assault.
una
I'm totally supportive of this. I was supportive when it came
o
before the
crimen.
Public
Yo
Safety
apoyo
Committee,
esto totalmente.
supported when
Yo
it
lo
came
pide
before
cuando
the
fue
Joint
ante el
Committee.
Comité de Seguridad Pública
What
y
I
el
see in
otro
this
comité.
is giving
Lo que yo
law
veo en esto es
enforcement
le
another
dará
tool to do what they need to do
los oficiales para cumplir la ley a hacer algo más sin que nadie interprete la distancia involucrada, porque ya sabemos que todo empiezan a hablar sobre Tyson, empiezan a hablar detalladamente de esto, que no era esto, es un proceso de que este es un quebrantamiento claro. Se prohibirá baile en las piernas de alguien públicamente, entrenamiento de adultos continuará como continuó hace muchos años en otras jurisdicciones, pero parece que está disminuyendo a través de los años, hasta el punto donde este reporte también refleja actividades de prostitución, sexo por dinero en muchos de estos reportes. Por tanto, esto hará su trabajo mucho más fácil, mejorar la calidad de vida, y reconozco a las personas que tienen aquí de la parte oeste. Yo sé que hay personas de la parte oeste de aquí en pasado para otras audiencias del comité. Soy un apoyador de esto. Espero que la fiscal usted eso le dé las herramientas para que usted enjuicie a las personas que cometen estos quebrantamientos. Gracias.
Mr. Cárdenas.
Señor Cárdenas.
Mr. Cárdenas.
The question for the panel.
Pregunta para el panel.
Are we the only city that has
Somos la
been
única
or
ciudad
is
que
faced with these kinds of issues
tiene
that
que enfrentar este
relate to
tipo de
these
asuntos
establishments and the
tocante a
activity that
estos
goes on
lugares y
outside of
actividades
these
que ocurren fuera de
establishments?
estos lugares?
No, we're not. The
No,
police department
el
can
departamento de
better answer
policía
that
puede
question. They've
contestar esto de mejor
surveyed other
manera.
jurisdictions.
Esto se autoriza en otras
The
jurisdicciones.
city does
La
not,
ciudad,
these regulations, these 7 sentences out of this ordinance, have been enacted in various forms by
Have they been challenged in court?
these types of regulations have been successfully defended by the cities that have enacted them in both the state and in the federal courts.
So this 6-foot rule is something that is not new to ordinances, nor is it new to being challenged in court?
No, both the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, going back to the 80s, have upheld variations of this type of regulation. The California courts have upheld this type of regulation.
I agree with
Yo estoy de
my
acuerdo
colleagues,
con
Ms.
mi
Misakowski
colega,
and
con la
Mr.
señora
Zine,
Misakowski,
who
con el
read off
señor
a litany
Stein,
of
los que
issues that are
leyeron una
related not only
lista de
inside these
asuntos tocantes
establishments,
a
but the
lo que
kinds
ocurre
of
no
things
solamente
that
dentro de
spill
estos
over
lugares, pero el
into the
tipo de
community,
actividad que
the kinds of
ocurre
things that
fuera
Los
de
Angeles
esos
should not be
lugares,
known as
y
the
en la
mecca
comunidad
for
ese es
these
el
kinds of
tipo de
activities.
actividades que
And,
Los Ángeles no
one
debe
of the
ser
things that
considerado
strikes
como
me
el
as so
meca de esta
odd
ciudad. Lo que me
is that some of these places
sorprende
call
es que estos
themselves
lugares se
gentlemen's
llaman clubs
Well,
para
if
los
they call themselves
caballeros, y
gentlemen's
se
clubs, I'm trying to
llaman
raise 2
clubs
gentlemen
de
in my
caballeros,
family,
tratando
both 8
de
and 10 years
crear a
old.
dos caballeros de
And
8 y 10 años de edad en mi
nowhere are these
familia.
kinds of establishments or these
Ese
activities
tipo de
anywhere on the
actividades, ese
list
tipo de lugares
of the
están en
kinds
la
of things that I want
lista,
my 2 gentlemen to learn and
lista
know.
de tipo de cosas que yo quiero que mis dos jovencitos aprendan y sepan.
This is a free
Esto es un
country,
país libre
and this
y
ordinance
esta
is not
ordenanza
going to
no
stop these establishments from
para que
existing.
estos lugares
It's my understanding
existan. Es mi entendimiento
whether it be
que
the Supreme Court
ya
or some
sea el
court has
Tribunal
said that we
Supremo o
have to
el
actually
Tribunal
allow
dice
them
que
to
tenemos que
actually have the
permitirles que tengan la
opportunity
oportunidad
to exist.
de
But if they're
existir,
going
pero
to
si
exist
ellos
in
van a
our
existir
city,
en nuestra
I
ciudad,
think that it is
creo
incumbent
yo
upon us to
que
make
es
sure
responsabilidad
that we
asegurar que
put them in a situation
estos
where
lugares estén en una
whatever
situación
respect or
donde
lack of
cualquier
respect they
respeto o
want to
falta de
have in
respeto
these
quieran tener en
facilities,
esos
that they
lugares,
do not
que ellos
cross the
no
line and certainly do
crucen
not cross
este
the
límite, no
6-foot rule.
crucen el reglamento
So I
ese.
wholeheartedly
Por lo
support
tanto,
this
yo apoyo
ordinance,
esto
and I
sumamente
hope
y
that we are
espero
successful when I
que
expect that we
tengamos
will be challenged
éxitos,
in court,
y yo sé que
as
seremos,
such is
nos
the case
retarán en el
always
tribunal.
when you try to
Tal
do the
es el
right
caso
thing,
cuando siempre
and I
hace lo
expect and
correcto y
hope that we do
espero
prevail. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
poder ganar. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias, señor presidente.
I don't know every street in the city of Los
Yo no
Angeles, but I
conozco todo lo
think
que
in
en
the
la ciudad de
streets
Los
of the
Ángeles,
4th
creo que
District,
en
there's
las
certain
calles del distrito
challenges there
cuarto
that
hay ciertos retos ahí
override other parts of the city because of street prostitution. And I'm very concerned that I don't want to see an increase in street prostitution. And one thing we did is we developed this John law that was titled because it goes after those who go into a neighborhood
Ese es
and is
el nombre porque son
disrespectful.
personas que
Now,
van a
this law
diferentes
that is
comunidades y
proposed,
faltan al
which
respeto a esta
gives you an
ley
ability to enforce
que
it,
se propone y le da una
you
habilidad
cite the
de que se
person who does the
cumpla la
dancing, is
ley.
that correct?
Ustedes le dan una infracción a las personas que
What
bailan,
about the person
sí,
who
y la
gets the
persona que
dance?
compra el baile.
Do you want Asha to answer that?
There is a section of the law
Hay una
that
sección de la ley
would regulate both the
que
dancer
regula
and
ambos,
the
al
patron.
bailarín
So
y al
it would be citations would be given to both of them if they violate.
Will it be posted as clear as an exit sign and an occupancy posted? Is there a
Habrá un
posting?
letrero a la entrada y la salida de sobre esta
Establishments, there'll be postings? And the sound is a little...
Yeah, one of the requirements in
Uno
the
de los
regulations,
requisitos
which is in the 103 sections,
regulaciones.
is that
Could you
turn it
a little bit closer to the microphone? That's what it is.
too close,
There
too
you go.
far. Maybe we need a 6-foot distance requirement.
Very good. See, in Las Vegas, I saw, anybody see 2020 last night? Las Vegas had a whole story on Las Vegas, and I think they said 6 inches, which I couldn't believe. Did they say 6 inches in Las Vegas? That's the rule. City in Las Vegas, it's 6 inches. But anyway.
But going to my response, there is a requirement in the regulations that the operators of these establishments make their employees familiar with the provisions that require the patrons and entertainers to keep, not to touch each other.
Right. Members, you know, you ask about things in Los Angeles. You know, you look at the city boundaries. Why Sunset Strip was Sunset Strip, unincorporated county. Why Culver City was come out Washington Boulevard. There was Vice 70 years ago in this region, and they chose those places not to be under the guise of the LAPD. That was one of the driving forces why they wanted to stay out of Los Angeles, because the Los Angeles Police Department was more aggressive. In other areas where it's unincorporated county, it's not as aggressive on this. And I think why these clubs, you know, I'd like to ask too, and maybe not an amendment to this city, but your committee, to look why there's a proliferation of these nightclubs. I'm concerned about people leaving any establishment when they're intoxicated. That is my number one concern on a restaurant or a bar, to make sure that happens. I'm concerned that we make sure that the enforcement is fair on every establishment. Because people have different lives in their ability to live in Los Angeles. But I do understand, and it was brought to the attention by Ms. Misikowski, that some of these establishments have ruined their reputation in the neighborhood. Some of them in the industrial districts right across from city facilities where we donate dogs and animals for pet care. Have ruined their establishments. So I hope there's a fair balance. And I just wanted to make one suggestion. I don't know, Chief Murray, how many reserve officers we have in the city.
Not
as many as we'd like.
No, no suficiente.
Not as
¿Cuántos?
many as
No,
we'd
no
like.
Well, I think
suficiente.
you could increase the reserve officers, you get a special force put together. I know one guy can drive and one guy can inspect. But anyway, that's enough said there. Thank you, Mr. President.
If I might, when the vice officers are not in the establishment enforcing lap dancing violations, they can be on the street enforcing prostitution violations.
And alcohol, because I don't know if anybody's driven out of a nightclub and taken out somebody at an intersection getting a lap dance, but they have with alcohol. I want to see the same amount of force in bars, whether it's an adult bar or a regular bar, on alcohol, because alcohol is 42,000 Americans lose their life a year to alcohol. But at the same time, as Ms. Misikowski articulated, in some establishments, to be able to fairly enforce this, you need this law, and I'm going to support this law here, but I want to make sure we're fair in everything that we do. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
No time, I won't say or talk about Starsky and Hutch, but I think one of the critical points that we need to continue looking at is how we use our technology to start defining where these establishments can be sited, where they can be located, I should say. That's the push we need to make, is because we're obligated by the First Amendment by the Supreme Court, we can't shut them down completely, but we need to find these places where they can go. For me, it's an issue of how do we give those individuals, our men and women in blue, the ability to deal with identifying the crime element, identifying those who continue to penalize our communities when they leave these establishments. So I just want to echo the words of my colleagues. I think it's crucial that we go there, especially now we're talking about how rail lines are being developed. Rail lines were developed along industrial corridors. That's where the new train station stops are coming. So it's no coincidence that we have, like in my district, an establishment a block away from a rail station. And those are issues we need to come to grips with. So these are the kinds of zoning issues, and we need to emphasize this to the planning department and the work program, because I know I will be. And that the planning department comes back and says, well, we can only do so much because the work program dictates blah, blah, blah. The fact is, this is a critical issue. We need to start zeroing in on where we can legally identify where they can go so they are not obtrusive or they are not penalized in our communities. And that we need to do that citywide. So I just want to reemphasize that urgency as we continue to battle these issues out in court. We need to do a much quicker job in identifying where these places can go so they don't violate the quality of life for the most vulnerable, which are our children and our families. So members, I stand to support this. I still think we have a long way to go. Thank you, Councilmember Sikowski, for this effort. I think we found one approach, but we have to continue on multiple fronts. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. President, members. Very few issues in life are black and white. We know that the courts have historically looked at some of these activities as speech, but the courts have also maintained throughout the years that although always reluctant to limit speech, the First Amendment, that the courts have said that we can put time, place, and manner restrictions on speech, that we can craft a law narrowly to address those First Amendment considerations. We know that the Ninth Circuit Court is a court that has historically been very supportive of the First Amendment, has historically protected, gone at great lengths to protect it. And this Ninth Circuit has said that a 6-foot rule is something that meets the test, the constitutional test, required whenever you limit speech. And because of that, I speak in favor of Ms. Sikowski's measure. I think it's a very narrowly crafted attempt to address our concerns about the many things that have been mentioned today with respect to the ancillary issues involved here, while at the same time protecting the First Amendment. And so I rise in support of Ms. Sikowski's motion.
Mr. Zine.
A thought came to me and I discussed it, and I think with the city attorney's indulgence, ignorance of the law is no excuse. People would venture into adult entertainment establishments saying they didn't know that. Some of the entertainers may say, I don't know that. So, and I don't want to tamper with what we've got. I want to get that moving forward. But at the same time, how do we establish a provision that it be posted at the entrance? That the 6-foot rule be posted at the entrance, so law enforcement will have it documented, patrons will have it documented, employees will have it documented, so it's clear when you enter that establishment, that 6-foot rule notice is there, such as we have in bars about alcohol and birth defects. I don't want to tamper with this, but do we come back later with just a public notice that we have this law in the city of Los Angeles as you enter the establishment?
If I might suggest, sir, that I don't think additional regulation by way of an ordinance would be required. If you adopt this ordinance, you will be vesting with the police commission a good deal of rulemaking authority, and with respect to these types of businesses who come for a CES-type permit, they can establish that as one of the regulations. You've got to put up a sign that says A, B, C, and D, whatever it is the commission would, that would be a matter of their practice and policy.
So we can have the police commission include that when
Comisión
they
de Policía
obtain the
puede
permit.
incluir esto
And that
cuando
way there's
obtengan
no
el permiso, si
misunderstanding
así no habrá
from anyone.
malentendimiento de parte de nadie en jefe.
Salomon from the Police Commission just informed me that they
Salomón
will
de
in
la
fact do
Comisión
that.
de Policía me acaba de informar que harán esto. Entonces no habrá ningún malentendimiento por nadie, si así es. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Other
Gracias, señor
members wishing to be
Stein. ¿Más
heard
de
on
presentación
this
sobre
item?
este asunto?
Item 15.
Asunto 15.
I believe we're ready for a vote.
Creo que estamos listos para una
Clerk, please open the
presentación.
roll.
Secretario Municipal, abre ese voto.
Please close the
Cierre ese
roll
voto.
and tabulate the vote.
Ese conteo. 13 sís.
Unanimous vote, that is approved.
Voto unánime, pero aprobado. Gracias.
Mr. President, can we move forthwith? Thank
Señor
you.
enviado. Al alcalde, gracias.
There was a request to take item number
Petición
37 out of order,
para
and that
tratar
was
sobre
called
37
special by
fue dado respecto
Councilmember
a sociedad por la
Miskowski.
concejala
Ms.
Miskowski,
Miskowski,
señora
item
37.
Mr. President, could I ask we take one other item for this? Let me read every.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe item 3 was
Secretario
called
Municipal para
special.
que asunto 3
Yes, it was, and
sí,
there are cards
hay
from the
tarjetas del
public.
público.
Item 3 is now before us, and the council calls forward as we try to restore order in the audience from the previous item. Members of the public who were here on the previous item, if you wish to stay for the rest of the council meeting, you're more than welcome to do so. We just ask that you please have a seat and allow us to proceed with the other business at hand. If you are leaving now, then we certainly ask that you do so rather quickly and as quietly as possible so we can continue with the business of the council. Members of the council, members of the public, we now turn to item number 3 from today's agenda, and the council calls forward Ed Falero. Is Ed Falero still with us? Please come forward at this time. Colleagues, this is on item number 3. Go ahead.
I'm here to see if there's any possibility to get a reduced fee on the substandard. We've pulled permits and drawings on this property, and I need to see if there's any help I can get in a reduced fee.
Okay, thank you very much. This concludes public comment on this item. Are there members wishing to be heard on item number 3? On item number 3, I believe Mr. Reyes moves approval of this item. Mr. Reyes, are we ready to act, or did you need a minute here?
Yes, I was just conferring with the staff, building and safety. I'd like to just call him to the table to see if he can answer his question.
If we have department staff ready to answer questions.
The building and safety staff.
General Manager Edelman or David Lara here.
I believe the gentleman was asking about reduced fees, and I just want to make sure that we know what we need to do given the case. If you could share some of the particulars with us, should we have a response?
Good morning. Senior Inspector Andy Harris from the Department of Building and Safety. This is one of the cases in our problem property resolution team. That means there's large amounts of crime, gang activity, and things of that nature, and have been going on for a long time.
Okay.
We did a lot of work out there. This gentleman bought the property after we had done the work in a foreclosure sale. And it's really not a massive amount of money considering the work that we did.
Okay, and considering the amount of work that's been done, I don't, the answer then is we don't need to reduce the fee.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Colleagues, we have many properties in our district, our respective districts that fall in disarray. I apologize to the person who bought the property anew, but I believe when you purchase properties like this, these are the kinds of costs that are associated when you make these kinds of investments. We need to continue dealing with these issues throughout the city, especially in my district when you have so many absentee landlords and so many abandoned properties that I just don't see how we can be lowering the fee given the cost recovery because of all the work our city does, our respective departments in doing this work. So I would just like to encourage my colleagues to vote on the matter as it is, and then we move forward.
Thank you very much. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? If not, item 3 is before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Ms. Misikowski, are we ready? Let's proceed then to item 37, which was requested to be taken out of order. Let me recognize Councilmember Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a motion that I don't think needs any introduction because I think each of you have gotten more calls, more information, more detail on this motion than probably anything you've seen, particularly for the newer members in the council, and I dare say for a lot of the council members who've been around for a long time. Members, this is the action of the Airport Commission that I'm saying the council should assert jurisdiction. It's the action of the Airport Commission taken this first week in September that says let's issue an RFP to go do advanced planning. When I first saw that motion, and let me tell you, I had no knowledge of it, it was just done. It was done about 30 days after this council had asked the airport, and the mayor agreed, to ask for more time to review this document. I brought this down here, members. This is the airport EIR master plan. This is the EIR that the Airport Commission said people can look at that in 45 days and respond. No problem. We said it is a problem. We said go for a full 120-day circulation. In the midst of that, and I believe making a mockery of that request to let the public comment be heard, to discuss this, to analyze it, to raise questions, in the midst of that, after the Airport Commission agreed to go for 120 days, the airport says, let's fast track it, let's do the design, almost making irrelevant the public comment. That's the perception. Then one looks a little further and says, okay, if the material isn't in there, isn't the current consultant who's doing this EIR supposed to respond to comments, supposed to give the analysis that the public is now raising, that the County Board of Supervisors is now raising, that others are now raising? Why do we need to go out for a new consultant when the current consultant can do this? I guess I have a question in asking the Airport Commission, who are present today. Why are we going out for an RFP to do advanced planning when a contract, and members, here are the 8 contracts in place. The contract in 01 said the consultants were supposed to do advanced planning to move forward the EIR, to answer details. The contract was amended in 02 by the Board of Airport Commissions, approved by the city attorney, saying do conceptual design, do advanced planning, do phasing work, and the airport said to the consultant under that contract, stop the work, don't do the work. Can the airport, anyone here, tell me why that work was stopped that would have given you the detail in the EIR that was supposed to be out there and be a complete EIR?
Jim Ritchie, Deputy Executive Director for Long Range Planning. Yes, I'd like to address that if I could. Keep in mind the timing of that. This process has gone on for 9 years. We have exhausted the environmental planning process. At that point in time that the Councilwoman indicates, that was at a time we had a different alternative on the table.
Jim, I've got March 2002, I've got December 2002, and alternative D is on the table, and the contract says alternative D.
At the point of time that we were preparing to proceed forward with Alternative D, we had approached that particular consultant and asked for a cost to move forward on Alternative D. We had a number presented to us that we were very uncomfortable with. We felt that we were possibly being taken advantage of. By them being the only consultant at the time, we questioned that cost. Shortly thereafter that time, we called a peer review for a number of reasons, one of those being the cost of what it would cost to go forward for the advanced planning portion. During that peer review, the peer review challenged the way we were organized. They challenged us from a standpoint of being too dominant, from a standpoint of too many consultants driving the train as opposed to a LAMA-managed effort. We took steps at that time to change it. All of those things affected the delay that would occur with the predictable advanced planning that you're absolutely right should go concurrently with the EIS, EIR for the purposes that you make an excellent point.
And in fact, LAWA and the city attorney said should go forward and then stop that work themselves from going forward. So members, I think this is being presented, interestingly, as a way to fast-track something, when in a way I think it's going to be setting it 2 or 3 steps back. Members, I understand that there's been a lot of pressure, and I understand, and I want to thank Councilmember Villaraigosa, because in looking at this, he did also talk to the mayor's office, and the mayor's office has sent a letter, and the letter now says that no RFP will be issued until after now our 120-day formal circulation period has transpired. So we will listen to the public, or at least get comments from the public first, before this comes back. And as Mr. Stein pointed out in his letter to us, the contract itself is 245able sometime in February or March. But members, we lose between today and February and March in answering real questions on this, because we've already been told we're not even going to have a contract till February or March to do the advanced planning that was contracted for, specified, detailed, and in fact, I have talked to the peer review people, some of them, and some of them said the criticism was you should have had more upfront work. Members, I don't know if the city attorney is at the table, but the city attorney says this is just a program EIR. It's not an EIR on the details. It's not an EIR on each project. So you think you're fast-tracking this? Each project has to have now separate environmental analysis. More time, more delay. That's what Ms. Patty Tubert said, and she's nodding her head. So, members, this has not been done well. I said slow down the process. I was first told when the project came out, you know, you're asking a lot of questions, Cindy, but don't worry, it's going to be in the EIR. You read the EIR and the answers aren't in there. That's why they need more consultants now. That's why they need more projects to do more work that they should have done, that they contracted to do, that the peer review said should have been done earlier. And in fact, it's delay, it's confusion, and it's not getting us what we need, a development of a secure airport sooner rather than later, and with those details. I think we should assert jurisdiction. I think we need to get into it. However, if the council chooses not to at this time, and we get this back sometime in February or March, believe me, I'm going to be bringing in motions before then to raise some of these questions, to deal with some of these issues, and hopefully get the council to, I think everyone's attention has now been focused on this, and I appreciate that. But believe me, there's a lot more to come, and I do think we should assert jurisdiction, take our 21 days to send it to Commerce and Energy, let Commerce and Energy work, let the Airport Commission staff come and talk to the Energy Committee, Commerce and Energy Committee, about what the plan is and what some of these details are, so that we start getting together, all together, stakeholders who can get information, who aren't told, well, they can't answer a question to me because the Airport Commission has told them not to. That's where we're at today. I thank those members who signed this motion. I think it's right for the council to get involved at this point, and I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, let me, Mr. Speaker, I remember that. Mr. President, you're our speaker too. Mr. President, members, let me thank Councilmember Michalski for her leadership on this issue. I'm a real believer in separate branches of government and the importance of the legislative branch, in this case the council, to exert its jurisdiction where appropriate. This council made a motion a few weeks ago where we made it absolutely clear that we thought we needed to extend this process, the public comment period, to slow down the process a bit and in a way that would give the public the opportunity to really look through this proposal. And so I signed on to that motion, the original motion by Ms. Michalski, because I thought it stood for the proposition that where the council has spoken with respect to that, and with unanimity, as in the case here, that it was important that the executive branch, the mayor's office, respect that and honor that, and that their appointees on the Airport Commission do the same. When this RFP came out, members of the Airport Commission, you got to know, for many of us, this was a slap in the face at a process that we had said as a council should be stretched out. Since then, the mayor has given his word through his chief of staff, Mr. McCosker, that they're going to respect the process, that they're going to respect this extended period of time, the 120 days that we need, and not issue the RFP until after that. And because of that, I believe that we don't need to assert jurisdiction at this time. I do want to make something absolutely clear. I stand with Ms. Miskowski on the issue of whether or not this proposal is the best proposal that we could put forward. It's a $9 to $12 billion proposal that, frankly, in my mind, doesn't have the economic benefits that we need to rationalize and substantiate an investment like that. This would be the biggest public works project anywhere in the nation ever, and it seems to me not appropriate to move forward on the substance of the issue sometime in the future. So you should know that although I am not supporting this motion at this time, I do agree that at some point in the future, if there's not an attempt to address the council's concern, I will be a supporter of a Rule 245 motion. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Believe me, this
Señor
issue has been
Carnes,
brought to
créame,
my
ese asunto ha
attention
sido presentado
quite a bit lately. Not just this
a mi
particular issue, but what's going on at the
atención con
airport and this
frecuencia, solamente con lo que está ocurriendo en el aeropuerto, pero
journey that we're on to
este
figure out if
viaje
we're going
increíble
to
para darnos cuenta si
embark on
vamos a
this
iniciar
project.
este
But this particular
proyecto,
issue
pero este
before us
asunto
right here,
particular aquí,
as chair of the Commerce Committee, I've
pendiente,
analyzed it
como jefe del
quite a
Comité
bit,
de
and after having been a
Comercio,
former engineer
analizado esto
myself, being involved
muchísimo,
in
siendo
analyzing things
previo
and
ingeniero,
looking at
analizando
processes that
cosas
are
y
parallel
mirando
sometimes.
procesos
This
que
particular
son
action by the commission
casi iguales.
perhaps
Esta
wasn't the
acción
most
por la
timely,
Comisión quizás no
but
fue
after looking
el
into it, I realized
proceso
that
muy
because
a
of the
tiempo,
parallel
después de
tracks
considerar
that have
esto,
to
me he
occur
dado cuenta que
and the
porque las
possibility
similares
of
que
even more
ocurren y
expenses
la
being
posibilidad de
expended in the long run on the
utilizar más
back end
gastos
should
en
everything follow
futuro
through
si es que
and
todo
a design, a
procede
project does
y
in
un
fact go
diseño, un
forward at the
proyecto
airport
por hecho
of Los Angeles. It
continúa
is
en el
important that we
aeropuerto.
do move forward with
Nosotros
this process
importante
at this
proceder con ese
time.
proceso
However,
ahora, sin embargo,
after speaking with
después
the
de
mayor's
hablar con
office,
la oficina del
I
alcalde,
insisted that we have 2 dates of assurances
insistí
so
tener
that we could
dos
have time
fechas
to look at this
para
particular
asegurar
process
poder
that's
tener este
before
proceso
us
en
and have
particular
an
y
opportunity
así tener una
to pull it in with our
oportunidad de
jurisdiction should we choose
que
to as
este
a
esté dentro
council.
de su creación si es que
And that
optamos
is
a
that we
hacerlo
not
y
only
este es de
wait
que no
till November
solamente
8th
esperemos hasta el
so
8
that
de
we
noviembre
could
para
see
así
this
poder
RFP go out
asegurar
to
que
the
este
public,
RFP sea
but
distribuido al
secondly,
público,
that
pero
no
segundo,
contract be
que ningún
awarded
contrato
before
sea
March
otorgado
1st,
antes del 1
which
de
gives us
marzo, al cual
beyond
nos da
November 8th approximately 4 months
4
for us to
meses para
continue to
poder
analyze,
continuar analizando,
to have more findings by the
tener
time we realize what
decisiones
path we
cuando
may be taking
lleguemos al
at
punto
that
de
time.
que
So it is very
debemos de
important for
tomar
me to
decisiones.
note
Es muy
that
importante
even though this has
mencionar
been
que
a
aunque
very
este
contentious
ha sido una
situation,
situación
and it will continue to be, I suppose,
mucha
through the coming
tensión y
months and
continuará
years,
durante
I
los
think that it's
siguientes meses
important
y
for
años.
people
Creo
to
que es muy
understand
importante
that
que
people
personas
are
entiendan que las
dialoguing,
personas están
that we are trying to
comunicándose, que
listen
estamos
to each
tratando de
other, and we are
escucharnos
trying
y que
to at
estamos
some
tratando de
point come to a compromise
momento
that is
llegar a
amenable
un
between the different branches of government
compromiso
here
amistoso
and the
entre
different
diferentes niveles
institutions
de
that are involved in
gobierno
this
aquí y
process.
diferentes
So I want
instituciones
to
que están
thank you
involucradas en este
for
proceso. Pero
this
primero quiero dar las
written
gracias
letter
por
of
esta
assurance
carta
and commitment that you
de
will follow
asegurando
this in that
y
timely manner.
comprometiéndose que
Thank you.
ustedes llevan a cabo esto
Mr. Smith.
dentro de un horario.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I concur with what
Al tiempo, gracias, presidente, estoy de acuerdo con lo que se había regozado aquí. Creo que es una manera adecuada hacer unas cuantas preguntas y tiene que ver con el proceso. Primero, si demoramos esto, si tomamos jurisdicción ahora, señora Muzikowski, ¿qué está mal con lo que la señora Muzikowski ha propuesto? ¿Qué es lo que tendrá que perdurar si ahorita tomamos
Jim
los
Ritchie
45
again,
y el
the
comité
Deputy
habla sobre
Executive
esto
Director
después?
LA World Airports. From a process standpoint, it's important to conduct as much of the concurrent planning that you can as we move down that path of the EIS-EIR. We project to be before you with a detailed product about a year from now, and about 15 months from now, we will have the final record of decision, the federal decision, which is the first date beyond which you can start a project. It would be a shame if we defer these planning activities till after the record of decision and use up that precious little time remaining. By that point in time, we will only have 10 years left on a 20-year horizon project defined by the FAA. So I would certainly recommend that at the record of decision, we don't enter into a 2-year planning cycle before we complete advanced planning and design.
That 20-year window of FAA, is that to begin construction or complete construction?
Este 20 años para completar construcción o terminar construcción. El ciclo de 20 años empieza, como usted
We started this
recuerda,
process in 1995. So we've invested today 9 years of a rather exhaustive
Hemos
study.
invertido
We've
9 años
reacted to many pressures. We've shaped, we've redefined, we've had national tragedies to influence it. So I would tell you the 9 years is well invested. However, nonetheless, we should capitalize on every opportunity that we have to do advanced planning preparatory to the record of decision.
If I could just add one thing, I'm Kim Day, I'm the interim executive director at LAWA. There also, when you delay any sort of a construction project, there is a real fiscal cost. There is, time is money, and it has been estimated that this delay could cost us as much as $200 to $300 million.
esto nos ha costado, se
So
demoró,
the concerns that Ms. Muzikowski brought to us that we could spend $1 million, $2 million a month on this contract is outweighed by a loss of maybe $200 million on the other side if we don't do it.
Esto sobrelleva 200 a 300 millones de dólares a otro lado. Si hacemos si usted pone de acuerdo las juntas de presidentes que se presentó el año pasado para empezar este proceso con otro contratista próximo. ¿Usted piensa que ahora estamos considerando otro contratista diferente por puesto que ellos?
That's correct. Well, we had a couple issues that made us uncomfortable at the time. I mentioned the cost that we had. I mentioned the peer review. Not only that, during that same time frame, of course, we were redefining Alternative D, reshaping a safety and a security plan. So as time has moved on, one of the issues the legal team has raised is a conflict of interest according to the National Environmental Protection Act. In those NEPA laws, there's a conflict of interest with any contractor that has a material interest in the project should that planning cycle go past the record of decision. So as we started again to initiate the advanced planning, upon legal advice, we had to preclude or exclude, I should say, those consultants that we currently have.
Well, I wasn't in the contract, she just showed us.
Well, at that point in time, which was advanced planning, had we started it then under those circumstances, it would have been done before the record of decision. Every day we delay it further creates more difficulty from the standpoint of conflict of interest with the existing contractors.
Okay. See, my time is running very short, but is there a problem with this current contractor? I mean, other than this perceived conflict of interest issue, is there a reason you really don't want to continue with them, or is it just you feel they're going to cost too much money?
The cost was the initial question we have. With that delay, it put us into that legal situation where the attorneys precluded their involvement due to the time it would take if we started today to complete.
Our city attorney has said that, and they've clarified that with NEPA?
Oh, correct, yes.
Okay. All right, finally, I'm running out of time here. I'd just like to say, members of council, I think, we've been in this process going on 9 years now. We all thought we need a new airport. We all know we need a new airport. The longer we delay, the more we make this impossible to happen. More importantly, 9/11 has brought great clarity and focus to the concerns at LAX. We can debate over the issues that are in that EIR, which we will next year, but this process is necessary to keep the thing alive and moving at the proper rate so that we don't have breaks in the operation, that we don't get to a point in time next year when we say, oh, you know what, we should have done that last year, but we didn't know about it because nobody was looking at those issues. And I think that this was what this contract does, right? It looks at those issues of planning to keep us on track, make sure we're going on the right way so that we don't run out of this 20-year window, for one. And for two, that it doesn't cost us more money in the long run to go back and try and fix the mistakes that we should have been watching for as we go through this process. More importantly, I think what Mr. Villalobos brought to us is that we're going to keep the process alive by the agreement you've made to bring this contract forward after the close of comments. And secondly, we as a council, this does really nothing at this time other than to stop the process. It slows it down some more. We need to keep it on track, and this slows it down. It's the wrong message. We need to keep moving. If we stop it now, we've lost too much. We have the opportunity to really look at the contract when it comes back, and that's the normal process in this city, ladies and gentlemen, is we issue contracts, and then if we don't like them, we stop them. Right now, we're just putting an RFP and asking people to tell us what they're going to do for us and how much it's going to cost. It costs us nothing in dollars today. It costs us in dollars tomorrow, and then we can decide whether there's a good contract or a bad contract. With me, Mr. Villalobos has brought forth the proper way to go. Let the process continue. If we find out next year that this is not a good idea, that we didn't get good bids, that it wasn't a good contract, then as a council, we should interdict and insert our jurisdiction. So I urge you to support what Mr. Villalobos brought to us, and let's get forward on this and deny the 245. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Colleagues, just to let you know, I have Mr. Reyes next, followed by Mr. Parks, Mr. Zine, Ms. Hahn, and then Ms. Mizikowski for a second time. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. There's a lot of give and take, a lot of push and pull in this discussion.
Gracias. Ha habido mucho
Can't help but think about is our tale of two cities and the amount of money that's associated to
hablando de
this.
esto, hablo acerca de
My concern is we're going through all
historias de
these
las
legal
ciudades, la cantidad de dinero.
processes,
Me preocupa que
impacts,
estamos hablando acerca de este
etc.
proceso,
When I look
el
at how much
impacto
money is being
ambiental,
spent
y
here,
cuando
I don't know
pienso
how
en la
much
cantidad de dinero que se está
is going
gastando
to
aquí, no sé
benefit our
cuánto
districts.
beneficiará a nuestro
I don't know
distrito,
where the
no sé
companies are coming
de
from,
dónde
I don't
vienen
know
las
who they're
compañías, no sé
employing.
a quién están
We're dealing
contratando.
with
Estamos
big,
tratando
big
con
money.
mucho
And we have
dinero
big
y
problems in our
tenemos
city.
muchos grandes más
Unemployment rate
problemas
for our youth is great.
en nuestra
Where's the
ciudad.
interconnectivity to these
El
kinds
empleo
of
de los
issues?
jóvenes es
Where's the
difícil.
notion
¿Dónde
of
está la
leveraging?
conectividad?
It's not only with the
¿Dónde
airport,
está la
with WP and
noción
the other
de
big-ticket
negociación? Hay
economic engines of our
muchos
city.
motores
I don't see any
económicos y no
connectivity
hay
here.
ninguna conexión aquí.
That's an issue that
Eso es
is
un
very
asunto
important
que
to
es muy
me.
importante para mí.
We keep talking about
Podemos hablando acerca
bringing in workers from
de
other places, other cities, other states, where we get our materials from, our contracts, vendors, from outside the city of LA. I like for us to get in a position where we are working with not only our unions in these issues, but working with our infrastructure, our nonprofits. We struggle every year to work with, quite frankly, compared to these budgets, measly dollars from federal block grant funds to just provide jobs for our kids. So that's the focus
Eso es
I
lo que me
have on
preocupa, es el
this.
enfoque que yo
All
tengo
these other
sobre todos
issues, I
estos
appreciate
asuntos. Aprecio
Councilman Villalobos' efforts,
los esfuerzos del concejal
Councilman
Villaraigosa, la
Mizikowski's. I
concejala
know we've got all
Mizikowski,
this
sé que
subplots under
tenemos
subplots in
estos
these
historias,
issues.
historias y
But
estos
quite
asuntos,
frankly,
pero
at the end of this whole
sinceramente al fin de
process,
este
I'm going to
proceso
ask, where
voy
did
a
the money
preguntar
go?
¿a
How did
dónde
our
fue el
city
dinero? ¿Cómo es que
benefit? How
se
did our
benefició nuestra
youth,
ciudad?
how did
¿Cómo
our
es que nuestros
companies, how did
jóvenes,
our
nuestras compañías y
contractors,
los
how did our
contratistas,
vendors
cómo
in the
es
city of LA
que los
benefit?
vendedores de la ciudad de Los
That's
Ángeles
something
se
that we should
benefician?
be
Eso es algo que
amplifying
debemos
throughout.
de
We're going to
continuar
go through our
hablando.
imaginations, we're
Vamos a
going to go
hablar
out for
acerca de
discussions.
estos
But at the end of this
diálogos, pero al fin de
process,
este
let's figure
proceso
out,
hay
did the
que
city of LA,
averiguar.
did
La
its
ciudad de
people,
Los
its
Ángeles,
citizens, our
su
taxpayers
pueblo, los ciudadanos,
benefit
los que
from all this
pagan
money?
impuestos, se
And that's
benefician de todos
something I
estos
hope the
dineros. Espero que los
commissioners are really
comisionados
focused on.
consideren y se enfoquen en esto.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Señor
I
Parks
also want to
García,
thank
señor
Ms.
presidente del Pleno de la Casa
Mizikowski
Social
for
Mizikowski
coming
por
forward on this issue.
presentar este
I'm concerned,
Lo que me
as she
preocupa a
is,
mí, tal como
early on
ella,
about extending
acerca
the
de
public comment period. In fact, the 8th District will have its first meeting
tener comentarios
dealing with this issue
públicos,
October
más comentarios
25th.
públicos. El
The
18
expectation is
hablará
that
sobre ese
community
asunto el
wants to
5
put
de
forth a
octubre.
number of issues that they've been
La comunidad quiere
discussing
hablar sobre
about
diferentes asuntos
noise and
los
a
cuales se
variety
habla
of
acerca del
other
ruido
issues
y
that have
otros
gone on for the
asuntos
last
que han estado
decade.
ocurriendo en los últimos 10 años, pero
My major concern is
lo
that
que
it
preocupa
appears,
principalmente es
the
que
way I read
parece
the
la manera
material,
que
that
yo
we are
interpreto el
asking to go
material
out
es que
for an
estamos
RFP
pidiendo
as though the
presentar un
design
RFP
and
como
the
si el diseño
proposal has
y
already
la
been
propuesta ya ha
decided.
sido
And I think
decidida.
that
Creo yo que
it does give some sense from the community standpoint that their
da
input is
cierto
going to be
sentido de
meaningless
parte de la
if
comunidad
we're going
que
out for an
la opinión de
RFP
la
on a
comunidad
design
no
that
va
they
a
have
ser
not had
considerado
input
si ya
into. It also
estamos
appears
pidiendo
to
un
me
RFP
that
sobre el
if
diseño
we
que ellos no
move
han
forward
dado
with
un
an
comentario y
RFP,
también parece que si
it
continuamos con
somewhat
el RFP,
diminishes our
esto
environmental
disminuye el
impact as we
impacto
find
ambiental
other
porque
issues.
mientras
It appears
hablamos
that
sobre
we're
estos
going to have to
asuntos parece
expand
que
and go
vamos a tener
back
que
out for the environmental impact study. So I would support this,
ganar
Ms.
más estudio,
on the basis
más
also
estudio. Por lo
that
tanto, quiero
we
pedir a
just
los
lived through
musicados
as
que
a
en la base de
council
que
our failure
nosotros
to
como
take
cosa municipal acabamos de
jurisdiction on the
pasar
Brooklyn
experiencia
law. And then we went through
nuestra
several
falla
months
de
of sitting on the
tomar
sideline
jurisdicción
waiting for
sobre
people
la
to listen
alarma
to us. And
de
then on the
carros o
first
de
time, I
casas y
believe it
la
was an
primera
error
vez creo
not to
que
exert
fue un error
jurisdiction. On the
no
second time, I think it was
tomar
appropriate that we
jurisdicción. La
did.
segunda vez creo que fue
Because it
adecuado
didn't
hacerlo
solve.
porque
So I do
este
not
fue el
believe
resultado.
we
Yo no
harm
creo que
anything
vamos a
by
dañar a
taking an
nadie
active role. In
tomando
fact, it gets
un
every council district
paso activo.
involved in
Creo
the
que
fact
esto
that it
involucra a
is
todos los
within the
distritos del
jurisdiction
Consejo, el
of
hecho de que
this
está dentro de la
council,
jurisdicción de
which
este
all of us
Consejo
have to
Municipal y
answer
todos
for
tenemos
as
que
we talk about a $9
contestar
to
sobre esto
$12 billion
cuando hablamos sobre
public works
un
program,
programa
as we
de
talk
obras
about
públicas de 9 a 10
insulation in the
millones de
homes,
dólares,
as we
hablar
talk
acerca
about
de
whether
mejoras
people
a
can drop
hogares
their
y si una
passengers
persona
off at
pueden
the curb.
dejar a sus
All of these
pasajeros
things are
en la
valid issues that are in the community.
cuneta. Todos
And
estos
it's
son
not just in the
asuntos válidos en la
communities of
comunidad, solamente en la
Westchester or El
comunidad de
Segundo, as
Westchester
closest
del
to the airport.
Segundo o más
So I
cerca
think
del
it's
aeropuerto.
absolutely
Creo que es
essential
sumamente
that the council
importante que
has
el Consejo
jurisdiction
tenga
and
jurisdicción
that we
y
walk
que
through with this because it is
hablar
unlike some of
sobre
the
esto porque
advertisements that
esto
said it's not
no
going to
como
cost
ciertas
us any money.
publicidades que se han dicho
It's
que nos
our
costará
residents that are
dinero,
going to
son
pay
los
the
residentes
bill
los que van a
for this
pagar
as they
el
fly, as
costo
they buy
por
tickets,
esto
as
mientras
they do a
ellos
variety of
vuelan,
things
compran
by going to the airport. So I think it's incumbent on all of us
boletos,
to
entre
take
el
that
aeropuerto.
active
Entonces es
role
sumamente
and
importante para
support
nosotros
this
tomar esta
245 motion.
posición activa y apoyar la moción 245. Gracias, señor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Gracias,
Member, Mr.
señor.
President. Antonio, did I cover all of them? Thank you. Mr. President, the cost to date
El
from
costo actual
1995,
de
is it 100 or
1995 es
110 million?
It's about 113 million.
113 millones de dólares actuales.
And the public input is currently
El
proceeding.
comentario público está
They're having meetings throughout
en
the
proceso,
region,
tiene
getting
tenido
public input.
reuniones en toda la región.
The
El
money
segundo
that has
comentario
been
público
spent to this
negro que
point,
se ha gastado
has it
hasta
all been
ahora,
on
todo
consultants
esto
or has been any
se ha gastado
improvements to the
sobre los
airport?
asesores o mejoras al
No,
aeropuerto. No,
those are just the
Estos solamente
consultant
son
planning dollars over the past 9 years.
de los
Okay, and
asesores
that
para
doesn't include the double deck
planear
that
su
they
monto
put in a
eso
few
no
years back.
incluye
That
el
was
doble
separate.
The 1984
piso que se
upper level roadway,
construyó
no, it doesn't.
del 94, no, del 94, del 84.
We're growing older quicker than we think sometimes.
Estamos
Reardon
envejeciendo
had a
muy
plan for the
rápidamente.
airport.
Reardon
Mayor
tenía
Hahn
un
came
plan para el
in,
aeropuerto, el alcalde Hahn
the
llegó,
plan changed,
el plan cambió,
major changes in the plan,
cambios
minor
principales en
changes in the
el
plan.
plan, principales pequeños en el plan.
Combination of a variety of
Combinación,
things.
variedad de varias
We had,
cosas.
of course, the
Teníamos
nagging modernization issues
los asuntos
at
de
an infrastructure
modernización
that
en
is
un nivel
over 20 years
infraestructural
old
que
at
ya es
the
más
central
de
terminal
20
area
años en la área
with
central.
runways that date back to 1960. So we've
Tiene
had those general
administración
modernization issues. We've had issues of safety that the Federal Aviation Administration has been concerned concerned
federal
about runway
también le preocupaba
incursions.
acerca
And
de
then, of course, those
aterrizajes, pistas de aterrizaje,
security-related
también
issues
asuntos de
as a
seguridad.
result of September the 11th. So what you see in the
Resultado
new
del 11 de
alternative
septiembre
is
es como ven bajo el nuevo alternativo, esto es considerablemente diferente de las tres alternativas que tenemos bajo el alcalde
And I've
Reardon.
seen the plan, I think it's
Y he visto el
alternative D,
plan,
which
creo yo
is
que es
the
alternativo
most recent,
D, el más actual,
where I believe
donde
in
creo yo,
conversations
en
with
conversaciones con la concejala Misicoski, concejal
and other representatives of the airport, that some of those areas people agree upon.
y otros
The rental
concejales
car
que
area,
estas áreas de personas están de acuerdo en esto, el
moving of the
arrendamiento
runway,
de carros,
some
cambiar
improvements to the
el
facility, and then there's some areas that are in question.
aterrizaje,
this asserting jurisdiction would assert jurisdiction over the entire project.
Tomar jurisdicción sería tomar jurisdicción sobre todo el proyecto. ¿Es así? Sí.
And if we don't
Y
assert
si no
jurisdiction,
tomamos jurisdicción sobre
then
esto,
the commission,
entonces
the
la
airport
comisión,
authority
la autoridad de
will proceed
aeropuertos
with their
procederá
reviews,
con su
they'll proceed
revisión,
with their
procederán con
plans,
sus planes
and then at a later
y
time,
después,
understand no cost to the city of Los
entiendo sin
Angeles,
costo
to the
alguno hacia Los
airport,
Ángeles al
we will
aeropuerto,
receive
recibiremos
the final alternate D with whatever modifications are going to
alternativo
take
de
place.
final, con cualquier
And then at that
modificación se
point,
verá a cabo.
we
En
would
ese
go forward
entonces
with
procederemos
realignment of the runway,
con realineamiento
movement
de
of, I should say, instead of
la
realignment,
pista de
rental car facility
aterrizaje con
and some of
lugares
the
para
others. I
arrendamiento de
think the
carros y
biggest
otra cosa que
question
yo creo que
is
la pregunta más
the site for the
crítica
pickup and the
es
drop
el
off,
lugar donde se levanta
the
pasajeros y se
remote
deja pasajeros,
flyways, which I believe
las
are part of
áreas
the
de
plan. And some of
aterrizaje y
those,
de
like the remote flyways, are critical to
levante
people
de
in my
avisos
region,
son
the West
críticos
San
a
Valley,
las personas de
and
mi
other parts of
región,
the
en el
region
Valle
to
del
get to
Oeste
the
de San Fernando,
airport.
para
The
llegar al
impact on
aeropuerto, el
Westchester
impacto sobre la
and El
Westchester.
Segundo is more
El
severe
segundo
than
es
people in
más
the West San Fernando
serio
Valley
que
or San
a las
Fernando
personas
Valley general.
del Valle de San
Get there,
Fernando
and if we
Oeste
hold this
o
up,
Valle de San Fernando General, pero
then
llegando ahí es
we
crítico. Si
piecemeal
demoramos eso, entonces
and we don't put forth a
no
plan
vamos a
that
continuar
will
con un plan
connect,
que conecte
such as the Green Line that
tal
bypasses
como
the airport. I understand
el
that's
aeropuerto,
part of
la
connecting the
línea
Green Line to
verde
the
que
airport,
pasa,
which is
el
part of this
aeropuerto es
plan.
conectar
So
esa
I'm
línea
not
del
going
aeropuerto,
to
por lo tanto
assert
no voy
jurisdiction
a
to
tomar
leave it up. I
jurisdicción.
think the message has been
Creo que el
sent
mensaje
very
ha
strong
sido
from this
bastante
body
fuerte de este
that we
grupo.
want to see it done properly. And I
Queremos que esto
commend
se vea
Councilman
adecuadamente y yo
Sikowski
felicito a la
for
consejera
tenacity
Sikowski por
and her
su
review. And I know she's reviewed
fuerza y
a
por
lot
su
of documents
repaso
on
y sé que ha
this
repasado muchos
and is
documentos
concerned
sobre
with
esto
it.
y
I
su
have some
preocupación por esto. Yo
confidence
tengo confianza
in LAWA.
en el agua,
I have some
tengo
confidence in the commission
confianza en la comisión.
to do the
Yo
right thing for the
confío que
people of
ellos
Los
harán lo
Angeles for this
correcto para,
region.
para la ciudad de Los
So I'm
Ángeles,
not
para estar
going to
por lo tanto
vote
no
to
voy a
assert
aportar
jurisdiction,
tomar
but I think the
jurisdicción,
message
pero
has
creo
been
que el
sent very
mensaje ha sido
strongly.
enviado bastante
What
fuerte.
we're going to be
Lo
doing
que
and
haremos
reviewing
a
and observing
repasar
and
y
making sure it's
observar y
done
asegurar
properly
que se
for
haga
everyone.
correcto
So when we get
para
to
todos.
$200
Para que
million,
cuando lleguemos a
we've
200
got some
millones
accomplishment
tengamos
other than a lot of
logrado
paper.
algo, solamente mucho papel. Gracias.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias,
Colleagues, I actually have a couple of
colegas. Tengo varias
questions.
preguntas.
The first one, I
La
actually
primera,
would like
me
for
gustaría
possibly Miguel Contreras to
que
put
Miguel
on your
Contreras incluya
labor hat and
que
answer
ponga su
Ed
sombrero
Reyes.
de
I think
trabajadores y
every one of
conteste a Ed
us
Reyes.
would
Creo que
like
todos
to
nosotros nos
know,
gustaría saber.
what are we talking about here in terms of jobs? What are we talking about in terms of, you know,
Sobre
what
qué hablamos
this
aquí en cuanto a
construction
trabajos,
project will
lo
actually
que
mean to people in Los Angeles, to mean to the
Los
workers,
Ángeles, que
that will actually mean to our
los
economy
trabajadores que se
here in
para
Los
su
Angeles. I
economía,
think
que no
that's
se les creyó que
ultimately, when we
esto,
talk about Los
cuando hablamos
Angeles, any of
acerca
our
de Los
projects, we
Ángeles,
all want to know
proyectos,
this.
todos
How does
queremos
this
saber esto, cómo es que
benefit,
esto
particularly the
beneficiará
working people
particularmente a las
in
personas
Los Angeles? This is going to
que
be a
trabajan en
project
Los Ángeles,
that
debe ser un
bypasses
proyecto
them
que
and doesn't
designorará
put money in their
y que no
pockets or
pondrá dinero en sus
what. So
bolsillos,
maybe
o
just
que
take a,
quizás
if you could hold my time, I think Ed's question really
la pregunta
deserves
de
a
Ed
response
merece una
on where this money is
respuesta
going to go.
sobre
All right, you know, after hearing Councilman Reyes give his presentation, realized that Ed and I had a breakfast a few weeks ago and had that discussion, so glad to see that he took notes in that breakfast, because what I really had a discussion with Councilman Reyes about these 49,000 jobs that are going to be made available during the construction process of the modernization of the airport, and the idea of how do we make those jobs mean something for the economy of Los Angeles, not for the economy of Arizona or Texas, but the economy of here in Los Angeles, and how do we connect the dots so that this economic engine of the airport benefits. In particular, I would look at the inner city youth where there's double-digit unemployment and our problem with drugs and gangs. A lot of the problem is because there's no future for them. There's no jobs for them. Right, and how do we create programs at the airport where we recruit, we retrain, and we place these workers to give them career ladders for the future? And that's going to be one of our top priorities of the commission that I would see that we put that forward. Because there's going to be a lot of different opportunities there, but we need to ensure that those opportunities, those employment opportunities, really are geared up to the people here in Los Angeles. That engine, economic engine, is going to be critical for us to tackle some of the social problems that we have here in Los Angeles. So we don't see this just as a modernization of the airport, making the airport more safe and secure, but we also see this as the future of the city of Los Angeles, providing good jobs so that people have a decent future and a livelihood and a standard of living here in Los Angeles.
Thank you. And the other question I would propose, probably to the two commissioners, you know, one of the things
we did on the charter reform, Dennis, was, in my opinion, two of the best things that came out of the charter reform process was that we mandated that the Harbor Commission would include one member that represented the local communities of Wilmington and San Pedro on that very powerful position. And we expanded the Airport Commission to include 7 members, 2 of which must represent the local community, one representing the community around the Van Nuys Airport, and the other representing the communities around the Westchester LAX area. So clearly, we believe very strongly that the public has a right to have input into major projects that not only impact their life in the future, but impact their life every day as they're driving around a construction project. The fact that this RFP will be issued and the contract will be awarded after we can assure after the public comment has been ended, does this in any way preclude the public from continuing to have input into the design, into the planning, into what ultimately becomes the modernization plan? And if it does not preclude it, what is in place to allow that input to continue to happen from the community? Clearly, after the 120 days, most people are not going to have the opportunity to really study those documents and give their input. So what is in place to allow input even after this RFP is issued? And then I'll have a few further comments.
Ms. Hahn, as you know, the commission and the mayor's office listened very closely to council. Excuse me. When council asked that the public comment period be extended, not only was the public comment period extended, we also increased the number of public hearings. We had planned 9 public hearings, and we increased that to 12 public hearings, as Councilman Park stated. One will be in his district, one is in Councilman Smith's district, and there's a third one to be held. After the public comment period closes, there's still ample time for public input. The Board of Airport Commissioners will hold a public hearing on the plan. The City Planning Commission will hold a public hearing on the plan. That might be jointly. At that time, when the plan moves forward to the City Council, depending on what the President of the Council decides, whether it goes to CNER or whether it goes to an ad hoc committee, there's the opportunity to have public hearings on the plan, and eventually, when it comes to the City Council itself, there's an opportunity for input in public hearings.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would say that one of the things I think I can speak for all of us to say, those who've been here a while, those of us who have only been elected a couple of years, those who have been here sooner, I think overall most things move too slowly in Los Angeles, and that's part of my frustration since I've been elected, is the extremely long process that we have in the city to really get anything done. I really thought by the time I would be in this office 2 years, I would have seen specific things having gotten done. And in my own district, we're still in the planning phases, we're still in the awarding of the design contract phases, and we're still happening. I think for the voters who voted to erect new fire stations and animal shelters, they're frustrated that we're still far away from even completing design phases on those structures, and yet they've agreed to tax themselves to pay for it. I think the fact that we have assurances from the mayor that this RFP will not be issued until after the public comment is concluded guarantees us at least some sense of assurance that the public will be included in this. You know, I fought really hard in the harbor area as we develop our waterfront to make sure that the public of Wilmington and San Pedro are included as we award contracts to the consultants, as we award contracts to the design phase. But one of the things I found out that even though we have not completed the EIR process, even though we have not completed the full public comment process, when I have looked at these advanced design plans as it relates to the waterfront, I find that it actually encourages public comment. It actually gives more of a venue for people to understand what they are commenting on, gives them an opportunity for questions to be answered more specifically. So I have found that awarding the advanced design firms on the waterfront has actually encouraged the public to get more involved and gives them more a specific
idea of what it is they're commenting on. So as long as we can be assured that public comment will continue to be sought after, it will be an easy venue for people to weigh in on this project, then I think at this point I will not be in favor of inserting our jurisdiction. I think we need to move forward on modernizing and making this airport safe and secure. I think we've waited too long. The time has happened. And I think we can do both. I don't think one excludes the other. We can do this and still make sure the public weighs in.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I want to welcome Kim Day, Interim Director. I also want to congratulate, although not here, Lydia Kernard for her service to the city, and Jim, thank you for the tour that you gave me the airport recently, and Miguel and Ted, thank you for your service as commissioners. I really think it's very important as council members, and I say this, Cindy, all the time to myself, is no one really reads everything but Cindy Misikowski. And Cindy absolutely read everything, and it's real important that the Airport Commission, the Airport Department understands that we're fortunate on this council to have someone like Cindy Misikowski who has great history on issues relating to West Los Angeles and the city as a whole, but now has taken a very great charge at looking at Los Angeles International Airport. I think it's real important that we always have public input. And Mr. Zine, you spoke about Mr. Reardon. No, I love Mr. Reardon, but Mr. Reardon got off an airplane and said, we're going to do this at the airport without consulting with the people. I remember the press conference. He got off, he came back from Asia. This is what we're going to do. We got to engage with the public. And I know there's been a lot of engagement, but you got to make sure you're talking to the people that are there. It's real important that we have this public process on that. Most important thing for me is traveling for the safety for the traveling public. Extremely important that the concept is there. It's also most important for me that I, as a council person, get to talk about what is planned at the airport, for the convenience of the motoring public, the traveling public, for the convenience of the area, the impacted area of Westchester, of El Segundo, of Inglewood, of South Central, Southeast, Southwest, and South Los Angeles. I saved myself on that, Jan Perry. I also wanted to say it's important that we look at a regional approach, too, on these issues, whether it's Palmdale or San Bernardino, and what goes on there. And I also strongly believe that we have to look at high-speed rail throughout the Southern California region to Las Vegas, Phoenix, San Diego, Fresno, Sacramento, San Francisco, and San Diego. All of these make everything. And I truly believe that the green light should go right into the center of the terminal. But I haven't had a chance as a councilman to talk about that, but I will, in this process, have that ability to exercise my thoughts on that. Friends, I have a copy here. And I know Chief, I got 2 mistakes in a row. See, he doesn't even look up when I say chief anymore. Councilman Parks is head of your former action where you got all that. One day we're going to have all this technology so you can see this. This is Los Angeles International Airport. In my tour recently, we need another fire station out there to meet the needs that I hope is addressed in that area there. We need to widen the runways because there's equipment coming to carry 500 passengers here in 2007, 2008. The time is of the essence on that. We need to expand where it's necessary to move people through. It's frustrating to know that people come to America and have to wait 3 hours to get through customs. 3 hours to get through customs when others shouldn't have to wait that long. It's not a way to welcome people in this country, whatever time that we're in. So I just wanted to express that, but I do want to close how important it is for this council to have someone like Cindy Misikowski, who I support in this concept here, because it's real important to look at these issues that we face. Because Dennis, and I know Dennis is not sitting there, but it's true, and Ted, you may remember this here, when Richard Reardon came back from a trip from Asia, he got off the plane and said, this is what we're going to do. But we got to bring our hands out and engage in people. So much is important to that. And I think what the mayor has crafted may help achieve achieved some of that, so I want to remember that. And I also want to encourage all people to get involved because it's real important. And I will close right here, Mr. President. The decision we make now, when they look at the history of Los Angeles, they won't talk about any of us, which is okay because we're part of a team. They will talk about the era of Los Angeles and whether we did the right thing or the wrong thing for 50 years for the Los Angeles region and for the public. I thank you, and I appreciate all of your work. Thank you.
Ms. Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to, Mr. Smith, you asked, gee, if we don't do this now, what does it mean? And you were told it means delay. Members, this board, this staff, this airport delayed in March the work they wanted to do now. We've lost almost a year and a half for the advanced planning work, the phasing work, the program criteria development. You compare this contract with the RFP, and it's almost 100% the same. So they're putting on our backs, don't do this today because it's going to be delayed. And we know if we did this today, it would only be 21 days, and they're not going to issue it anyway until November. So listen to what they're saying, analyze what they're saying, and as we go forward, if this is what we do today, allowing this to go forward, and we come back in November with the RFP out there, and then a contract, which is, think of that. We're going to do an EIR. Comments close 120 days. This EIR writer, these consultants have to respond to all those comments. They want to get somebody secondly on board in March, not when these comments are going to be done. We lose from now, we've lost since March 02. We lose from that time to next March 04. 2 years we lose on their backs, not on anything we did. And then what? You get a consultant, we'll look at that consultant, we'll look at that contract. Is it more or less than the contract they said they didn't want to go forward to 2 years ago? Assume we get that new contract on board. How long is someone going to take to analyze this, to know what we're doing? They're going to lose another couple of months, 5 months or so, just to get up to speed to start doing advanced planning. So don't let them put that on us. They have not done this well, and if that advanced planning goes in and starts making changes in this, starts making details that aren't included in this, like for instance, what happens with baggage? Do we carry it on the APM, or is it going to go underground? You read the CIR, that'll tell you 2 different things. So we need to know that. If we do an underground baggage system, have we analyzed how much geology, how much grading, where it's going to go, what the underground structure is? No, we haven't, so we'll have to do additional environmental work. It hasn't been done well, it's been done poorly all along because all the stakeholders haven't been at the table. It's been this perceived rush and attach on something else that was done that is going to get us further down the line and send us all the way back, maybe not to start, but we're going to lose time. Ms. Hahn asked about the jobs. They went ahead a few months ago and said, in this EIR, in this plan, consistent with every plan, we need to separate our runways. That's important. That's safety. That's FAA. They issued an advanced RFP to go do design work on runways. We didn't 245 it because everybody agrees. That's safety. Go forward. There are other things in here that we could go forward with that we're not today. We're not because it's all tied together. And Mr. Zine, you said, gee, is this everything? Are we their RFP is only an RFP to do advanced planning, but it is for everything, not just the runway work, not the rental car. It's for Manchester Square, it's for tearing down the center terminal parking lots. That's in this RFP scope of work that they're now talking about. So we'll come back in March and we'll see, and they will have to answer those questions. But today, members, I appreciate the debate, I appreciate your attention. We've clearly raised the issue. Laura knows about it, I think the administration knows about it, and I'm at this point going to ask that we receive and file this motion because we have a lot more yet to come, and I don't think we need to take this action today. So my motion is to receive and file this action.
Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Zine seconds. Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Stein, are you familiar with how Staples brought together the various nonprofits and organizations to generate jobs in the communities? Are you familiar with that process?
I don't have a detailed analysis of that process. I know somewhat of the process, and Commissioner Contreras and I have been speaking about that as well as staff to see how we can bring stakeholders into it and make sure there are local hires on this particular project that we're working on.
See, my sense of urgency is such that we should not recreate the wheel, that we have some good examples, some good case examples of how we work with the unions, how we work with the nonprofits, those education and job training centers that were able to identify those communities throughout the city, East Valley, East Side, Northeast, South, and Central LA, as well as those pockets in West LA, where they will definitely benefit from this economic engine. And I just want to lay that out to you on the record that we have case examples. I have a lot of faith in the leadership of Mr. Contreras and the rest of the commissioners, but I just want to make sure that you're aware of our ability to move resources and identify those pockets of greatest need so that we can start leveling out and eliminate and end that chapter of the Tale of Two Cities. Because time is of essence, jobs are necessary, jobs and education is going to make this city move forward. So I just hope you're able to look at that analysis, knowing the role you play in the commission as well.
Análisis
Thank you.
sabiendo la posición que usted tiene en esta comisión. Gracias.
Other members wishing to be
¿Alguien
heard
más
on this
hace
item?
presentación sobre este asunto?
Seeing none, we have a motion
Tenemos una
before us to
moción
receive and
pendiente para
file.
recibir y archivar.
Madam Clerk,
Este
please open
reporte,
the
secretario
roll.
municipal, abre ese voto.
Please close the
Cierre ese
roll
voto
and
y
tabulate
tabule
the
ese
vote.
conteo.
13
13
ayes.
sí.
That item is
Ha
received and filed.
sido recibido y archivado.
Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 5 was called special for cards from the public, and I believe there is a request to continue this matter also for a week.
Okay, request from who to continue this item?
It was on behalf of Councilmember Garcetti.
On behalf of Mr. Garcetti. We have one speaker card in this item, Mr. Stephen Wong. Is Mr. Wong still with us? Mr. Stephen Wong, if you wish to offer your comments today, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, please know that we will not act on this item. Is that a one-day continuance, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. President, it's a 1 week to September 23rd.
Okay, Mr. Stephen Wong, if you prefer, you're welcome to join us 1 week from today, September 23rd, when we will consider item number 5 from today's agenda. Without objection, that item is continued. Next item, please.
Items 7 and 8 were called special inasmuch as there are cards from the public. Do you wish to take those matters together or separately?
Members, without objection, items 7 and 8 are related in subject matter. We'll consider these items concurrently and hear from Mr. Jim McQuiston, followed by Kevin Singer and Robert LaRue. If you want to form a line behind the podium, that'll expedite the public hearing.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association. I rise in support of these measures. As you know, we're almost $700 million in debt for this particular year, and it's about time that we all start ponying up and helping the city out. One thing that bothered me about this, though, the notice that we all got said that the trash pickup costs something like $30 for every household. Prior, I had some conversation with the CAO, and he mentioned that it was about $15. So there was a little bit of discrepancy there that I wish that the department would clear up since we all got these notices. However, if it does really cost the $15 and we're only going to raise this to $10, I think maybe we better start thinking about other costs that we have been absorbing in the city, and maybe we better start charging the rate. We would much rather put this money into the police department and actually pony up for our trash removal and our sewer service charges in full if it helps the city out and gets us back on an even keel.
Thank you. Mr. Kevin Singer, followed by Robert LaRue.
Council President, thank you very much, and City Council. My name is Kevin Singer, and I'm the Local Government Affairs Director for the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. On behalf of my 27,000 members who control over 200,000 of the rent control apartments in the city of Los Angeles, we are opposed to the 3% sewer charge increase to rent-controlled apartments. As many of you are aware, pre-1978 apartment buildings are required to participate in a rent-controlled program that only allows them to increase rents 3% per year. Over the last couple of years, we've seen increases in workers' comp insurance of approximately 30%, liability insurance of 20%, increase in maintenance cost of 10%, and of course, a 2% increase in property taxes every year. We feel that it is only fair that apartment owners who are required to participate in a rent control system that only allows 3% rent increases per year should be exempt from this increase of sewer fee of 3% per year. It is also my belief that this would help weaken the necessity to increase rents to tenants when landlords need to make these decisions. Thank you very much.
Mr. LaRue?
Thank you for hearing me. I rise in opposition to the sanitation equipment charge. I've been a resident of LA for about 14 years. I recall about 10 years ago it was raised from about $4 to $5 a month. No, excuse me, from $4 to $6 a month. Now it's being proposed at $10 a month, and that represents about a 200 to 250% increase in the last 14 years. It's very easy to raise fees instead of reduce expenses. So I was thinking creatively how to reduce expenses without creating a problem. One idea I had was to only collect the green yard trimmings container once a month, only collect the blue recyclables container once a month, and leave the others the same. The other idea I had was to contract with the vendors who already do plastic, glass, and aluminum can recycling, and have them do some of the recycling for the city as well. Well, I recall about 10 years ago, the RTD bus drivers were being paid a lot of money, like $70,000 a year, because it was overtime. So I'm just wondering if some of the expenses of this department are just way out of line and way too high, and we have no way of knowing that without any further information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment on items 7 and 8. Are there members wishing to be heard on these items? Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask Mr. Fujioka to come up. It's been several months since we approved this during the budget cycle, and I think it is important as we continue through this year on our budget effort and looking towards next year. I just had two quick questions for 7 and 8. If he could just give for the public's consumption and ours, what is it and how much do we expect to raise with these two increases, and specifically what they're going to be used for?
There are a number of fees as part of these two motions, including increasing planning fees, engineering fees, the sanitation equipment charge, then also the sewer service charge, which are probably the two largest fees being discussed today. Talking about the sanitation equipment charge, what's important to note is that full cost recovery to fully fund the equipment that's used for our sanitation services would be approximately $15 and I think it's about 40 cents a month. We're raising this fee for single-family dwellings from $6 to $10 a month, and for $4 to $6.60 a month. This does not achieve full cost recovery. This is a fee that was decided would be a reasonable increase to help mitigate the impact on the general fund. So the money will be used towards the for sanitation equipment, but it doesn't achieve full cost recovery. That is something that may have to be visited in subsequent years. The same thing with the sewer service charge. At one point, our Bureau of Sanitation requested a series of small increases so we have adequate revenue for the wastewater system to meet our debt ratio and continue operations, and with that, some capital construction. As you know, we have a number
Restantes administrativas y construcción, como ustedes saben,
of current
tenemos
lawsuits against the city,
varias demandas
which have
en contra de la ciudad,
imposed some
el cual
very, very strong regulatory requirements.
hizo,
The amount of money that the increase we're asking for now, which is,
de regulación bastante diferente.
it's only 60 cents a month for each resident, is a minimum, absolute minimum level that in the long term does not meet the cost recovery requirements and the food debt ratio that we need for this particular charge.
Do you have an estimate of what you believe we will raise the additional revenue with these increases?
It's around 30 million on the sewer equipment, I mean, the sanitation equipment charge, and about 10 million on the sewer service charge.
And this, again, the reason I bring this up, colleagues, is that Mr. Fujioka will be coming to Budget and Finance in the very near future to propose budget cuts for this fiscal year to accommodate the $40 million potential $40 million shortfall from the state is just the first step. And that, as we've talked, and also with the CLA to discuss that as we go through this year, there's a great potential not only will we run out of cuts, but we're going to have to also look to raise revenue in some other areas. And that is something that all of us are going to have to consider strongly as to how do we get through this fiscal year and prepare ourselves for next fiscal year, which everyone has agreed is probably going to be the year that will be in the greatest deficit, but we'll not be able to achieve this year or next year with just cuts alone. And so we will be discussing this at Budget and Finance, and Mr. Fujioka has a list of issues that have been discussed in the past as potential fee increases that allows us to get through this budget year. And so we'll be bringing those forward to the council in the near future.
To emphasize that point, it's important to note that we've asked our departments to look at some budget reductions, restructuring, streamlining for the past couple of years, and we have reduced budgets throughout the city. In fact, we're going through a third exercise right now. Continuing with that will impact the services they currently provide. And with that, you know, understand the hiring freeze has also impacted that. To emphasize what Councilman Park said, we need to look at opportunities to enhance our revenue base. That is critical on a go-forward basis. Thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on items 7 and 8. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Forthwith, please.
Item number 21 was called special by Councilmember Labange, and a Transportation Committee report has been submitted and distributed to the council members.
Mr. Labange, item 21.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking. Is there a representative from Transportation here on this issue? This is line 208 that I'm concerned about, the Beechwood line. And I want to make sure that this does not take out the Beechwood line.
The action before you does not take out the Beechwood line. We have no plans to cancel the Beechwood line.
Great, and you're going to send me a memo on that. Thank you very much. For all your friends of line 208, the Beechwood line is here to stay. Right at 25 cents for Dash, right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please. Forthwith on item 21.
Item number 38 was called special by Councilmember Han.
Ms. Han, item 38.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm introducing a resolution today that will show our unanimous support on the nomination of our own Councilmember Jan Perry as a representative for the Western Los Angeles cities on the board of the Southern California Air Quality Management District. Apparently, there's always some controversy about Los Angeles. There's always a lot of cities that don't think we deserve to have our own member represented on that board. So I thought it would be a good idea if we unanimously supported Jan, and in our resolution, we talk about her really great commitment to environmental issues, and I don't know, sometimes we don't know what each other does, sometimes we're not aware of the commitments that we all do, but I think Jan has demonstrated her continued commitment, really not only to the people in the 9th District, but to every resident in Los Angeles. And I think her dedication to environmental issues has really become loud and clear to me as well as to many people. Last year, I thought it was an interesting angle to talk about air pollution by, she introduced and led the motion to pass legislation here to create smoke-free zones at our city park, something that no one has ever thought about before, and certainly some people oppose, but it was a great idea to talk about how we can keep our parks, the air clear for the kids that play at the parks. She's been involved with Cool Schools, Trees for Green LA, and she's been responsible herself for helping to plant hundreds of trees throughout the city. So I think today we could send a strong message throughout our region, a message that we really support Jan's position, her nomination on this, the AQMD board, and that one of the other things I think we need to ask these cities, they've sort of been stalling in coming together. They've not been able to get a quorum on really approving her nomination. So I think our other message is, come on, come together, hold this meeting, and it's important, in my opinion, to have a woman who really represents urban Los Angeles on this board. I think many times those residents of Los Angeles are left out, sometimes in the environmental issues, and clearly many of our urban areas suffer from environmental injustice. And I really think it's important for a woman like Jan to represent our city on that board. I think the larger issue is, we compete with about 12 cities to have this seat. So we need to convince mayors and council members of 12 other cities to support this nomination. But I think some of us are involved with creating another seat. There shouldn't just be one seat for Los Angeles and all these other South Bay cities. So we're working with Assemblyman George Nakano to actually create legislation that maybe will open up another seat. It's really doesn't do anybody any good to have us compete for this one seat in South Bay cities, but that's the further goal. I think they should get a seat, but certainly Los Angeles deserves a seat, and I think there's no better person than Jan Perry to represent us on that board. So I hope you'll agree with me and send this unanimous resolution to the other cities on this board.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I appreciate what Ms. Han has said on my behalf today. I've been working diligently to attain my seat or B seat on the AQMD, and the smaller cities have sent a message regarding their concerns about Los Angeles and their prior relationships with Los Angeles, and I have gone to great lengths to assure them that I am very open and very willing to address their concerns, not only through the AQMD, but through the state level as well, with pending legislation, so that we can move forward on a very forthright and humane environmental agenda. And so at the risk, again, of sounding self-serving, I know Mr. Parks has some concerns about the background of the candidate, but I really do hope that I will have your support today. But I take nothing for granted, so I hope for a unanimous vote.
Mr. Parks.
No, I stand in support of Jan Perry, that although she continually tries to vote on my machine, I do think that she would be a good representative. I appreciate Janice Han bringing this forward, because I believe this was a subject of a discussion at the League of Cities in one of the committees, and I didn't get the end result. But I do think that Los Angeles, who gets sued for so many of the environmental issues, and people believe this is the deep pockets, that we should have the ability to have a voice that not only can inform people of some of the great things that are going on in the city, but also have a representative that has a true interest in the environmental welfare of our entire region. So I'm here to support Jan Perry.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you,
Concejal
Madam
Padilla,
Chair.
gracias, señor
Ms. Perry,
presidente.
actually colleagues,
Señor
if
presidente.
I can ask for all
Señor
of your
Perry,
attention,
colegas,
because I
pido
want to
toda su
speak on
atención porque quiero
something
hablar
that
sobre algo que
relates to both Ms.
tiene
Perry's
que ver
appointment
con ese nombramiento
and
de
some
la
of the
señora
dynamics that
Perry
she
y
raised
las
in
dinámicas
terms of
sobre
our
la
relationship as a
nuestra
city,
relación como
our
ciudad,
relationship
nuestra
as
relación
individual
como
council members with some of our other
municipal individuales,
associations and
como
affiliations. We recently returned from a conference at the League of California Cities.
hace poco regresamos de la
That's another
conferencia de
area
la
where
ciudad de
the city can and should be
de Liga de
represented.
Ciudad de
Sometimes we
California.
have been,
Ese es otro
sometimes we
lugar
haven't
donde
been
hemos
very
representado,
active.
muchas veces hemos sido activos,
There's
hemos sido muy activos.
AQMD,
Hay
obviously a
AQMD,
very, very important
obviamente, es
position
una posición
from a
bastante
public policy
importante
standpoint,
desde un punto de vista
and
de
not only
policía
from an
pública,
environmental
solamente
standpoint,
punto de vista
more
ambiental,
importantly
pero
from
más
an environmental
importante de
justice standpoint. There's
punto de vista
Mr.
de
Ludlow,
justicia
Mr.
ambiental.
Ludlow, Mr.
Señor Lalo,
Labange,
señor Labange,
Mr. Weiss. I'm asking
señor
everybody
Weiss,
for
les
their
pido toda su
attention here. This is
atención
very,
aquí
very
porque
important.
esto es muy importante.
Other affiliations include the Southern California Association of Governments,
incluye
SCAG.
SCAG.
We, in the past, have
En
really
el
relied on
pasado
Councilmember
hemos
Burns
basado en el concejal
to be
Bernstein
involved with
de
these
estar
other
involucrado con estas
organizations
otras
and represent the
organizaciones
city,
y
represent the
representar a la
city's
ciudad, de la
positions,
posición
whether
de la
he agreed
ciudad,
with them or not,
estuviera de acuerdo
and
o no
maintain
con
our
estas y mantener
involvement.
nuestra
And so when we
involucración. Por
run
tanto,
into
cuando
some speed bumps when it
nos
comes
encontramos
to
con
Ms. Perry's
obstáculos en
appointment
cuanto
at
al
the
nombramiento de
AQMD,
la
in
señora
part it
Perry
is
en
because
AQMD,
of
en
what
parte
other
es por
cities
que
around
lo que las
us
otras ciudades a nuestro
perceive as,
alrededor
should the
nos
city of
ven
LA, this
como que la ciudad de Los
500-pound
Ángeles.
gorilla in Los Angeles County, have their own seat, yes or no? It also goes to
ocurrida
the
que
relationship that they
puede tener
feel
un asiento,
that
¿no? Y también la
we
relación
as a
que ellos
city
sienten
and we as
nosotros como
individuals
ciudad y como
have
individuos tenemos
with them,
con
the
ellos,
amount of
la cantidad de
respect
respeto
that we as a
que
city
nosotros
and as
como
individual
ciudad y
council
como
members
concejales individuales
show to them.
les mostramos
For
a
us to
ellos, para
expect
nosotros
a
esperar
significant and sincere working
una
relationship,
relación
we need to provide
significante
that
y
as well.
importante
And
hemos
so
proveer eso
Ms.
para
Perry's
nosotros.
appointment, yes, is
El
important
nombramiento
to
de
the
la
city
Perry sí es
because we
importante
want
a
to
la
be
ciudad porque
represented
queremos ser
and influential
representados
there at
y así
AQMD.
influenciar su
But
AQMD,
please
pero
know and
por
please
favor
take
sepan
to
y
heart what
consideren
else is
esto
going on here.
lo que está ocurriendo
Ms.
aquí
Perry and
también.
I
Señora
had
Perry y yo
a
tuvimos
roundtable session of sorts
un
with
diálogo
representatives of a lot of
diferente
the
con
other smaller
representantes
cities,
de
and that's really all
otras
they're asking
ciudades y eso es lo que ellos están
for us not to take
pidiendo que
them for granted,
nosotros
for
no
us
los
not to
ignoramos, que
take
nosotros
our
no
seats in
tomemos
these
nuestras
boards for
posiciones en estas
granted.
juntas
And so today, I
directivas.
too stand in support of Ms. Perry's
Claro,
appointment,
tenemos también yo
and will
tampoco
vote
para
for this
apoyar el
motion or
nombramiento de la señora
resolution.
Perry, votaremos
But
por
I
esta
needed to take
resolución, pero
this
necesitamos
golden
tomar esta
opportunity, since we
oportunidad
have your attention
ideal,
and
ya
we're all
tenemos
together,
atención y todos
to
estamos
remind you
juntos
that we're
para
going to
recordarles
encounter
que
similar
nos
dynamics and similar
encontraremos con
concerns
diferentes
in the
dinámicas
very near
diferentes
future as it relates to
próximos en el
SCAG,
futuro
as it
tocante a
relates
SCAG,
to the League of Cities,
tocante a
as
las
it relates
ciudades,
to
la Liga de
other
Ciudades y
associations and organizations that we should be more involved in. So if you get a phone call from me or you receive a letter from me in the very near future or you're asked to attend a meeting, and we try to make it as convenient as possible, please keep this in mind and please take it to heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me recognize Mr. Reyes.
I too rise to support Councilmember Perry. With colleagues, the points that Council President raises also touches on the issues of housing, of transportation. When you look at how the city dollars we generate, not only through our salaries, as an employer of a large body of people, but where we spend our money. Many of the small cities around us truly benefit from our resources. And how we talk about bringing together a focus so that we could also improve our own communities, and sharing the challenge of housing, how we deal with our transportation issues. So this is an example of developing those relationships so that we all can be accountable as a region. I dare say that in certain pockets throughout the city, we become, how can I say this? We carry the burden for many other smaller cities, and the reciprocation has to be there. But I want to keep this on a positive note. We want to work with small cities so we can continue in the manner in which our policies will not only improve our quality of life, but improve the region's quality of life. I believe our next item regarding water is going to be another example of that issue and that challenge. So I stand here to support my colleague Jan, and I know with her diplomacy, we're going to move forward and move the city to a whole other level. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jan, you have a tremendous plate of activities to do. You've got the Disney Concert Hall opening. You got the cathedral, you got downtown, you're revitalizing one more task for you. You've got the experience, the energy, the tenacity, the enthusiasm, the brain, the mind. You've got all those. So proud to support you in this. There should never be a controversy about you working for the people of Los Angeles and Southern California, because you are very dedicated to the people of this region. So I congratulate you on that. You got my total and complete support. Congratulations to you.
Other members wishing to be heard? Other members wishing to praise Jan Perry? Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, keep us posted.
Manténganos informados.
Keep us posted.
Manténganos informados.
Next item, please.
This is the time for comments from the public on items not on council's agenda.
And the council does have a few requests for public comment. Jim McQuiston, please come forward, and Jim will be followed by Victoria Davidson Castillo, Dr. Daniel Weisman, and Warren Williams. Go ahead.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association, Malcolm X. Those of you who probably weren't old enough to remember vividly when Malcolm was assassinated, I want to apprise you of something else that was gotten up by Warner Brothers at the time under the auspices of Betty Shabazz. Was a powerful movie on Malcolm X. And I can remember at the time we thought Malcolm was kind of a country bumpkin. But when I saw that movie, I was energized. Now, there have been many documentaries in my lifetime, one of which was the late Lenny Riefenstahl's On the Triumph of the Will. And if you can understand German, you would probably be a Nazi after you saw that movie. Malcolm X, the Betty Shabazz version, probably converted more people to Islam than you can imagine. And yet, when I went down to the African American Museum and I said, do you have that movie? They said, oh, well, we've seen the Spike Lee movie. You know, I says, the Betty Shabazz movie. They had never heard of it. I think it's about time that our city, since we're honoring Malcolm, we get to Warner Brothers and we say, where is that film? I know when I saw it, I wanted a 16 millimeter version so I could show it to our groups. And they weren't about to put it on 16 millimeter. But it probably has been put on video by somebody. And I think that this city probably should take some effort to try to find that and get it out so people can see it, because it is really good.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Victoria Davidson Castillo, and today I'd like to thank Councilmembers Zine, Smith, Gruelle, and Cardenas for the outstanding support that you and your offices have given the neighborhood councils in your districts. As a full-time mother, student, employee, and resident of the Valley, I have taken the volunteer position in my neighborhood quite seriously. At various community meetings I have attended recently, the underlying theme has been that only with the support of our council people can our councils truly be effective in influencing the policies and the direction of the City of Los Angeles. Today, I ask you to please keep your doors and your ears open to the various needs, priorities, and concerns of your various neighborhood councils and their relationships with the departments throughout the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Mr. Weisman.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you again for allowing us, of the public, to be able to speak before you. I'm glad to join my fellow Van Nuys Neighborhood Council member and director of our council, Victoria Davidson Castillo. And I'd like to invite all of you and to make a public announcement that acting as members of the public, the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council is planning to have a meeting on Thursday, the 18th. That's just 3 days away. I have some announcements here that I might give to you if you wish them. But I'd also like to bring forward not only our requests, as Mrs. Davidson Castillo has just uttered, but to tell you some of the problems that have occurred in our trying to bring this meeting
cuando
together.
hemos tratado de
On
organizar esta reunión.
July 24th,
El 24 de julio,
Mr. Frank
el señor
Martinez
Frank
of the
Martínez,
city clerk came to our meeting and helped us to resolve what had been a 6-month-long problem with our elections. We are not the only council that have had difficulties with its elections, but we've had severe ones. Some of our most severe problems related there are related to the fact that our election procedures and our bylaws were so conflicted and did not foresee the events that occurred that Mr. Martinez had to cancel some of our election procedures and bylaws to allow our board of directors to function. Since that time, we've had a meeting in which, through the graces of Mr. Cardenas and Ms. Gruel's office, our board has been installed. However, even on the evening of installation, we couldn't muster 11 of the 13 members that were elected to a meeting, and therefore we didn't have a quorum. We tried to have a meeting on the 11th of this month, no quorum. We've been working with and calling and trying our best to get the support of the Dunn staff to help us bring the next meeting forward. We have been met with lack of response. Nobody's answering our calls. Literally dozens of times. Part of the testimony that appeared with Mr. Martinez's report was that one particular member of our council, who hasn't been very active and hasn't been attending our meetings, was able to reach our PC 13 times in one day. Ms. Davidson Castillo, myself, Mr. Cordaro, and others of our council have called the Dunn people countless times, dozens of times, no answer. Please, we want this known to the public, we want this known to you. We are working with Mr. Cardenas' office, we're working with Ms. Gruel's office, who are our two council persons. We cannot thank them enough. We do want help in getting our council up and going.
Let me ask you to conclude, please.
I'll conclude a moment. I do want you to know that contrary to daily news reports, there is no peace in Van Nuys. And as you perhaps read in the response that I made to to the Daily News, we don't want peace. We want to get together. We want to work. We are not here to be maligned and have veiled threats thrown at us by agencies of this city. We want to work with you. We want your responses. Mr. Nelson, if you're present, I'd like your response here and now. Why haven't you responded to us? Why haven't you supported us? What can we do to meet with your approval and your assistance? Thank you.
Mr. Warren Williams.
Gracias, señor Warren Williams.
Council, I'd like to request that two other members of
Quiero
public to
pedir que
speak
dos
before I do.
miembros hablen
I
antes
have
que yo.
cards from Linda Johnson,
Tarjetas de Linda
Oliver
Johnson
Blue.
y Oliver Blue.
Bowie.
Good afternoon,
Buenas
council
tardes.
members. I want to first
Primero
say
quiero decirles que
proud to see the new council people. I haven't
es
been
un
here
gran
since
orgullo
July
ver
1st,
los
since the new
nuevos que han
council people
estado
have been
aquí desde el 1 de
on
julio, desde
deck.
que
So,
ellos han
congratulations
tomado
and
felicitaciones.
good to see all of
Me
you.
da mucho gusto verlos a todos ustedes.
My name is
Mi
Linda
nombre es
Johnson. They
Linda
call me Linda
Johnson.
J.
Me llaman
I'm just
Linda-
here
me
because
dicen
this
Linda
morning I missed
J. Estoy aquí esta
the
mañana porque esta
approval of the
mañana
Malcolm X
no
Way
estuve aquí
initiative or proposal. I want to
durante
first of all
la
thank you
propuesta e
for
iniciativa
approving
de
it.
Malcolm X. Gracias por
However,
aprobarlo. Sin
I'd
embargo,
like to,
me gustaría
for you not
que
to
ustedes no
make light of Malcolm X
ignoren
becoming a boulevard. And
que
preferably,
Malcolm X, el
we
hecho de
would
que
like
Malcolm X
Crenshaw
sea
Boulevard to become Malcolm
nombrado
X
tras un boulevard.
Boulevard. So I
Y
know
que
that
Crenshaw
has been
Boulevard
already
sea Malcolm X
made to be a
llamado
motion
Malcolm X. Yo sé que
earlier,
esto ya se ha
and
presentado
for
como
over
moción.
7 years,
Y ya por más de
Brother
7
Tory
años,
Reese,
el hermano
Tory Brendan
Tory
Reese has been trying to
ha
name
estado
Crenshaw
tratando de
Boulevard
nombrar
to
Crenshaw
Malcolm X
Boulevard
Boulevard.
bajo
And
el
I
nombre
just
de
said,
Malcolm
I
X.
just
Y
want to
quiero
make
solamente
my say known that I think it should be a
hacerles
boulevard. I
informar sobre esto,
think
que
it's
esto
kind
sea un
of,
boulevard.
you
Creo que
know, diminishes
esto
by just being away. And we are looking
haciendo
for it, the people in the community are looking
caminando un
for
boulevard. La
Crenshaw
persona
Boulevard being
esperan
Malcolm
que
X
Crenshaw
Boulevard
Boulevard sea
or
Malcolm
some
X
type of
Boulevard o
boulevard,
algún
something
tipo de
that's bigger,
boulevard, lo
because
que sea
Malcolm
más
X
grande, porque
was a
Malcolm
man
X
of stature,
era
a
un
great
hombre
prominence.
de
Thank you
gran
very kindly.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
una gran historia. Gracias, señor
Good
Pescador.
morning,
Buenos días,
President and
presidente y
council members.
miembros del
My
Consejo
name is
Municipal. Mi nombre es
Oliver Bowie, and I
Oliver
would
Bowie y
like
me
to
gustaría
thank all of you
dar las
for
gracias a todos
giving me the
ustedes por darme esta
opportunity to
oportunidad
speak.
de hablar.
I'm here also
Estoy aquí
on
también de
behalf of the
parte
Malcolm
de
X Way, in which you were
Malcolm X
so
Way.
kind to name. However, I would
Bueno,
also
ustedes
like to
acaban de
see
nombrar
much
muchas
more
gracias. Me gustaría
done
ver mucho más, que se haga
on
mucho
behalf
más
of
de parte
Malcolm
de
X,
Malcolm X,
who stood for
quien
African Americans in a time where it wasn't
respaldó a
popular
los
and
afroamericanos en un
fought
momento
for
cuando no
many
era
things
popular y
and
luchó por muchas
has
cosas y
forged the way
ha abierto
for
el
life
camino
to be
para
better,
que
although
la
there may
vida
have been some
mejore, aunque
disagreements
quizás ha habido
with
ciertos desacuerdos
some of the
con
people, the
ciertas
way he went
personas,
about
la
it, but
manera que lo
nonetheless,
hizo, pero de la
he
manera que
did
lo
the
hizo, pero
best that
sin
he
embargo
could,
hizo
and I
lo
would
mejor que
like
pudo y me
to see
gustaría
us give more
vernos
consideration to the
poder
life
considerar más a la
of Malcolm
vida de
X
Malcolm
and
X
Crenshaw Boulevard,
y Crenshaw
preferably
Boulevard,
named after
preferentemente que se
Malcolm
sea
X,
nombrado
opposed to
tras el
simply
nombre de
giving
Malcolm X
him
en
away,
vez de
for he
solamente
did
darle
pay with his life
una
by the
calle
work that he
de
had
camino.
done,
Él
and
abrió
as
el
he
camino a
continues
través
to
de su
not only
trabajo y continúa
inspire me,
solamente
but
inspirando a mí,
millions
pero a
of people,
millones de
not just
personas, no
simply in Los
solamente en
Angeles,
Los
but
Ángeles,
throughout
pero
the
en
world. He
todo
had
el
a
mundo.
world impact, and to name a
Hizo un impacto
boulevard
de nombrar un
after
boulevard
Malcolm X, I
después de
think
Malcolm X,
would
creo yo
only
que
be
solamente
fair and a
sería
good
justo
beginning
y
as
un
we
buen
continue to
principio
move
mientras
forward here in
continuamos
the 21st century.
prosiguiendo
Thank
en
you.
el
Thank you
siglo
very much.
XXI. Gracias.
Mr. Williams.
Mayor Williams.
Thanks to the council,
Muchas
and I do
gracias.
appreciate two speakers. First of all, just very
Primero,
quickly, I'd like to speak
rápidamente me
about the
gustaría
Brown
hablar
Act,
sobre la
and it's
ley
my understanding the
Brown,
Brown Act does
que la ley
entitle us
Brown
to
nos
speak
da
on
derecho a
agenda
hablar
items,
sobre
and we were
asuntos
here
de la
earlier,
agenda.
we were
Estuvimos
denied
aquí
an opportunity to
brevemente,
speak
pero
on item
nos
20.
negaron la oportunidad de hablar sobre
And I've
asuntos
heard much
y he
discussion
escuchado
about
mucho
being sure that the
diálogo
public
acerca de
is involved in these
que
decisions.
el público
Well,
está
I
involucrado
did a
en
little
esta
work this
decisión.
morning
Yo
and went to
hice
several
ciertas misiones
locations there
también y
at the
fui a muchos
corner
lugares
of
ahí en
Martin
la
Luther
esquina de
King
Martin Luther
Boulevard
King Boulevard
and
y
Central.
Central.
And there we talked
Ahí
with the
hablamos
Mark Market, the 77 Police
con Mark
Precinct,
Market, el
McDonald's,
espacio
the
67
Wadsworth
McDonald's,
Avenue School,
la
and
escuela de
others, and no
Wadsworth y
one knew
otros, y
anything
nadie sabía nada
about this
acerca de
proposed
este
item that was
asunto,
approved
esta
this
propuesta
morning.
que fue aprobada esta
So I
mañana.
understand there were some town
Entendía
hall
que
meetings,
sí,
but
iban a
I
haber
wasn't
diferentes
informed
reuniones
about it
en la
myself
comunidad,
until
pero no
last night and
sabía
got
sobre
many
esto esta
calls
noche y
regarding it. So I'm here today
pues
out of
estoy
great
aquí el día de
concern. The
hoy
concern is
porque
that
estoy preocupado
Malcolm X
desde
is
que
a
Malcolm
very
X
important
es
figure
una persona
to
muy
African
importante
Americans
para
and should
afroamericanos
be respected by this whole
debe
nation.
ser respetado por toda esta nación.
And
Y
while we're thankful
mientras
that you
le
did
damos las
approve it
gracias a
this
ustedes
morning
que lo aprobaron
to
esta
make
mañana
that
para
corner, if you will,
que esta
the
esquina
Malcolm X way, it is
sea
definitely not enough to
calle Malcolm
honor
X lo
such a
suficiente
man
para
that made such
honrar a
great
tal hombre
contributions and
que
also
hizo
gave
grandes
his
contribuciones
life.
y que
And
dio
no one
su
could give
vida
any
y nadie
more
puede
than
dar
that
más
to
que
give their
eso,
life.
más que dar su vida.
You know, we ask ourselves when we talk about,
Preguntamos
well, it could
nos
cost
hablamos
money
acerca
to
de
name
que
a
nos puede
boulevard
costar
that,
dinero
and
que
we
cuesta
want to
para
save money, but
cambiar
look
el
at the
nombre de
lives
un
that we would
boulevard
save when
y que
more
ahorraremos dinero
youth
por
have
unir las
higher
vidas que se
esteem because they
salvarán
can
sin
be
más, como
proud
estuvieran
of the
más
names of the
propios
streets
de
that they're
porque se
in, the name of the
de las
community
calles
that
no se
they're
encuentra el
in.
nombre
But
de
we
las comunidades
have,
no se encuentra,
after
pero
30
tenemos
years,
después de
a new
30
school
años
built
una
in
nueva escuela que
Compton
está
named
construida en
after
Compton
Clinton.
con el nombre después de
But yet we
Clinton.
don't have a school
Cuando
named
tenemos
after
una
Malcolm
escuela
X. We
con el
don't have
nombre de
a school
Malcolm X, no
named
tenemos una
after
escuela
Harry
con el
Tubman. We
nombre de
don't have a
Harry
school
Tubman, tenemos una
that's by the
escuela
city that's named
de la
after
ciudad con el
Marcus
nombre
Garvey,
de
Annette
Marcus
Turner,
Garvey,
and others,
Annette
and
Turner
we
y
don't have
otros no
boulevards
tenemos
named by that.
calles,
So, you
boulevards
know, best
tampoco.
interest of
Los
our
nombres
youth, of our
a
families,
mejor
of our
interés de
community,
nuestros
we're
jóvenes, de
asking
nuestras
you
familias,
that
como le
you
estamos
would
pidiendo que
only not let that Crenshaw issue die.
Dejen que
Crenshaw,
muere
we
el
now
asunto
know,
de
is a
Crenshaw. Crenshaw
racist name.
sabemos que es un nombre
And Malcolm
racista.
X is a
Malcolm
proper
X
fitting
es un
name
nombre
to give the name of
adecuado
Crenshaw.
para
And
cambiar
we
el
have
nombre de
submitted
Crenshaw
that in
a
writing to
Malcolm
the
X.
Transportation
Presentamos
Committee. We
esto
talked to
por
this
escrito al Comité de Transportación.
council
Hablamos con este
before,
consejo
and we're asking you
previamente.
to
Le estamos
respect
pidiendo
the
que
community,
respeten a la
respect the
comunidad,
voice of the
respeten la voz de la
community, and
comunidad
let's
y
name more things after African
hay que nombrar
Americans and
más
help build
caístas
pride, help end the
afroamericanas, ayuden
violence, and help build the
con su
esteem.
orgullo,
Thank you very much.
ayuden a
This
terminar
concludes
la
public
violencia.
comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk,
ayuden a
next item,
terminar
please.
con
Do you wish to
crimen.
clear the desk
Gracias.
before going into closed session?
Let's do housekeeping.
Council has motions for posting and referral,
Motion shall be posted and referred.
and that clears the desk for closed session.
Okay, in conformance with
De
California
acuerdo
law,
con la
the
ley de
council will now
California, el
adjourn to
Consejo de
closed
Palabras
session.
durante la sesión va a ir
Mr.
bajo
Labange?
puerta cerrada.
May I ask the sergeants to please clear the chambers?
Sargentos, por favor, cierren las puertas.
Welcome back into open session. Madam Clerk, matter before us, please.
That clears the desk, Mr. President.
Colleagues, that's it for the agenda today. Are there any announcements? Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several announcements for the 8th District for this coming Saturday, the 20th Annual Minnie Rippleton 5K Run and Walk at the LA Coliseum. We'll start at 7:30, 6 o'clock registration, 7:30 the first walk kicks off. We also have on Saturday the 20th, the 66th Street Block Club will have their annual meeting, 1400 block 66th Street. It begins at 11 a.m. Also, the LaSalle Avenue Block Club will take place on the 20th at 7400 South LaSalle, begins at 12 o'clock noon. Also, the Don Luis Block Club Party on the 20th at 4312 Don Luis Drive, starts at 12 noon. And also, we're going to have on Sunday, September 21st, the 55th Founders Day Family Mass at St. Eugene's Catholic Church, and that is all for the 8th District.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Colleagues, any other announcements? Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wanted to announce that the Masjid Bilal Islamic Center will celebrate the grand opening of the Bilal Learning Center School on Saturday, September the 20th at 4016 South Central Avenue. The dedication ceremony will be at 10 a.m. and a walkthrough will be held at 11 a.m. This new neighborhood school has 16 classrooms and will offer grades kindergarten through 5th grade, and then 77th Street Police Station will host an open house and health fair on Saturday, September the 20th at 7600 South Broadway, beginning at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Other announcements? Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, members, Mr. President, I wanted to congratulate you for a wonderful event yesterday. It was not only attended by somewhere in the neighborhood of 18,000 people, I think it was seen all throughout Mexico, as well as here in the Los Angeles market. And it was a great celebration of the Mexican Independence Day, but also the incredible leadership we have in the city. So I wanted to acknowledge you for a great event.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa, for your support, as well as Councilmember Reyes, who helped raise funds towards the event, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Garcetti, Ms. Perry, who was there with us for the first time. It was a tremendous event. The fire marshal estimated the crowd at 22,000, the largest attendance for a ceremony of this nature. And Mr. Zine was with us at the reception prior to the civic ceremony of its kind. Not only the largest crowd assembled on the steps of City Hall, but colleagues, I was very proud of the people of Los Angeles. 22,000 for several hours, not one incident, not one negative incident. It was really a tremendous day, and part of keeping the spirit of an Independence Day alive. I know a lot of people focus in on the fact that it was a Mexican Independence Day celebration, but the spirit of Mexican Independence Day for the Mexican community is the same as the spirit of the 4th of July for United States citizens and other independent celebrations around the world. So thank you to all of you for your support, and I don't know how we're going to top it next year.
A memorable moment was you introducing your mom and dad, and to see the smiles on their faces. They were very proud of you, along with all of us yesterday.
They've been here every year.
Event.
So thank you all for that. Other announcements? If not, I do have one final announcement before we turn to adjourning motions. This Saturday at 10 a.m. at David Gonzalez Park in Pacoima on Herrick near Van Nuys Boulevard between Van Nuys and Pierce, we'll be dedicating a new boxing ring and gymnasium. So to the members of the Northeast Valley community, come on out. Mr. Cardenas and I are deciding whether or not we're going to use gloves or not, but a boxing ring, yes. We may have to change the program and do it in honor of Sugar Shane Mosley. And congratulate Shane Mosley on his victory last Saturday night. Please rise for adjourning motions.
Rob.
Adjourning motions? Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like all members to adjourn in the memory of Flora Chavez. Flora was, I'm going to read some of this. She had an incredible obituary written yesterday. She had died earlier this month. She was a West Side activist who for 40 years fed the hungry, sheltered the homeless, provided legal aid to the disenfranchised, and loaned money, often out of her own pocket, to the poor. And she died of cancer, as I said earlier this month. She was 85. She was described as a white woman who spoke Spanish with a Kentucky accent. She came to West LA in the early 40s, where she started a branch, the West LA branch of the Community Service Organization, a 1947 group that was set up to help mobilize Mexican Americans for community action. She was sometimes paid, but mostly not, running the group out of her modest home in a gang-ridden neighborhood in Venice. She used her Social Security income to maintain the services, which included helping immigrants apply for citizenship, sponsoring a food co-op, and running a credit union. She was also a foot soldier in the Civil Rights Movement, once lying down in front of a car or cars bringing Ku Klux Klan members to a meeting in Los Angeles. In the 1970s, she started to fight crime in Venice, starting Neighborhood Watch with another great Venice activist named Pearl White. She, on many nights when there would be gang activity, and sometimes to the horror of her family, she would personally tend to gang victims on the street, victims of the shootings and muggings and stabbings. Her granddaughter remembered one time when she routed a crack dealer from under her home, got him to stand up, empty her pockets, and then she said, "Why don't you come in? If you're hungry, I'll feed you." She is one of those local legends, actually, that Ruth Galanter was quoted about in terms of what she had done in the neighborhood. She started in the 40s. Another one of her the things that she accomplished, she was one of those Rosie the Riveters, going to work in the 1940s at the Lockheed plant in Burbank, where she also then organized workers. What kept her going all these years, her friend said, was just the goodness of her heart. She wouldn't turn anybody away. She was always there. At her funeral, there were many, many mourners, not only from the neighborhood and her large family, but former gang members, including many who were out on parole, who said that the best thing that she did was stop the wars. She is truly a remarkable woman, was remarkable throughout her whole life in the Venice community, and we need more like her.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Other tributes? Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recourse adjourned memory of Harry G. Walter, passed away July 19th. Mr. Walter passed away this summer from natural causes. He was born November 12, 1941 in Sonoma, California, enlisted in the United States Navy December 1961 at age 19. Following boot camp, he attended Naval Quartermaster School and served aboard the USS Frontier. Served 4 years of active duty and 2 years in the reserves. Honorable discharge in December 1967. Mr. Walter was a 13-year member of the American Legion Post 308 in Reseda. Always volunteering at the post, he served on numerous committees and was elected to many offices, including post commander for 2001-2002. He is survived by his son Jeffrey, daughter Jennifer, 2 grandchildren, Andrew and Caitlin. May he rest in peace.
Other tributes? Colleagues, I do ask that you join me in adjourning in memory of Sister Irene San Roman, who devoted 48 years of her life to Catholic education. After serving 3 years as the administrator at St. Joseph School in Placentia, California, she spent several years as the principal of Poverello of Assisi Preschool in Sylmar, where she served the children of the Northeast San Fernando Valley and the surrounding communities. I think for about 8 years, she was the leader as principal of that school, and truly embodied her faith, is very perceptive of the needs of the community around the school, and constantly instilled in her students to reach out to help the most needy in our community. She will be missed. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.
You are watching LA City View, Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
I also want to point out that Tony said he's been in the business for 25 years. I just want to make it clear that he started as a child actor. But he's been a great leader. Many of you might know in this room that I actually was the chair of Latino Heritage Month for 6 years, and Tony was there many, many years. Tony was there every time and didn't waver, and was a proud participant in celebrating our wonderful heritage here in Los Angeles. One last note, we have a party for everybody out on the forecourt, food, music, fun. Have a good time, celebrate the month. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you again to everyone for participating and bringing that. Yeah, Mr. Ria,
I just want to announce the president of Dolores Sanchez, the publisher and editor-in-chief of Eastside Publications.
Thank you. Welcome. As soon as we get a little order back in the council chambers, I will be recognizing Councilmember Smith for the final presentation today. And if I could ask everyone to maintain order so we can get on with city business. Again, if council can come back to order, we do have some other, one more presentation to make and still some items. Members, let me point out that we have received technical amendments and a substitution for items that have already been on the agenda. So we will be asking for reconsideration of 3 items to adopt those amendments as well. 118 is one of them. And the items we will be, in fact, why don't we have Mr. Parks make a motion for reconsideration of number 92, 106, and 118. Those were items that were already acted on, but there are technical amendments and a substitution for clarification. So is there any objection to reconsideration of those items? If not, open the roll. A 92, 106, and 118. Close the roll. Those matters are before, tabulate the vote. That's 11 ayes. Those matters are now before us. We do have substitute motion item 92 and technical amendments on 106 and 118. Ms. Perry? I'm sorry, Chair recognize Ms. Perry? Could we have Ms. Perry's microphone?
Okay, thank you. I rise on item 106. The motion is for transfer of money from one fund to another for the El Grito celebration.
All right, that is before us, as has been circulated.
Designated as 106A.
106A, 92A is a substitute for 92, and 118 is an amendment on 118. Let's consider those technical amendments and open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, that is approved with 10 votes. Now, let me recognize Mr. Smith and thank you and your guests for both your patience and helping us get a little housekeeping.
On August 11th of this year, we had a very severe fire in the Northridge area at the Lassen Village Apartments. Initially, we thought there were 4 or 5 units that were damaged and families would have to be relocated. After the city got out there and looked at it, it was found that there were 50 apartments that were damaged and 50 families had to be relocated and moved. We, as Americans, are always great people for getting out and helping people in need. We do it all over the world, but we also do it here at home. And that's what I want to recognize today, is a number of people that step forward to assist their fellow residents in the Northridge community at a time of need and disaster. There was a number of people that stepped forward. First of all, I want to recognize Susan Whitelets from California State University in Northridge. Susan stepped forward and helped get relocation to some of the housing at the university, and also brought forth some individuals to help people move. And so to Susan and the University, Cal State Northridge, I want to present you this resolution and thank you for coming forward in a time of need for so many people. Also from Cal State Northridge, one of our great fraternity houses there stepped forward. A young man named Chad Charton, who's now the president of Cal Sigma Chi fraternity there, came forward and helped organize volunteer assistance by helping the people move out of the apartments. The apartment manager said he himself did the work of 10 people, helping people pack their goods and get out of the apartment building and move to other areas where they could live. So Chad, on behalf of the city, thank you for stepping forward. Shepherd of the Hills is one of the largest churches in the entire San Fernando Valley. They're always very community spirit, get involved. I've had the pleasure of working with Paula Creasy over there on numerous projects. And when she heard about the problem, she stepped forward on a moment's notice, really, with her son Stephen and Daniel. They provided 400 meals for the people who were relocated. So to Paula and her family and the church, thank you. One of our great resources in the Valley that you all know very well is Mr. Jim Dunn of the Airtel Hotel, Airtel Plaza. His manager's here today, Bert Seneca, and they helped with providing some housing assistance for people that need to be relocated. And as Jim always does, he opened up his heart, and I thank Jim and the Airtel. Not here with us this morning, the church, Los Angeles Church of Christ. They also helped in the housing, and we thank them. And also one of our biggest, probably the biggest charity family in the entire San Fernando Valley. When you ask them to do anything, they pretty well step forward and say, yes, we're happy to help. And representing Galpin Ford is Bo Bachman, one of the great Bachman family. They provided food at their great restaurant, the Horse's Carriage over, no. Horse's Carriage, yeah. Over at Galpin Ford. Thank you. A good friend of mine and a great supporter of the Northridge and North Valley community are not here today, but they also provided food. They're the owners of the Don Ricardo's Restaurant, Vic and Sue Sampson, who many of you know. Both have served as commissioners with the city of L.A. From the Apartment Association of Los Angeles, stepped forward Kevin Singer, who helped get the people in other apartments, helped them get through the processing, the credit checks that are necessary to rent apartments, and the association itself stepped forward. And I understand he's also a new father. Congratulations. If you want to let us know, we have a daycare center here now, Mrs. Gruel's Daycare Center. You could have brought the family. Oh, you did? Good. You could have had them, brought them along. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank two people who came along with me today to accept this award, Larry Canizaro, our president of our association, and Al Rivas, one of the board members of our association. And we just want to let all city council members who are still here know that this program is available for you too if for some reason you have some type of emergency in your district. Thank you.
And also, finally, last but not least, is Maria Thomas. Maria was the manager of the apartment. She just stepped forward and did things that are not required of a manager of an apartment, but she just cared so much for the people living there that she got on the scene, she organized everybody's efforts, and made sure that outreach was made and the people were helped, and the people got relocated. And to Maria for stepping forward and really caring about the people who live in that apartment building. Maria, thank you so much.
I just would also like to thank my husband, my daughter, my son, my grandson, who stayed there and watched Barney all day long while this was going on. You just never know what to expect in a situation like this, but everyone has been so great. And I'd also just like to give Councilman Greg Smith and his staff a certificate in our honor, because when something like this happens, you have no idea what to do, and for people to come forward and give us, I know this is basically what you're here for, but just to know that
saber que hizo lo extra para mantenerme en contacto conmigo. Es más fácil para mí. Muchas gracias.
As all of us who sit around the horseshoe know, these kind of certificates don't belong to us. They really belong to the staff who do that. And I want to recognize Nicole Burnson and Jim Dillinger, my staff, who spearheaded the effort. Jim's back there. They made it possible, but really this is an example of community pulling together in time of need. This is what Americans are known for. It's one of our great strengths. I am so proud of the people of the Northridge community that didn't have to be asked to help. They just stepped forward, and those that we did ask said yes, we'd be happy to help. That is the American way. That's what makes us a great city. That's what makes us a great nation. I'm very proud of these people, and I just wanted them to be here today to receive recognition from the city of LA for all that they have done to make this a better situation. It was really an ugly situation. So thank you to all of these wonderful people. We appreciate you all stepping forward. I know the poor victims of this fire do appreciate what you did too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you for bringing all these fine people down here who came forward at a time of need for people who suffered a very significant tragedy, and to let them know that there's this safety net in our communities. That does conclude our presentations today. So, Madam Clerk, let's move the agenda. Mr. Zine?
Madam President, if I can ask that item 23 go forthwith.
Item 23, there's a request for forthwith. If there's no objection, then item 23 will be forthwith. Madam Clerk?
Item number 11 is confirmation of the reappointment of Annie Cho to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Commerce, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee report has been distributed to the council members.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Cho, thank you very much for your patience. It's been a long morning. Colleagues, we do have a reconfirmation of a commissioner before us. Committee report recommending approval. Are there members wishing to be heard? Let's hear from Mr. Smith.
President, I am so honored to have Annie Cho here. I think one of the great opportunities we have is to work with city commissioners. And when I was chief of staff to Mr. Burns and Annie called immediately upon her appointment, we sat down together, we had a great conversation. She wanted to know, what can I do as your commissioner to make this department run better? We've held a constant ongoing communications about various things in the department that Mr. LaBonge and I worked on, that we're working on the community, help AYSO, soccer, and baseball. And she just really cares about the community. She cares about water and power, making it a good agency. She's a great commissioner, and I urge her reappointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Misikowski. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. I also would like to stand in support of Annie's appointment. She has been a great commissioner, and I know she's going to continue to be someone who's going to speak, I think, very loudly about how to make DVP operate even more efficiently than it is, and has always been there when we've had press conferences. At one point, we were trying to help let our seniors know that someone who came in a uniform that looked like DVP was, in fact, trying to rob them at one point if they had not scheduled an actual appointment. And so she was there, came out, and has really been a strong advocate. So look forward to your continued service to the city of Los Angeles. Congratulations. Because I know everyone's going to vote yes.
Other members wishing to be heard? If not, then let's open the roll. Mr. Cardenas.
Hello.
Hola.
I'd just like to say
Me
that
gustaría decir
just a
que
couple of hours
un
ago,
par de
we had a
horas
committee
tuvimos
hearing
un
on this
comité de
subject,
en este asunto.
and I just want to say
Pues que
that
decir que
so far, we've had
hasta
nothing
ahorita hemos
but
tenido
good
nada más que cosas,
expectations
expectaciones
from you,
buenas de
and
usted.
you've done a wonderful
Hecho un
job so
gran trabajo
far,
hasta ahorita.
and I endorse
Y yo
your
endorso
reappointment,
su-
and after vetting this
Sí,
through,
después de
and
ver esto,
actually having a wonderful
y ahorita una
conversation
gran
with you as
conversación
well,
con usted también.
about the good things
Acerca
and the
de las
bad
buenas
things
cosas,
and
las
things that
malas
need to move
cosas que
forward and
necesitan
improve
moverse y
with
mejorarse.
DWP.
Desde
I
luego,
appreciate
yo
your
aprecio
commitment
su
and your willingness to
dedicación
move
y-
forward and
y
improve
mejorar
our wonderful
nuestra
organization
gran
in all the good ways that you know how to do. So thank you very much,
Muchas
and
gracias.
I look forward to voting for you.
Votar por usted.
Thank you, council
Muchas
member.
gracias, concejal.
Other members wishing to be
Miembros
heard
que
at
deseen
this
ser
time?
oídos en este momento.
At this time, the roll is open. Madam Clerk, please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service to the city. Next item, please.
Items 42, 43, and 44 were called special by Council Member Zine. 42 and 43 are communications from ITGS, and those are receiving files. And 44 is a contract, and it's communication from the CAO.
Comunicación del CEO.
Mr. Zine.
Señor Sainz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a representative here from IT that can answer a couple of questions I have? Thank you.
Dennis Frady, Assistant General Manager, Information Technology Agency.
Yeah, the question I have regarding this matter is these companies had agreements with the City of Los Angeles, and there were some financial difficulties. And I want to find out what we're doing to prevent this from occurring again, so the city's not embarrassed and the subscribers don't suffer any negative consequences.
When we have an agreement, we do provide for a number of different performance bond, insurance, liquidated damages, and of course, we can always revoke the franchise, and in this case, the franchise was in fact terminated. As far as going...
What safeguards do we have in place?
So as far as going forward, we do the research on these companies and provide our best judgment as to whether or not the company can perform the franchise agreement.
And how many companies have failed to live up to the expectations?
To my knowledge, this is the only one that did not build out.
Are there any in the horizon?
No, I don't believe so. We do have one overbuilder who's building out up in the Northwest Valley, the Tuna Canyon area, but so far there's no indication that they will not be successful.
So you believe we have sufficient safeguards in place?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to add? Mr. City Attorney, who works 24 hours a day?
Thank you, Councilman. Phil Lam, Deputy City Attorney, General Counsel for ITA. I think that's a very insightful policy question to look out for the citizens of LA. I think in the context of bankruptcy, it is the municipalities' hands are kind of tied because bankruptcy is exclusively federal jurisdiction, and in that sense, our hands are kind of tied.
Well, I know that with the one that's on the agenda, there was a debate, there was approval, and then subsequent to that, there was the situation with Adelphia, which created more anguish and more problems for the City of Los Angeles, including debts that were paid that owed to the City of Los Angeles. I just want to make sure that as this operation continues and we go from the cable industry to direct and to the other operations, which we really don't have control over, the federal government does, that we assure our consumers that they are going to have reliable transmission and that the city won't be in jeopardy when these contracts are signed, so there's enough sufficient safeguards in place. I know that sometimes businesses suffer consequences, but how sufficient is that business and how effective is it carrying out the mandate when we sign that agreement? Because there's obviously a lot of competition in that arena.
Well, I think there are two components to it. One is the business side, one is the legal. The business judgment is what Mr. Frady referred to is the ITA using the best business judgment to determine whether this is a good new franchise applicant or not. From the city side, we have sufficient safeguard for our financial exposure, such as in this case, Windfirst. I understand we had, at the time, $29 million performance bond. In addition to that, $10 million insurance, plus liquidated damages, and also parent company's guarantee. So financially speaking, the city is well protected. In the consumer side, that is really another contract the consumer has with the cable company. And in the case of bankruptcy, the U.S. trustee would manage the interest of, in this case, unsecured creditors. All the subscribers would become unsecured creditors, and the maximum exposure would be 1 month of the bills, assuming that they paid on the first day, and then the next day the cable company filed for bankruptcy. So that would be the maximum financial exposure the subscribers have. And that's under the contract. And our contract under the franchise is really with the cable company, and which is really a right-of-way that the company would use in exchange for franchise fees. In addition to that financial contractual relationship, the city does have, under the 1984 Cable Act, a certain regulatory power regulating customer services, but those are all non-monetary, non-financial side of it.
I just have one final question.
Yes.
Did the city lose any money on this deal with Windfirst?
No, it's my understanding that we were paid some money up front. I'm sorry, I don't have the number, but no, the city lost no money. I would just like to add, in this case, they were an overbuilder, which meant there were companies already providing service in those areas, so the risk was viewed as less than it might have had they been an original company.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Or these items, I should say? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that dispenses with items 42, 43, and 44. Next item, please.
Item number 45 was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange.
I yield to the great councilwoman of the 9th District.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. He's indisposed right now. I appreciate Mr. Labange's enthusiasm for all of Los Angeles, and we will be announcing formally in a press conference the formation of a historic city-county CRA private sector partnership, the Joint Powers Authority, which will focus on developing Grand Avenue as a vibrant, exciting, accessible cultural corridor for all people of Los Angeles, and an end-stage destination with new job opportunities, mixed-income housing, new places to work, and places to take your family and enjoy. So that was the purpose of this motion today, and I ask for an aye vote and hope for a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard on item 45? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, I believe Mr. Zine wanted to reconsider item number 44.
Mr. Zine?
42 and 43 were connected, and 44 is a separate item. So I'd like to just have 44 reconsidered. I have a couple questions on that, separate from the other ones that we've approved.
Okay. Members, motion to reconsider item 44. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Item 44 is now back before us. Mr. Zine?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Regarding this matter, do we have staff that can address a question regarding the contract? There's an extension, I understand, on this particular contract, and if I calculate out the dollars, originally it was like $35,000, and if we calculate this out for 6 months, it would be a total of $70,000. Can you clarify the dollar value of this particular extension of the contract?
It's 35,000, I'm sorry, broad tail of zero, 35,000 for June to December for fiscal 03-04.
According to the numbers, to extend this contract out, the extension is for 35,000
Yes.
for 6 months, but
Yes.
for 12 months,
Pero por 12 meses,
it was 40,900 for 12 months.
900 por 12 meses.
So if for 12 months it was
Entonces, por 12 meses,
40,000,
40,000.
and we're doing 6 months for
Estos 6
35,000,
meses por 35,000.
there's a dispute with those numbers.
Tienes
In other words, a 6-month
un
project
proyecto de 6 meses.
is almost as much
Es
as we
casi
did for a
vale esto
12-month
como por
project.
un proyecto de 12 meses.
That's the question.
It's a not to exceed
Es para no
amount,
exceed
and
la cantidad de
it
exceeder.
depends on the work that the
Depende del
contractor
trabajo que el
does.
contrato
So there
hace,
isn't a fixed
entonces,
amount per year. It depends on how much work the contractor puts into the project.
This extension is for 6 months, as I
Este es por 6
understand.
meses.
And is it per month
Y eso es
No.
or for the 6-month period?
It's for the 6-month period, not to extend, not to exceed $35,000.
But when we had the contract
Pero
for a
cuando
year,
el
the
contrato
total
por
was
un año, el
40,000.
total era
We've
40,000.
had the contract for almost 3 years. It started in July, and over the period of the contract, it's been a total of 122,000 over 3 years, the former previous 3 years.
But
So
my question is on this particular 6-month period of time,
Yes.
why are we paying
Porque estamos pagando
35,000 for 6
35,000
months
por 6
when
meses.
the previous
Cuando el
contract was
contrato previo era
40,000 for 12
40,000
months?
por 12 meses.
In other words, why are we
¿Por qué
paying so much
estamos
more for
pagando
a short
tanto en
period
el
of time?
periodo de tiempo?
You can answer if you
Puedo
wish.
contestar si lo
You
desea.
don't have to whisper to her.
A ver, quiere
We'll
contestar.
take your statement.
Tomamos su declaración.
Could you give us a minute, please?
Sure. And I'm only using the numbers that
Usando los
were
números que
provided to me.
Yes.
Councilmember, the $35,000 figure is an up-to amount. Terry Saras, CAO staff. The $35,000 really is a cap on the contract. We pay the contractor based on the work that they do, so in the case of the 6 months, not all that money might be expended. It was just to provide funding for a finite period. If there's work for the conservator, they come in and provide services to cultural affairs. If they don't need the services during that period, then there would be no expenditure of funds.
And this is done by cultural affairs. They determine if the work has to be performed or not.
That's correct. This is specifically to maintaining the Watts Towers, and because of the unique character of the Watts Towers and the specific types of things they need to do to maintain the monument, Cultural Affairs has this person on staff if there's damage, if there's specific issues related to conservation. And anything else I would have, any other details relating to specifically how often they use this person, I would have to defer to Cultural Affairs, but I don't believe they're here.
And how does this compare to what we had in the previous 3-year contract? This extension of 6 months?
The extension, I believe the $35,000 figure was to provide monies during the RFP period, and $35,000 was a number that the department believed would be sufficient. In terms of the expenditure patterns for the past years, or the total 120,000, we can get that information and provide it to your staff, but I don't have it with me.
If you would, please.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more speakers, that concludes discussion on this item. Let's, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that matter passes. Next item on our agenda, please, Madam Clerk.
Item number 116 was called special inasmuch as there are cards from the public.
Mr. President, this is an item that is a mandatory public hearing. I'm going to move a 10-minute public hearing so that we can hear the people who are here who have remained. I think they're divided into those who support the motion and those who oppose it. So without objection, I would like to move the 10-minute public hearing.
Okay, without objection, we will have a 10-minute public hearing. Members of the public, I have a number of cards here on the item. I'm going to call the names on the cards in the order in which I've received them. I'd ask that you please be aware of when you're on deck and when you're in hold, so that when it's your turn to speak, you are ready. The first speaker will be Denny Schneider, followed by a representative of what appears to be the Westport Homeowners Association, who didn't put a name down representing Westport Heights. That'll be followed by Mahalo Walter, to be followed by Kurt Curtis. So I'm going to, given the number of cards here, enforce the time limits and ask each of you to confine your remarks to 1 minute. And Mr. Schneider, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to, as Vice President of RSAC, the Alliance for Regional Solution Airport Congestion, what we are trying to do, and this and supporting Cindy, we really appreciate the fact that you're going to wait until you determine what the plan for LAX will be before you spend the money. That's the real crux of the issue. And you've got to wait. If you read the EIR, it still has all kinds of options in there, and the master plan, I should say. And so I would urge you to determine who you're going to pick for doing the development work after you find out what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. We're going to hear from the Westport Homeowners Association representative, followed by Mahalo Walter, followed by Kurt Curtis, followed by Eleanor Holm.
My name is Doug Ehlers. I am a 52-year resident of Westchester. I represent the Westport Heights Osage Neighbors Association. And that's the area from Sepulveda over to Englewood, about 5,200 residents. We support Cindy's motion and hope that everyone else will volunteer here too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mahalo Walter, to be followed by Kurt Curtis, Eleanor Holm, and then Myra Krawinek. I'm sorry. Krawinek.
As a former airport commissioner, I'm asking the City Council to vote yes on this motion. If consultants had done their job properly in the first place, there wouldn't be so many questions about alternate D. Why do consultants not stand up and answer their own questions on the design? And why send LAWA people out to face the public? Let's start with the underground luggage tunnel. The construction is due to do 2005 with many safety features recommended by FAA for runway and taxiway safety are not scheduled for completion until 2015. What about the underground luggage tunnel? Is there going to be one or not? And where does it run? Last year I warned a couple of congressional representatives and Nate Holden that our own crazies could put timers on bombs and send the luggage into the CTA and not even have to commit suicide. Now, you union people, do you really want your union brothers and sisters to work there? And by the way, what makes you think you're getting the job? Time and time again, I objected to some subcontractors coming in from out of state to do the work. You know, proponents like to coach the whole Sereno around the security as cars and LAX facilities don't mix. Now, I tell you, do you think the people how are they going to get to the ground transportation center? And what if a terrorist was really wanting to inflict major damage and loss of life? Where would you rather have the passenger load distributed? Widely around 8 different terminals, or where everyone on all flights congregate at one check-in drop-off?
Ma'am, if I could ask you to conclude, just because we have other speakers and it's a limited amount of time for this public hearing.
Sounds like a Disneyland attraction to me, to use the automated people mover to move funnel people in trailers and meters and greeters into 200 additional businesses proposed by the mayor, shifting the money from excess business and benefiting. May I put this in the record, please?
We will take your statement for the record, and we appreciate it. The time limit was set by our previous vote. Thank you, ma'am.
I planned for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you for your understanding. We will accept your statement for the record, and we appreciate your participating. Kurt Curtis, Eleanor Holm, Myra Krawinek, Patricia Hamilton.
My name is Kurt Curtis. I'm a former airport commissioner, and I'm a 50-year resident of Westchester. I'm the official representative of the Westchester Vitalization Corp., and they made a motion which was passed 17-0 with one abstention, the airport representative, that we thank and commend Councilwoman Cindy Miskowski and for bringing this item before the City Council and to give her our full support. We feel that it is presumptuous and arrogant on the part of the Airport Commission to try and circumvent the EIR process by passing an RFP when they don't even know what it's going to be. I have received calls from the commission office, the mayor's office, and LAWA. Some of the comments were, oh, this is not a fast track, but it will cut 4 to 6 months off of the flow time. Now, I never got an answer when I asked how an airport commissioner could get up at a hearing in Westchester and speak in favor of $10 billion going to union jobs. When I was on the commission, it was totally wrong for any of us to express opinions.
Sir, if I could just ask you to conclude, and we'll take your statement for the record.
Okay.
No, sir, you can sum up if you'd like, sir. Mr. Curtis, if you want to just make a summation, we'd love to hear it, and we'll accept your written statement for the record.
I strongly urge you to pass Cindy's motion. I think it is necessary. I think it was wrong for them to pass a similar RFP relative to the moving the runways further apart.
Thank you, sir. Eleanor Holm, to be followed by Myra Krawanek, Patricia Hamilton, and Dale Christ.
I'm a resident of Westchester, and I'm here to support Cindy Miskowski's motion. And I want you to know that since Cindy has been in our district, we have been very happy with her, and she has gained a lot of respect in our community. She listens to the people. She does her homework, as everyone knows. She has a very experienced staff, and I want you to know that if you will support this motion, you will know that you're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Myra Krawanek, Patricia Hamilton, Dale Christ.
Good afternoon. I am Myra Krawanek, and I'm a board member of the Neighborhood Council of Westchester Playa del Rey. I'm also the chair of the Public Safety Committee of the Neighborhood Council, and I'm here this morning, the afternoon now, as a 20-year resident of Westchester in support of my councilperson, Cindy Miskowski, who has gained our community's respect in addressing the concerns of the new LAX plan. You can be assured that we are extremely concerned about safety and security living next to LAX. However, there are some flaws in the Mayor Han's new plan that need time and attention, not more of our taxpayers' money. Therefore, we do not want to spend the money before the plan is approved. I hope to see us support the City Council's Public Safety Chair in her motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Patricia Hamilton, to be followed by Dale Christ.
Greetings, council members. I'm here for yes on motion 001774, Miskowski Padilla. Technology for the future cannot be predicted at this time, so the cost involved to build a new airport plan cannot be estimated today. It is only a rough estimate. The RAND Corporation and the airlines have given some excellent information for modernizing security at the airport. 9 years and millions of dollars have already been spent on an unpractical plan without taking into consideration the big picture, a regional solution. To enlarge LAX on the small and confined acreage, including off-site check-in facilities in this metropolitan area, should not be an option. For serious safety, security, efficiency, and convenience, the City of Los Angeles should follow the lead of other major cities in the United States, Europe, and Asia by using larger acreages outside of their metropolitan areas. Los Angeles already owns a larger acreage in Palmdale and Ontario. These airfields should be developed and enlarged with connecting Metrolink rail transportation. Systems to accommodate the new mega jumbo jets that will hold 55-plus passengers that are already being built. I urge you to vote yes on 001774. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, ma'am. Our last speaker, Dale Christ.
I would like to ask if it would be possible to defer my time to Dick Slauson.
Certainly. Thank you. Mr. Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm Richard Slauson with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. The individuals that are here with me today all wanted to speak. We are speaking against the motion. This is not fast track. We have been going through this process for 8 years. We believe that the RFP that would go out from the Airport Commission would give us the information that we need to move forward on the airport and alternate D. It is not possible to make accurate decisions on what will happen at the airport unless we have the information. This does not, an RFP does not establish a cost to the city until that RFP comes back, and the council would still at that time have the ability to make a determination whether they wanted to move forward or not. We are opposed to the motion and would like to see the RFP move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slauson. Thank you, Mr. Chris. We will close the public debate. The chair now recognizes Ms. Misikowski.
Mr. President, I am going to ask that we continue this matter until Tuesday. We are down to a bare quorum of 10 members, and others have indicated to me that they need to leave in the immediate near future. So we've heard from the public. We don't need to have the public hearing on Tuesday. So my motion is to continue the matter.
Okay. Do I see a second to the motion to continue the matter? Motion's been made, seconded. No speakers left on the queue. Let's vote on the motion to continue the matter until Tuesday. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that matter is continued until Tuesday. Next item, please.
Item number 126 was called special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Yes, item number 126, it's the public convenience of necessity for alcohol sales off-site consumption on Fallbrook. And I would ask that we deny this. I don't believe at this particular time there's a necessity for public convenience of alcohol at this location, which is under renovation. We've had some crime problems, some other associated problems with the redevelopment at that site. I want to deny without prejudice. There will be an opportunity to reapply through the appropriate process, but I would ask that we deny at this particular time on item number 126.
So, Mr. Zine, that is your motion to deny?
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there a second for Mr. Zine's motion? Ms. Gruhl seconds Mr. Zine's motion. That matter is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Matter is approved. Next item.
Item number 120.
Mr. Zine's motion is approved.
Item number 127 is also public convenience or necessity, and that's of Council District 11. A motion is required.
Okay. Item 127 is in Council District 11. Council District 11, item 127 is in Council District 11 and requires a motion.
I will move approval of the motion to approve necessity and convenience. This is just a minor shift of an existing market, moving the next lot over, so my motion is to approve.
Okay, Ms. Misikowski moves. Is there a second? Ms. Gruhl once again seconds that motion. And let's open the roll on the motion. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is approved. Madam Clerk, next item.
This is the time for comments from the public on items not on council's agenda.
Okay. Okay, we have no comment cards from the public, so that closes the public comment period for this meeting. Colleagues, do you have any announcements?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Zine requested excuse Friday, October 17th, and Wednesday, October 22nd and 24th for city business. Those meet council policy.
Okay, Mr. Zine is excused.
Councilmember Garcetti requests to be excused Tuesday, September 16th for city business that also meets council policy.
Mr. Garcetti is excused.
Councilmember Smith requests to be excused Friday, September 19th to arrive at 10:45 for city business that meets council policy.
He is likewise excused.
Councilmember Perry requests to leave early September 16th, to arrive late on September 17th, and to be excused for Wednesday, September 24th, which is the offsite. Those are all for city business.
Excuse is granted.
And that clears the desk, Mr. President.
Colleagues, do we have any announcements? Mr. Labange, followed by Ms. Gruhl.
I will yield to Ms. Gruhl, the great councilwoman of the second district.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. I just want to, for those of you that are watching, tomorrow we are having a grand opening of a Starbucks in San Latanga, which is a big deal for our community up there in economic development. And anyone who comes and purchases something there tomorrow, a percentage of that purchase will go to Sunland Elementary School. So it starts at 11 o'clock. I hope that those of you that are watching will attend and really support a new economic development engine in our community up there on Foothill Boulevard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Labange.
Thank you. There's many things happening throughout. The city this weekend and Sunday is a lot of great art activities in the 4th District in Toluca Lake. The art fair will be on Riverside Drive. Welcome everyone there out in the West Wilshire area. Park La Brea will have art in the park. At Park La Brea, which everyone will be welcome as well. And the Celebrity Center in Hollywood, the Church of Scientology on Ivar, Mr. Garcetti's district, will be having an event for art on Sunday. So art's a big day every day, but a very special day this coming Sunday. I'd like to invite everyone to come out and enjoy and attend those events. Art is important.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two events I'd like to bring to your attention. On the Arlington Avenue Neighborhood Watch will be hosting their annual block party Saturday, September 13th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The event will be on Arlington Avenue between Southwest Drive and 67th Street on Saturday. Also, on Monday, the Rita Walters Learning Complex will celebrate its first anniversary. There will be a ceremony at 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. September the 15th at 915 West Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, the 3rd District Community Posse will be fanning out in the 3rd District, marking abandoned cars and identifying quality of life issues. So if you have an abandoned car in the Southwest Valley, should remove it before tomorrow morning. The posse comes by and takes care of it for you. Thank you.
Watch out for the posse tomorrow in the 3rd District. Any other announcements, colleagues? Seeing no hands, adjourning motions, colleagues. Could all please rise?
People are dying.
Mr. Garcetti, did you indicate? Mr. Labange?
Members, I think we're all shocked to hear that John Ritter passed. John Ritter, an actor, 54 years old. And it's ironic he passed right when Hollywood High School, the school that he attended, is having their 100th anniversary celebration tomorrow night. I know he was one of their many great graduates. He was the son of a great songwriter and of note. He had 5 children, I believe, and he went to work yesterday in Burbank, and Warner Brothers didn't feel well and was rushed to St. Joseph's Hospital, where tragically he passed. He was surrounded by his family. He died on his birthday of his daughter, his youngest daughter, Stella. On that, I ask that we adjourn in memory of John Ritter, who really was a fun actor, as we all remember Three's Company and Hooperman and all his work that he did. John Ritter was 54 years old. I also like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash, known as the Man in Black, who was 71. He truly was an inspiration to American music, to country music in so many ways. I had the pleasure when I was 17 to shake his hand as he came off the stage at the Hollywood Bowl. all his music that he created, he got to the soul of people, I truly believe. And he also was very instrumental in the transformation of folk music to country music when he had his show, the Johnny Cash Show, invited Bob Dylan to come down, and Nashville Skyline was Bob Dylan's most current album at the time, where they sang a duet on that song at Johnny Cash, who truly was an inspiration. His preceded in death by his wife, June Carter Cash. I would like to ask that we adjourn in memory of the great Johnny Cash.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I have an adjourning motion today, colleagues. I hope that you will join me in Pat McOsker from UFLAG was kind enough to pass on for the council for Bill Schonborn, and I ask that we adjourn in honor of this retired fire captain, Bill Schonborn, who passed away on June 23rd of this year. He served on the Los Angeles City Fire Department for over 30 years as a dedicated public servant who always put the needs of citizens and complete strangers well ahead of his own safety and comfort, like so many of our firefighters. He fought some major, well-publicized fires in Bel Air and Watts. He was always especially proud to have been a member of the crew that laid down the first foam blanket on a runway in LAX in preparation for an emergency landing of a commercial airliner. Bill is best remembered, though, by 2 generations of firefighters for tireless work that he did over 40 years to organize rank-and-file LAFD fighters into a local union. Bill was one of the true founding fathers of the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City Local 112 of the IAFF. He served also as the Firefighters Union president here in Los Angeles during 8 quite difficult years during the tumultuous 1960s, and his battles and accomplishments were many, along the way helping to improve public safety in Los Angeles and bettering the lives of firefighters and their families. For instance, he fought successfully to maintain firefighter pay and benefit parity with police officers at a time when some in city government were eager to abandon that principle of putting all of our public safety officers in the same line. He will always be loved by LAFD firefighters for that move. But the single most significant victory that Bill Schonborn achieved for LAFD firefighters was the reduction of their work schedule from 62 hours per week down to the current 56 hours per week. Before Bill's work week reduction, each firefighter in Los Angeles was forced to work 6 extra days per year above and beyond their regular platoon duty schedule without pay. Captain Bill Schonborn will be sorely missed by an aging generation of LAFD firefighters who knew and who loved him, but even more to the point, he is now and will always be deeply appreciated by a new generation of firefighters, men and women who still benefit today from his trailblazing ethics, his courage, his dedication, his leadership, and his brotherly love. May he rest in peace.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 adjourning motions, and Ms. Perry will second these. First of all, Bernice Smith, the mother of James A. Smith, who is our Postmaster General of the LA District, passed away Saturday, September the 6th. Funeral services, and interment will be held in Graceville, Florida on Saturday, September the 13th. Also on adjourning memory of Milton Garden, who passed away on September the 8th. He served as both city and county commissions as well as numerous state commissions and boards. He's very active in the Jewish community, always worked to help create a better life for all. Funeral service will be held on Friday, September the 12th at Hillside Memorial. Also adjourn in memory of Marie Foster, a civil rights activist who helped launch the Selma, Alabama voting rights movement, passed away at age 85 on Saturday, September the 6th. She was also one of the founders of the National Voting Rights Museum and Institute in Selma, Alabama, and worked on an exhibition reflecting history of the voting rights struggle. She was born in rural Alabama and raised in Selma. Has been an activist on a variety of civil rights issues. She leaves her son and daughter. And also, finally, adjourn in memory of Ernestine Ann Dillard Cross, who's a resident of the 8th District. She is a longstanding constituent. She's a 25-year employee of the County of Los Angeles, passed away at age 56 on Thursday, September the 4th. She was born August 28, 1947 in Salt Lake City. Moved to Los Angeles at the age of 3. She began her career as an elementary school teacher at 37th Street Elementary School and began her professional career at the County Los Angeles Department of Probation in McLaren Hall, where she continued with the Department of Children and Family Services. She leaves a host of relatives.
Mr. President, I just on Milt Gordon, I'd like to add my name and also add the name of Janice Hahn. He was a great friend of the Hahn family and also a great friend of John Ferraro, Milt Gordon.
Colleagues, I'll note that I've been asked by our mayor, Jim Hahn, to mention to all of you how much he and his family are saddened by the passing of Milt Gordon. And as well, I was asked by our colleague Janice Hahn to also note her feelings. The motion to adjourn in memory of Milt Gordon will be presented by the entire council. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to adjourn in memory of former Los Angeles Superior Court Presiding Judge William P. Hogaboom, who died of heart failure at the age of 84 years old on Sunday, August 24, 2003. He was appointed to the court in 1968 by then Governor Ronald Reagan and served until 1983. After retiring from the court, he became the first general counsel at the University of Southern California, where he remained until 1989 and then became active in private judging. He also served on the boards of the Western Justice Center and Constitutional Rights Foundation, and as president for the latter. Funeral services were held in Pasadena on Friday, August 29th at the Western Justice Center. He is survived by his wife, Catherine, 2 sons, and 2 daughters. I want to adjourn in memory of John Melville Burgess, the first African-American Episcopal bishop in the United States, who died at the age of 94 years old on Sunday, August 24, 2003. As bishop, he was known for his inclusive agenda of bringing people of color together and disadvantaged peoples into the church. The Right Reverend Burgess was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, earned his bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Michigan, and graduated from the Episcopal Theological School in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1934. The following year, he was ordained. In 1961, he was elected to serve as assistant bishop of the state diocese, began his ministry in Massachusetts as archdeacon of Boston's mission and parishes and superintendent of the Boston City Mission from 1956 to 1962, and in 1969, he was elected to as 12th bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of Massachusetts, from where he retired in 1975. My final adjourning motion is for Andrew Hale, born on August 21st, 1909, and passed away at the age of 93 years old on Tuesday, September 2nd, 2003. On January 25th, 1932, he married Maddie Ethel, who passed away in 1955, leaving behind Mr. Hale and their 12 children. He lived an exemplary life by raising and nurturing the children and survived all of that while being a single parent. For 52 years, he worked 2 jobs as a laborer, and upon retirement, he became a self-employed gardener. He was a Prince Hall Mason and a man of great principle who will be missed by many. He's survived by 6 daughters, 4 sons, 3 daughters-in-law, 2 sons-in-law, 9 grandsons, 11 granddaughters, 1 brother, several great-grandchildren, and a host of friends and relatives.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, and I'd like to serve as a second on your motion for Judge Hogaboom. He was a wonderful judge. Any additional adjourning tributes, colleagues? On behalf of our colleague, Mr. Reyes, I'd like to ask all of you to join me and him in adjourning in memory of Catherine Chung, a longtime resident and icon of Los Angeles Chinatown, who passed away at the age of 98 recently. In the 1930s, Catherine Chung became the nation's first licensed female Asian American aviator, having been born in China in 1904 and immigrating to the U.S. in 1921. She was a professional daredevil and eventually joined with Amelia Earhart's group, the International 99s Club for Women Pilots, and later the American Aviation Association. Her name's been enshrined at the Smithsonian as the nation's first female Asian aviator, and she's also renowned in Beijing in their aviation museum as China's Amelia Earhart. Finally, colleagues, I'd like to ask that you join me in adjourning in memory of a true leader of the Jewish community in Los Angeles. Fred Court passed away at the age of 80. Mr. Court had been a survivor of the Holocaust, having survived the death camp at Treblinka, and arrived in America penniless in 1947, went on to found an extraordinarily successful company, the Imperial Toy Corporation, and most notably, however, went on to achieve his prominence in the Jewish community by his tremendous works of philanthropy. He donated generously to numerous charities, was appointed an honorary ambassador to the Tel Aviv Foundation, and was the first Holocaust survivor to join with Steven Spielberg in supporting the Shoah Visual History Foundation. Mr. Court will be missed by many of us in the LA Jewish community. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Meeting is adjourned.